the return of Antonio Banderas' lovable feline, but also a properly menacing villain capable of sending many a shiver up your spine. During the early part of this gorgeously animated sequel, it's revealed after the titular hero defeats a giant before being splatted by a bell that he had now lost 8 of his 9 lives. Not long after this, the ginger swashbuckler is introduced to an unsettling bounty hunter in a bar. But this is no ordinary big bad wolf, baby. This was actually none other than Death himself. And if that wasn't already creepy enough, this force of darkness also revealed that he had actually been present each and every time Puss had carelessly thrown away one of his lives, and he was not impressed by his antics, now wanting to take Puss's final life himself. A rewatch of the Academy Award nominated feature reveals that he was not lying either. When scanning the background about 7 minutes into the action, you can just about spot a familiar hooded wolf watching Puss battle against the giant, confirming that this dude had indeed been disturbingly keeping an eye on the cat in the moments leading up to his many deaths. Thank you for checking out this disturbing video today, folks. Now go and tap on that subscribe button down below for more of this What Culture stuff in your life. Number 5, a mask reveals the creepy plot. Get Out. Horror master Jordan Peele loves to drop in a few glorious hints at the disturbing events to come in the opening moments of his features, ones that are usually only discovered in repeat viewings, and the brilliant director's first ever big screen offering of Get Out dropped in one hell of a revealing visual that not a single soul would have likely spotted when first settling down to watch this inspired 2017 psychological thriller. Following on from Lakeith Stanfield's Andre Hayworth being attacked and kidnapped by a mysterious figure, and a song by the name of Sikiliza Kwa Wahenga being sung in Swahili, whose lyrics roughly translate to "something bad is coming, run," we enter the apartment of Daniel Kaluuya's Chris Washington. It's here where numerous prints are seen on the photographer's walls, with one of them actually offering a strong clue as to what is on the horizon. The image of a young white girl with a dark mask held over her face appears to foreshadow the horrifying acts his girlfriend Rose's family are later revealed to have been committing, that being transferring white folks' brains into the bodies of younger black people, controlling those bodies from within. A clear warning was revealed right there within the opening 5 minutes, people. Number 4, the revealing license plates. They clone Tyrone. As the title suggests, Joel Taylor's Netflix sci-fi comedy by the name of They Clone Tyrone focuses on a secret government plot involving the cloning of civilians. As the story develops, it becomes clear that the likes of John Boyega's Fontaine, Teyonah Parris's Yo-Yo, Jamie Foxx's Slick Charles, and the rest of the Glen area is being watched, surveyed, and even controlled by the government, with clones of people in the area being created and experimented on to make them more obedient. Not long after Yo-Yo learns of the many cameras set up around town watching the community, though, there's actually another hidden clue which was likely overlooked by most first time around, that again confirms her suspicions that the Glen is being observed and experimented on. When Fontaine, Yo-Yo, and Slick Charles pull up to a parking lot as they follow some drug dealers, look closely at the license plates on the surrounding vehicles. We see you and watching you can both evidently be made out when you stop focusing on the central trio during a rewatch, with these plates creepily and secretly telling the people of the Glen that they were very much being watched all this time. Number 3, the black-gloved hands, Oppenheimer. It's noted during Christopher Nolan's Oscar-winning biopic Oppenheimer that Gene Tatlock, who'd been having an affair with the titular theoretical physicist, eventually died by suicide. It was tough to fully clock and process each and every detail of the death of the real-life figure played by Florence Pugh, as viewers were first absorbing this 3-hour epic. But things become that little clearer when returning to Nolan's gigantic dive into J. Robert Oppenheimer's life. In the brief moments where Jean is shown to have taken sedatives and submerged herself in bathwater, there's also a quick shot which shows a pair of black gloves seemingly shoving Tatlock's head into the tub. As with anything in a Nolan movie, this was no mistake, folks, and it was likely a way of subtly bringing attention to the disturbing real-life theory that Tatlock was actually assassinated by US government officials due to her affair with this important part of the Manhattan Project and connections to the Communist Party. But you'd definitely be forgiven for missing this particular detail during the moment Oppenheimer Paimon reveals all to his wife, as the unsettling black-gloved moment is somewhat lost in the rest of the intense visualization of her death during a first viewing. Number 2. The Paimon symbol on the pole, Hereditary. You don't really have to look too hard to find some utterly distressing details in Ari Aster's chilling supernatural horror picture, Hereditary. But those brave enough to return to this consistent source of dread will be rewarded with a reveal that was pretty tough to fully register before one of the most sickening deaths in movie history. It's eventually shown that Annie Graham's recently deceased mother Ellen was actually the leader of a cult who worshipped a demon known as Paimon. And following on from the symbol of Paimon being seen on the necklace she was wearing in her coffin at her funeral, that same sign can also be found on a rather important object,
Anthony
that telephone pole which eventually
screaming.
took young Charlie's
Check
head
it out.
clean off after her brother dodged a
YouTube.com.
dead deer whilst driving. It's also seen boasting that exact same symbol when the two drove past it heading to the party where Charlie would consume a nutty cake that sent her into anaphylactic shock. Does this symbol being present reveal that the cult had actually planned this gruesome death all along? Well, yeah, it does. According to Aster, Charlie's harrowing demise was entirely designed by the cult. So this easily missed glimpse of the Paimon insignia on the pole very much revealed that planned bad things were a-coming for the Graham clan. Number 1. Not every item was worth taking in this new world, A Quiet Place. In the moments before the Abbott family tragically lose their youngest to one of the franchise's routinely petrifying alien creatures, the clan are seen silently going for their weekly shop at the local grocery store. And while it's certainly evident early on that making a sound is an absolute no-no if you plan on staying alive, there was actually another quite disturbing detail on show here that many didn't catch in their first visit to this quiet place, which again revealed the harsh reality of this scary new world. While the majority of the shelves in the store had mostly been cleared of their goods in the time post-invasion, it appears that food like potato chips had largely been left alone. But why? Well, because folks were smart enough to realize just how bad an idea eating crunchy chips was. Or perhaps some people unfortunately learned the hard way that trying to make off with a bag of cheese and onion crisps in a world where noise attracts some seriously deadly creatures was a quick way to meet your maker. You were no doubt too on edge to really absorb the idea of some humans being disturbingly killed due to their fondness for chips when first taking in A Quiet Place. But now you will never unsee the true cost of a bag of Doritos in this intense universe.
Cast aside by his own family and shunned by the Adventurers Guild for his perceived lack of talent, Sora now confronts a disaster-class monster. Abandoned by his teammates, who betrayed him in their desperation to flee the calamity, he stood alone against overwhelming odds. With no remarkable skills or innate abilities, how would he navigate this seemingly unwinnable predicament? Join us as we witness his journey and discover how he strove to defy fate itself. On an island located in the center of the sea, a young boy named Mitsurugi Sora practiced with his sword in the town, reflecting on his past. With a heavy heart and sadness, he remembered how he had always felt something inside him since he was a child. He wondered if this was what people called a soul. He could clearly sense that something was there. He felt as if something from the other side was watching him from a strong cage. But he didn't find this unpleasant. He believed it was a special power within him that would awaken one day. As Sora walked outside, he thought about how blessed he was to be born into a good family with a respectable lineage. He was trained strictly by excellent masters and was engaged to a kind fiancée. Even though his mother had passed away, everyone was very kind to him. Sora thought about his past as he sat on the ground, his sword lying beside him, embedded in the dirt. A big man stood in front of him, his opponent in a fight. They were in a fighting arena with many people watching. When Sora lost that fight, a man standing on the stage told him he didn't have the power to learn the Phantom Blade style. He ordered Sora to pack his bags and said he would leave the island the next day. Sora felt devastated. The man explained that their clan had been sealing away demons for the last 300 years and declared there was no place for the weak, neither in this land nor in their clan. The man regretfully informed Sora that he would now become the successor of the Mitsurugi family and indicated that Sora's current place would be his new room. Hearing this, Sora's fiancée coldly remarked that she was only engaged to the Mitsurugi family, and now that Sora had been expelled, he was practically a stranger to her. Because he lost the Phantom Blade style, all of them ended their relationships with him. She explicitly expressed her hope that he would find a worthy teacher on the mainland when he left. She also blessed him for his journey. After this devastating setback, he departed from the town with a heavy heart aboard a ship. Those memories were from when he was 13 years old, when he had lost everything. It was then that he decided he would return one day. Now, 5 years later, Sora arrived at the Kingdom of Canaria in the town of Ishka. He walked into the guild's reception, where a girl was standing. There were other people at the reception as well. The girl addressed him as a 10th-tier adventurer and apologized before informing him that his adventurer status would be revoked that day. Sora was stunned to hear this. She repeated that his adventurer qualifications were officially revoked. Shocked, he asked if she was joking. She assured him she was not and explained it was a decision approved by the guild master. She showed him a notice letter from the guild master. Sora looked at it with a confused mind, noting it bore the guild master's seal. He wondered why this action was taken. Sora mentioned he had just completed his daily herb-picking quest for the day, so there shouldn't have been any mistakes. With a polite expression, he asked if there might have been some mistake, stating he couldn't recall making any significant errors on recent requests. The receptionist girl simply replied that there was no doubt about it. She explained that according to guild rules, if a member hadn't been promoted in the last 3 years, they would be dismissed. She pointed out that since he had been demoted 3 years ago, he hadn't progressed beyond Tier 10. Now Sora understood the situation and expressed that he hadn't been aware of the rule. He politely requested that she could have given him a warning beforehand rather than taking immediate action. However, she straightforwardly reiterated that the rule was clearly stated in the guild rules. Upon hearing this, Sora felt disheartened and started sweating. He felt they were trying to place the blame on him. He observed her face and noticed a mix of anger and contempt in her expression, as if he were a burden or an eyesore to her. She loudly stated that the town of Ishka had provided adventurers with numerous benefits. This was because the city relied on their assistance to defend against the ongoing threat of monsters. The adventurers' power was crucial for protecting the city. She added that whether adventurers or guild personnel, as long as they belonged to the guild, it was their duty to serve the town of Ishka. Sora simply replied that he was aware of this. He thought it wasn't a lie. Indeed, he had heard that Ishka was such a city, which was why he had wanted to move there. He had come to this town to protect it from monsters and to safeguard its people. He believed that by doing so, he would become well known among the residents. He vowed to demonstrate that what he couldn't achieve on the island, he would accomplish here in this town. However, at that moment, that oath seemed to fade away, disappearing farther than the moon in the sky. Then she asked him sternly if he was aware of why he hadn't tried to advance his rank in the past 3 years. She mentioned that achieving the rank of 9th-tier adventurer wasn't difficult at all to begin with. She added that in her opinion, he and the adventurers who had advanced to the 9th rank 5 years ago would understand this well. Sora politely acknowledged that what she said was true, but mentioned that it required some money. In response, she stated with an attitude that the commission fee for the 9th-tier exam was just 1 silver coin. Sora was shocked to hear this. She then said sternly that in 3 years, he was telling her that he couldn't even come up with a single silver coin. She asked him if he had enjoyed all the special privileges granted to adventurers during his time with the guild. She pointed out that such privileges were only for those who fulfilled their duties, something even a child would understand. She emphasized that rules were rules and the punishment would remain in place. He was even more astonished to hear that and politely asked her if there was any room for reconsideration. In response, she replied with an attitude that Sora's dismissal had been deemed appropriate. He was completely taken aback by her decision. Later, Sora left the reception area. Outside, people were strolling and enjoying themselves in the town. Sora sat by the fountain with a sad expression, his heart completely shattered. He thought back to when the receptionist girl handed him his reward for today's quest and wished him luck for the future. She then simply called the next person in line. Sora noted that she always said those things to him. He also remembered yesterday when he visited the guild and was told there were no rooms available for non-adventurers. He realized his adventurer's identity card hadn't been returned to him. He had submitted it along with the work he was assigned, expecting to receive rewards in return as usual. He felt deeply confused about his situation, realizing he had been expelled from the guild and was now a wandering adventurer. In the city, there were jobs available such as sewage work and cleaning, among others. However, if Sora dedicated himself to these tasks solely for daily income, not only would he fail to grow stronger, but he also wouldn't gain recognition. He felt deeply confused and worried. He realized that collecting herbs, while providing him with a daily income, was also considered a guild mission. He reflected on how he took risks by venturing outside town to help others, which made him feel like he was contributing in a meaningful way. With a very sad expression, he acknowledged that while he belonged to a guild, there was no rule preventing him from helping people, even if he didn't have to defeat demons. Sora stood up and remarked that today's situation mirrored what had happened 5 years ago when he was driven off his home island. But he didn't lose hope. With determination, he stated that he would try again, despite being expelled from the Adventurers Guild. He likened it to having a necklace taken off him. He straightened up and expressed his frustration, saying that he never had a good relationship with the guild to begin with. He knew that the receptionist and other guild members called him a parasite behind his back, despite thinking it was a chance for him. Reality was harsh and unforgiving. Sora remarked that it was time to advance to the next rank. After saying this, he returned to his original form and conjured a magic on his hands called Level Display. He screamed loudly, explaining that the magic was like a mirror that reflected their abilities. It allowed them to see their total talent and ability, their rank. The rank shown actually displayed the lowest value, starting from 1. After using the magic, he resumed walking through the town, observing his surroundings. In a relaxed manner, he commented that since he was driven from his home island, nothing had changed. He found it hard to believe that in 5 years, everything here remained unchanged. He began to reflect on his life 5 years ago. When he arrived in the new town,
Show your true capabilities. But not showing your true capabilities is a good thing. It shows those around his feet. Watch your feet. Feet are
Kophistry Ambit says. Visit Anthenixskate@SKO5 page at, link.
Yes.
Sora met a guy named Lars. Lars politely approached Sora with a calm expression and asked if he would mind joining their party. He introduced himself and explained that he came from a poor village. Lars mentioned he was an adventurer and expressed his desire to improve the financial situation of his village. There were a few other people standing with them. While Lars was talking to him, a girl named Ilya suddenly interrupted. She quickly asked Lars to wait and pointed out that it was a bit rude to invite someone he had just met for the first time. After saying that, she turned to talk to Sora. She informed him that she was Lars' childhood friend and guardian. Introducing herself, she mentioned she was a warrior priestess. Just then, another woman wearing a hat interrupted them. She pointed out that if they were discussing rudeness, wasn't it rude to suddenly start arguing in front of someone they were trying to invite into their party? Then Lars introduced the lady as Little Miroslav. When Miroslav heard the word little, she was taken aback. Another woman intervened cheerfully, ordering everyone to calm down. She mentioned that Sora seemed troubled by the situation. Introducing herself as Luna Maria, a lady with big ears, she asked Sora about himself. Then Sora relaxed and in a casual tone introduced himself as Sora. He expressed his pleasure at meeting them all. Upon hearing the name, Lars appeared uncomfortable. He commented with a puzzled expression that it was an unusual name and asked if Sora was born on the Empire's side. Then Lars offered him again with a cheerful expression, mentioning that now there were 4 of them in their party called Falcon Sword, and asked if he would like to join. Suddenly, Ilya playfully punched Lars in the ribs and advised him quietly that he didn't need to do that. Lars jokingly commented that her punch really hurt. After hearing the offer, Sora thought that joining this young and friendly party would be good for him. However, he began to reminisce about his past on his home island, where he had once overheard people talking about him. He recalled hearing some individuals saying that he wasn't Sora of the sky, but Kara, akin to an empty. They had said they couldn't believe such a burden would be a legitimate son, as it would strain the Mitsurugi family's last 300 years. Thinking about this, Sora thanked Lars and the others, but said he would hold back, fearing he might become a burden to them. Lars was astonished to hear this and emphatically reassured him it wasn't true. He mentioned that he had seen Sora in the guild training area before. Lars recalled how he used to practice his sword tirelessly, swinging it for hours without a break, and admired the beauty of Sora's technique. After that, Sora happily joined them all. He was genuinely pleased with the decision, feeling eager to experience it all over again with them. He mentioned that every day with them was truly enjoyable. However, no matter how many monsters he defeated or requests he completed, his rank never increased. During their recent level-raising efforts, Lars and the others slew numerous monsters. Lars joyfully announced that he had advanced to rank 6. Hearing this, Ilya remarked that Lars had been in excellent form lately. Then Luna Maria responded with a sad expression, stating that rank was very personal information and shouldn't be casually shared. Suddenly, Miroslav asked her if she had something to hide. She explained that there was supposedly an adventurous parasite who hid and infiltrated high-level parties. Miroslav noted that since Luna Maria appeared to be of a higher rank than them, she might not be concerned about it. According to Sora, the difference in ability among everyone in the party was not something he could hide forever. Someday, he would have to tell them. He believed that if it was these people, his friends, they might accept that he couldn't raise his rank. Because of this trust, one day Sora confessed to them that no matter how many monsters he killed or defeated, he could never advance from first rank. With a polite expression, he added that he would make an effort from now on. Sora grinned because he believed these were his friends who could accept him. However, when Lars and the others heard this from him, they were shocked. Lars, with anger in his voice, expressed that he had found it suspicious but wanted to believe Sora, feeling betrayed by his confession. Ilya asked him with a completely shocked expression if he knew that this kind of behavior among low-level adventurers was referred to as being a parasite. Angrily, she accused him of taking advantage of their efforts while mocking them. Miroslav also labeled him as a parasite. Seeing their reactions, Sora felt sad about it all. In the end, he was kicked out of the party. He mentioned that as the bad reputation of being a parasite spread, coupled with the fact he was still ranked 1, rumors began circulating that he had reached his limit. At that moment, Luna Maria acknowledged that they had experienced similar challenges. She pointed out that he had never been able to raise his rank. Sora believed her statement was true, realizing that since his time on the home island, his rank had never improved. Luna Maria explained to him about a theory from 300 years ago that described the swordsman who sealed the demons. She mentioned that according to the theory, his rank was 99, but he never progressed beyond that point. She emphasized that even legendary heroes had their limits, and for ordinary people, there were believed to be different boundaries, much like different levels of ascension. She mentioned it was known as the limit of talent. Hearing this, tears welled up in his eyes as he realized it meant his limit was 1. The others walked ahead, leaving them behind. Sora expressed sadly that due to the spread of the parasite rumors, no one was willing to form a party with him. He was restricted to only a few solo quests after being demoted from rank 9 3 years ago. Rank 10 was the most affordable rank available for purchase in the guild. Beyond that, Sora had no intention or financial means to advance to rank 9. As a consequence of these circumstances,
I will shoot that on sure. This recent time, I should just do the keyframes and then go into the animation. Do the keyframes, then go into the animation. It would be much better for the program. Should just do the keyframes first. 7, 12, nonsense. 1, 2.
Kophistry Ambit says. Visit Anthenixskate@SKO5 page at, link.
inside this. It's in yes. Go check the rice.
He was expelled from the guild yesterday. While he was lost in his thoughts, a guy stole his bag and ran away. Sora ran after the thief, repeatedly asking him to return his bag. As Sora was kicked, he fell onto the street. One of them demanded to know who he thought he was, insinuating he was just like any other unsuccessful adventurer in the area. They mentioned there were many similar cases of adventurers who hadn't achieved enough and were expelled from the guild. The individuals inspecting his bag informed the others that there was nothing valuable inside it. They added that there were only a bunch of bottles containing some medicinal herbs. Sora, with frustration in his voice, once again demanded they return his bag, explaining that these herbs were for sale. One of them picked up a bottle and questioned Sora about it. Sora replied that it was an herb considered illegal by the guild. Upon hearing that, his demeanor suddenly shifted, and he calmly explained that because of its legality, there was a growing demand for it. He apologized for the misunderstanding and suggested they start afresh and become good friends. He mentioned they might need his help with something small. The other man stated that they should engage in some business together, assuring Sora it would be a beneficial deal for him. Hearing their sudden change in attitude, Sora was taken aback and unsure of their intentions. With a puzzled expression, he asked them if they truly wanted him to join their party. Then one of them explained that this herb only grew in the deeper parts of the Taitais forest. They mentioned they had tried recruiting people from Ishka to gather it, but none had returned. They suggested that if Sora truly was an adventurer, unlike the others who failed, he shouldn't encounter any issues going there. Feeling completely hopeless, Sora suddenly perked up upon hearing the offer and enthusiastically agreed that as an adventurer, it should be straightforward. He remarked that he never imagined getting involved in such shady business, but faced with the harsh reality before him, he felt he had no other option. Now in the present, he walked through the streets, pondering on how people could become corrupted. He told himself that this was simply his job as an adventurer. Despite everything, he kept repeating it to himself, trying to convince himself otherwise. With a sense of relief in his heart, he ventured back into the forest to gather the herb. After a while, he arrived at the location. He was glad to spot some of the herbs once again. With a smile on his face, he noted that their fragrance was delightful and began gathering them. The herbal scent was indeed soothing and healing. He picked some of the herbs and took a deep breath, feeling immensely happy and content. The fragrance of the herbs was delightful, and he cherished every moment of it. It made him think that spending his life collecting herbs like this would be wonderful. He entertained the idea of opening a shop someday, one that specialized in herbs not regulated by the guild. There was definitely a demand for the herbs,
Hey, man.
so he had no doubt that business would thrive. Getting expelled from the guild seemed like a blessing in disguise. With those gloomy thoughts set aside, he began to cheer up. In fact, he started feeling happy about his current situation. As he worked among the herbs, enjoying their presence, Miroslav suddenly appeared. She was confused to see him there and asked what he was doing in that place. When Sora saw her, he too was stunned. He gave her a nervous look and didn't reply to her question. She inquired about the troubled expression on his face and asked if he had something to say. But as usual, he remained silent and didn't answer. She said with an attitude that she would gladly listen to what the parasite, who had reached his limit and deceived them for 6 months, had to say. As she irritated him, suddenly Lars and the others arrived. Lars intervened to stop Miroslav from further provoking him. At this point, Lars' group, the Falcon Swords, had become a fairly well-known Rank C party. At that time, there were no A-ranked parties in the city of Ishka. Among the strongest, there were only 3 B-ranked parties. The C-ranked territory was filled with veterans boasting over 10 years of adventuring experience. However, Lars' group, the Falcon Swords, had achieved C-rank status in less than 5 years. Because of this, they were regarded as promising up-and-coming adventurers. Lars asked him with a somber expression if he had been kicked out of the guild. Sora nodded in affirmation. Lars inquired if he had been at the same rank before. He mentioned that if he still wanted to be an adventurer, he should quit all of this before it became too late. Sora politely thanked him for the advice. When he did that, suddenly Ilya stepped in front of him and signaled for Lars to wait, insisting she wanted to speak with him. She mentioned that Lars had gone out of his way to offer advice, and he was responding with that attitude. Sora simply apologized to her for his mistake. In anger, she remarked that she knew he was still the same ambitionless person, contrasting how she initially thought he was a decent guy when they first met. Lars intervened, stating that Sora had nothing to do with them anymore. It would be his own fault if he ended up in trouble after refusing their advice. Miroslav spoke up again, agreeing with Lars. She commented that the place smelled like someone who hadn't bathed in 3 days, a clear insult. She insisted they should leave him alone and head into the forest quickly. Ilya intervened, ordering Miroslav to wait and reminding her that she was the one who initiated the conversation with him in the first place. Suddenly, Lars ordered everyone to leave the area, noting that they were likely bothering Sora. After he spoke, the group turned away from him. However, Luna Maria remained behind to have a word with him. She examined his face closely and politely expressed relief that he appeared to be in good health. Sora reflected on the past, remembering how despite
Titanium
his rank
Tigers
not
once
increasing
says,
and becoming a burden
"Hi,
to his
I've been
party,
enjoying your
Luna
stream so
Maria
much
had
that I
never
decided
changed her
to follow
attitude
you."
towards him, and he had always been grateful for that. He
Thanks for the
recalled
follow,
one night,
man.
after he was
Thank you.
kicked out of the party, when he overheard their conversation in the bar they used to frequent. He recalled that it was Luna Maria herself who first started calling him the derogatory term parasite. At the time, he had also suspected that, like the other 2 girls, she was attracted to Lars. With that in mind, he thanked Luna Maria for her comment and started to walk away, but she stopped him and asked him to wait. She politely informed him about the many people who had disappeared in the Taitais forest, urging him to be cautious. Hearing this made him
Titanium
uneasy,
Tigers once says,
especially recalling
"I'd
conversations in
appreciate
the
the
city
chance to
about
chat
such
with you on
incidents.
Discord."
Luna Maria explained that the Taitais forest was so vast that it could accommodate an entire country within its borders. It was rumored that mythical creatures
Titanium Tigers once says, "My username is Link. Sophistry says. Visit Anthenixskate@SKO5 page at, link.
Right, that food is done cooking. Let's serve myself a plate here. Let's go into the dish order. Says I'm ready stored. That's good. Shouldn't fry it an hour so. Shouldn't fry it an hour so. Nice. Appreciate. That's fun. Huh? Started to follow. Not following either. I'll pass on that, yes. You know about that. That's the you kind of suspicious. You feel some kind of scary thing, I will pass on that. Like the plate.
Inhabited the deepest parts of the forest. Despite this, the recent surge in disappearances over the past few days was unusual. Among those missing was even a rank C party. Sora realized the gravity of the situation and asked her if this meant they had sent her here to investigate what had happened. She confirmed his suspicion, saying that indeed, the guild had deployed several high-ranking groups to investigate the issue. Sora realized that sending high-ranking groups was costly, and those like him who were deemed expendable were left out to reduce expenses. After that, Sora expressed gratitude for Lunameria's advice. She, in turn, thanked him and mentioned she would depart. Sora remained in the forest, contemplating that something significant was happening deep within the Taitais forest. He concluded that whatever it was, it likely wouldn't have much impact on the outskirts where he currently stood. Grateful for the turn of events, he considered that with fewer adventurers approaching the forest, and if herb supplies dwindled, his business would thrive. With a joyful heart, he resumed his work, gathering herbs and taking in their fragrance with each one he picked. He noted how fresh the herbs were here. Happily, he expressed that he was beginning to feel optimistic about his future. He believed that if he managed to open a shop, this forest would definitely be his main stock supply. He recalled that back on his home island, there were herbs he could brew into medicinal tea, but he hadn't seen anyone doing that here. It seemed like a great opportunity for his business. Overwhelmed with happiness, he started dancing, feeling hopeful about his bright future. Thanks to being freed from the guild, he finally felt he could see his true potential. He was filled with happiness and satisfaction, emotions he hadn't felt in a long time. He put his bag down and settled into a resting position under the shade of a tree. As he lay there, enjoying this blissful moment, suddenly a storm began to brew. The trees began to sway forcefully in the powerful wind, and leaves scattered through the air. Startled by the sudden change in nature, Sora stood up quickly from his resting position and scanned his surroundings. Confusion clouded his mind as he sensed something approaching. Gradually, the storm intensified, gaining strength. Even someone of Sora's low rank could tell that staying there was not safe. Then he noticed a group of people running back towards him at a fast pace. It was the Falcon Sword group, consisting of Lars and the girls. Seeing them approach, he grew more anxious, wondering why they were hurrying back in his direction. Suddenly, a highly dangerous monster appeared right before him. It was a disaster-class monster known as the Lord of the Flies. As he gazed at it, he recognized the creature and felt astonished. Confusion filled his mind as he wondered why such a monster had appeared in this place. He realized that encountering the Lord of the Flies usually required knights to be dispatched immediately. Now, this monster was chasing Lars and his companions, who were running swiftly to save themselves. The trees and grass shook violently in the powerful wind generated by the monster's pursuit. Sora pondered why the monster would appear on the forest surface. He noted that while Lars and his group were talented adventurers, they were no match for the monster. As they ran, the monster launched an attack, hitting Lars' arm and causing it to bleed. Lars grimaced in pain, clutching his injured arm, while Ilya anxiously expressed concern for him. They halted to assist Lars, and Ilya noticed Sora standing amidst the forest. Lars urged them to flee and not stop for him, but seeing Lars there in trouble, Ilya approached him. Meanwhile, Lunamaria and Miroslav moved ahead to confront the monster. Lars reiterated his plea for them to run, but they didn't heed his words. With frustration, Miroslav insisted on using her magic. She channeled her power through her magic staff. Lunamaria supported her efforts. However, when Miroslav's magical attack hit the monster, she was shocked to see it had no effect. It became clear to her that defeating the monster wouldn't be possible with magic alone. With a grim determination, she summoned magic once more through her staff and aimed it towards Sora, noticing his presence in the vicinity. The Lord of the Flies was classified as a disaster-class monster not only due to its immense power, but also because of its extraordinary reproductive capability. Left unchecked, the adults could spawn countless larvae, swiftly devastating the ecosystem. The ecosystem affected also encompassed human civilization, with historical accounts of entire nations being wiped out for this very reason. The monster's reproductive strategy resembled that of a particular type of bee. It would inject venom through its stinger into prey or larger creatures, paralyzing them, and then transport them alive to its nest. The best kind of prey was a weakened one. The attack from Miroslav landed heavily on Sora, causing severe injuries that prevented him from escaping the monster. He fell to the ground, screaming in agony. Confused and hurt, he wondered why Miroslav had targeted him. As he looked up, He saw Lars and the others fleeing from the scene. Sora remained on the ground, vulnerable, as the monster approached him. When he spotted the monster, fear and shock overwhelmed him, and he screamed loudly in terror. Despite his fear, he summoned his courage and pushed himself to stand up. Upon rising, he vomited, overwhelmed by the stress and fear. Then, with a sense of urgency, he began to run as fast as he could to save his life. His face showed fear and sadness as he realized that Lars and the others had used him as bait. Then the monster launched its attack at Sora. When the attack struck him, his body began to bleed and his clothes tore apart, leaving big wounds all over him. Sora expressed sadness, wishing for a better future that now seemed uncertain. He had dreams of becoming an herbal merchant and spreading his herbs far and wide across the land. But then suddenly he understood his purpose. With resolve, he acknowledged that he couldn't go back to his island, where his destiny awaited, to protect others with his sword. That was why he became an adventurer in the first place. He reaffirmed his commitment to mastering the Phantom Blade style, determined to one day return to his island. He reflected on how unfair it was for him to be in this situation just to gain his father's approval. Memories from his home island surfaced, where people used to gossip about him. They called him empty-headed and unfit to be the heir. They pitted his mother, Raguna, who they considered unfortunate to have such a fate tied to her son. His father had always warned him not to disappoint him further. When people spoke unkindly about him, Sora one day asked his mother, with a heavy heart and tears in his eyes, why she named him Sora. They were walking together at the time. Raguna explained gently that she chose the name Sora because it means sky, and the sky is something that is always present, everywhere, at all times. She added that the sky was always above them when they looked up. Even when separated from loved ones, the sky connected everyone together. She told him that looking at the sky would help ease any loneliness he felt. After imparting these words of wisdom, she placed her hand on Sora's head and expressed her hope that he would grow into a person as broad-minded and expansive as the sky itself. She added that emptiness was not always negative. It meant he had the potential to become anything he desired. It meant his heart could be filled with numerous possibilities to shape his future. With a caring gesture, she hugged him and reassured him that his destiny was not confined to the Mitsurugi family. Lost in these thoughts, Sora eventually arrived at what appeared to be a cave, but in reality, it was a perilous location. When he arrived, he surveyed his surroundings and was taken aback by what he saw. He questioned whether he was safe or not. It was then that he noticed his body had been paralyzed. He didn't sense the presence of the Lord of the Flies, but it was evident that he was affected by its paralyzing poison. Suddenly, he spotted a man whose body was severely damaged, yet some life still lingered. Larvae were feeding on his body, devouring it slowly. When he spotted the man, fear gripped him, and he screamed in terror. He wondered aloud if the man was still alive. The Lord of the Flies had a habit of capturing prey alive to feed its larvae in the lair. The larvae didn't kill the prey immediately, but consumed it slowly while it was still alive. As he surveyed the area, he grew even more shocked and anxious to see numerous dead bodies, evidence that larvae had already attacked them. Sora remarked that he had stumbled upon the Lord of the Flies' lair. Suddenly, several larvae began to attack him. He screamed in horror as the larvae moved towards him. They started by grasping Sora's arm, then his fingers, and eventually his feet, attacking his entire body in this manner. The larvae seemed to possess an ability similar to mosquitoes, secreting a substance that numbed the pain caused by their feeding. As a result, having one's body devoured felt almost like bliss, leaving the victim feeling helpless, akin to a criminal awaiting execution. If every larvae in this lair became a Lord of Flies, without even mentioning the town of Ishka, the entire kingdom of Canaria would be reduced to nothing. The countless Lords of Flies would then face annihilation by the neighboring Edo Astria kingdom, as well as the Mitsurugi house and other families skilled in different blade styles from the kingdom. Sora lamented that if the successor to the Phantom Blade style fell to the Lords of Flies, his fate would remain unknown, buried beneath the earth. Meanwhile, above ground, people would celebrate his father, Raguna, and others. He remarked that the cheers for blade-style users would resound endlessly. In agony, Sora cried out that his body couldn't wield a sword anymore, and he couldn't even stand on his feet. He felt he hadn't achieved anything and feared he never would. With overwhelming sadness in his heart, Sora resigned himself to the fact that he might die in this dreadful place. The larvae relentlessly attacked him, devouring his flesh. He screamed in agony, pleading for them to stop and let him go. He begged not to die in such a terrible place. As the larvae approached his mouth, anger surged through him. He thought about how, after being expelled from the guild, he had almost given up on being an adventurer. He reflected that when he encountered Lars and his group in Taitais, he should have heeded their advice. Confusion about the past clouded his thoughts. He acknowledged that his decision to become an adventurer 5 years ago stemmed from lacking talent but refusing to abandon the sword. Until now, whether in anger or despair, his hoarse screams had been relentless. A few moments ago, he had been shouting relentlessly. Now, as he was being consumed, all he could do was scream internally. He described feeling like his body had turned into a vast, empty void. His shouts echoed inside him. He called out for help, but there was no one who could aid him. His entire body was overrun by the larvae. He lamented being torn apart, digested, and abandoned. As his body slowly dissolved as if melting away, there was no stopping it. He described the slow process of being consumed, noting that his hands and legs had already disappeared. He found himself unable to move, resigned to his fate of death. Larvae had invaded his eyes, ears, mouth, and nose, leaving no hope of rescue. He pondered whether he had already given up long ago. He no longer felt like Mitsurugi Sora. Amid these thoughts, he suddenly realized there might be another way to escape from this ordeal. Suddenly, he felt an urge to eat the larvae. He realized it was unlikely he could be saved anyway. Even if he consumed dozens of larvae, countless others still covered his body. Nervously, he voiced his fear of being eaten alive and dying, but he knew there was nothing he could do. He lamented that the weak were deemed unnecessary, whether in his hometown on the island or in Ishka town. To him, whether he was a warrior or an adventurer, Mitsurugi Sora felt utterly useless. His father's words echoed in his mind, resonating with truth. He feared that if he were to die, his father would mock him. But then, defiantly, he declared that his father wouldn't even flinch upon hearing of his death. Nervously, he acknowledged that to his father, the moment he was banished from the island was as good as his end. Yet suddenly, he realized that while his father might not care, Raguna would surely find his demise amusing. His ex-fiancée, family members, and fellow disciples would undoubtedly mock him. Mitsurugi Sora imagined they would all sneer, claiming this was the extent of his capabilities. The weight of this burden pressed heavily on him as he considered how even Lars and his Falcon Sword squad, the guild clerk, and the townspeople might laugh at him. Lost in these thoughts, he suddenly sensed another presence, the large monster that communicated with him, urging him to consume it. This unexpected presence offered him a way to escape from his dire situation. When the monster heard Sora's story, it expressed genuine frustration. Sora nodded in agreement, feeling the anger well up inside him as he acknowledged that dying here would only make him a laughingstock. The monster urged him once again to consume the larvae. Sora clenched his fists, determined that if he was going to perish anyway, he might as well fight back a bit before the end. Finally realizing he had to make an effort, he resolved to struggle and eat the larvae in a last-ditch attempt to survive. In a fit of anger and determination, he declared that it made no difference whether he ate dozens, hundreds, or thousands of larvae. With fierce resolve, he began devouring the larvae voraciously. As he consumed them, his entire body underwent a transformation, taking on a menacing appearance. Between mouthfuls, he pondered aloud why he hadn't thought of this simple solution earlier. He realized that if he had eaten the larvae sooner, he might have easily survived the ordeal. He vowed to devour everything, not just the larvae, but also those who had looked down on him, shunned him, and abandoned him. In his mind, everything had to be consumed now. He felt he carried too much negativity and wanted to consume it all. After some time of eating the larvae, Sora noticed the largest monster returning to its original form, a colossal creature resembling a dragon with a massive tail. The monster proclaimed itself as the Boundless Sky, declaring that Sora had now become the limitless sky he desired. Claiming they shared a similar nature, the monster emphasized that Sora must fulfill their agreement by consuming everything within his power. He instructed Sora to begin the ceremony without delay. As they stood together, Sora also stood there, unclothed, beside the monster in its original form. The monster reiterated that they were one and the same. Sora was taken aback, staring at it in disbelief. Suddenly, an intense heat began to radiate onto Sora's body, causing him to scream and shout in agony. He cried out that it was unbearably hot. The monster, identical to him, was merging into his body. With a loud voice, Sora questioned whether it was his flesh, bones, or blood that was burning. He realized that if he didn't release this overwhelming heat quickly, it would consume him entirely. Suddenly, everything clicked for him, and he knew how to unleash this power. Drawing from countless memories in his hometown, he understood how practitioners of the Phantom Sword style and other styles push their limits. He grasped how to manifest this power. With certainty, he acknowledged that they shared the same core activation. With a shout, he channeled the added power into his body, shaping it into a sword aimed towards the sky. He declared his intent to devour everything in his path. This newfound power he wielded was the Soul Eater. He knew that for the Mitsurugi family and its affiliates, wielding the Phantom Blade style required a core, a power capable of slaying formidable demons, an ambition he had harbored since childhood. Now, finally, he possessed his core. At last, he felt a sense of relief, having achieved something he had long desired. He declared that he would consume them all. The power infused within him was that of the Soul Eater Dragon, which he could summon by shouting its name whenever needed. After making this decision, he called out, "Soul Eater." Instantly, the dragon materialized, encircling him with its presence. With confidence, Sora burst into laughter, expressing his determination to annihilate every last one of the pitiful insects. His purpose in invoking this power was to eradicate the larvae threatening him. He began to slay the larvae with his sword, feeling an unusual sensation each time he struck them. A powerful surge of pleasure coursed through him. He speculated that this sensation might be a result of the Soul Eater Dragon's influence, perhaps one of its abilities. As Sora continued his assault, the larvae, intimidated by his prowess, began to flee from him. Laughing triumphantly, he taunted them, calling them weaklings and pathetic vermin, vowing to destroy every last one of them. Sora observed that the Lord of Flies rarely reached adulthood, often falling prey to other monsters. He wondered what the giant insect would do upon returning to find all her offspring slaughtered. Imagining the creature's expression, he doubted he could suppress his laughter. Standing there, he reflected on the many adventurers who had gone missing in this forest, most becoming prey to these creatures. Not just humans, but all the experience gained from eliminating the Lord of Flies seemed to empower Sora. His body felt charged with newfound strength, as if both his body and soul were resonating intensely. He remarked on the sensation, admitting he had never felt this way before. He pondered over what it meant, wondering if his body was healing itself, or perhaps being completely rebuilt. Confused, he covered his body with his arms, unsure of what was happening. Realizing he needed to check his level, he generated the level screen on his hand. Upon seeing it, he was surprised to find that he had reached level 2. Examining his level, he felt a rush of happiness knowing that his rank had actually increased. With joy in his heart, he remarked that his limit was no longer just 1. He speculated that this pleasure must be an aftereffect of gaining so much experience at once, especially after never gaining any before. Then suddenly he paused, realizing that simply gaining experience points shouldn't have been enough to increase his rank. If that were the case, it should have happened earlier. He concluded that he wasn't just absorbing their experience, he was consuming their actual souls for power. Feeling the essence of life, the core of existence, he felt an insatiable desire for more. He chuckled happily, remarking that the larvae in this cave were akin to an all-he-can-eat buffet. Now filled with happiness, Sora noticed a sudden storm brewing in the cave once again. He gazed at it and remarked that it seemed she had arrived. He was referring to the Lord of Flies. Soon enough, the massive insect appeared in the cave, accompanied by someone she had captured from outside. Seeing her, Sora boldly announced that if she was searching for her offspring, he had already dispatched them all. With a humorous tone, Sora offered an apology to the Lord of Flies. He chuckled and remarked that he could hear the larvae squealing loudly, probably trying to call their mother for help. Laughing heartily, Sora taunted her, noting that she seemed furious. He jokingly mentioned that if the mother had arrived a bit sooner, some of her offspring might have survived. Sora assured her that she needn't worry, as her children had provided valuable experience points for him. He added that without her bringing him here, he wouldn't have gained such power. Upon hearing Sora's words, the Lord of Flies hurled the person she had brought with her and launched an attack on Sora. However, Sora effortlessly evaded her strikes. Laughing gleefully, he remarked on how light his body felt now. He joked that compared to this newfound agility, it seemed like he had been wearing heavy armor his entire life. Sora summoned the power of Soul Eater, the dragon, and began engaging the Lord of Flies. Playfully, he commented that with each strike, it felt like a part of her soul flowed into him. The feeling of pleasure was indescribable for Sora. He ran along the dragon's tail, methodically attacking the Lord of Flies. As she screamed in pain, Sora taunted her to scream more, claiming it made her soul taste better. He explained that his sword style focused purely on arm strength, with no involvement of hips or legs in the swings. This technique allowed him to easily defeat even the most powerful enemies. Until then, Sora had never been strong enough to wield it. The Phantom Blade style, the Mitsurugi style, which harnesses a swordsman's full power, and now, Sora could finally unleash his true strength. He explained that in his hometown, the Mitsurugi clan had the duty of guarding the world from the Demon Gate. Because of this responsibility, his clan trained relentlessly every day to master the Phantom Blade style. He mentioned that there were plenty of users of the Phantom Blade style, many more skilled than him. During his battle with the Lord of Flies, he suddenly realized that for some reason, the effect of Soul Eater had weakened. He speculated that perhaps to consume its soul efficiently, they needed to intensify the stimulation. He guessed that its potency was diminishing now that the creature was attempting to retreat. Feeling that prolonging the fight was pointless, he began to attack it with serious intent. He leapt onto the dragon's tail and closed in on the Lord of Flies, launching an attack. However, as he approached, the Lord of Flies ascended high into the air. Sora stood firm on the ground, watching her carefully. He reminded himself not to underestimate her just because he felt stronger now. If she swooped down at him with such speed, it could mean certain death. Determined to end this swiftly, he prepared to unleash the skill he had honed since birth. Then, Sora transformed and remarked that this power was crafted specifically to vanquish monsters like the Lord of Flies. It was the Phantom Blade style, Gale. Channeling his energy, Sora unleashed the Gale attack. As he summoned it, a large magical circle formed in the air. With a powerful swing, Sora directed the attack towards the Lord of Flies, bringing her crashing down with a mighty blast. The impact severely wounded the Lord of Flies. Gale was a jumping slash attack empowered by the K infused into Sora's blade. It was one of the basic techniques of the Phantom Blade style. Sora reflected that just yesterday, he couldn't even master its fundamentals. He expressed gratitude to the Lord of Flies for enabling him to unleash his true power. Standing atop the defeated Lord of Flies, Sora declared that it was time for her to bid farewell and reunite with her children in the afterlife. With resolve, he plunged his sword into the head of the Lord of Flies. She screamed in defeat, echoing through the cave, as all the little monsters looked on in silence. After defeating the Lord of Flies, Sora remarked that the soul experience he gained from killing it overshadowed the mere cutting earlier. However, he now faced a new challenge: how to escape from this place. Reflecting on the battle, he recalled using K to enhance his body's power and strength. K, a type of magic energy generated within the body, was akin to life force in magical terms. In contrast, mana, another magical power, derived from nature itself. When deciding which source to use for casting magic spells, mana was generally the preferred choice. In terms of quantity, mana generated from nature far surpassed the amount of K produced by the body. However, for practitioners of the
Opus
Phantom
Preambit
Blade
says,
style, the situation was
Visit
reversed.
AnthenXKate at
The
SKO5
key to
page
mastering the Phantom
link.
Blade style lay in creating an anima, a being of similar origin. Once an anima was formed, the generation of K within the body became significantly more potent than natural mana, although this varied depending on each individual's anima. Since the discovery of anima, various martial styles had been developed around them. These techniques were collectively known as the K-arts, designed specifically to combat demons. The foundation of the K-arts, particularly the Phantom Blade style, involved increasing K output through anima and using it to enhance one's own strength and abilities. With the manifestation of his soul equipment, Sora's own K production had significantly increased. He checked his level again, finding that it had risen to 5. He was pleased to see his progress and felt a sense of satisfaction that his hard work had paid off. Completing a task successfully always brought him a great feeling. After defeating the Lord of Flies, he approached the person that she had thrown into the cave. Sitting down beside them, he pondered what to do next. He remembered that the Lord of Flies had brought this person here before he killed her. Suddenly, he noticed something and was astonished to realize that this was a girl. The girl lay unconscious on the ground. Sora looked at her in astonishment and remarked that she wasn't a human girl but a Kijin. The Kijin were an ancient enemy of humanity, believed to have evolved into demons. After the demons were sealed away, the Kijin were hunted to extinction for their horns, which held powerful magic. Now, standing near the Kijin girl, Sora pondered with confusion about what he should do with her. Some time passed, yet Sora remained standing near the unconscious Kijin girl, observing her intently. He reassured himself that she was indeed a Kijin, the first he had ever encountered. Sitting closer to her, he pondered on the rumors he had heard about a mythical race dwelling somewhere in the Taitais forest. He speculated that those rumors might be true. However, he couldn't help but wonder why she was covered in mud and dirt. He questioned whether this was normal for Kijins and whether the dirt-covered attire she wore was customary for them. Confused, Sora gently lifted some leaves from the Kijin girl's chest, expecting to find her unclothed. To his surprise, he discovered she was wearing some kind of clothing underneath. Expressing his shock, Sora remarked that her attire was unusually revealing and commented that it was indecent. As he examined her clothing, he suddenly realized the implications of his actions. He was taken aback, realizing that if she woke up and found him looking at her like this, she might think he was a pervert. Sora, realizing he was completely naked, felt uncomfortable sitting so close to her. Suddenly, he noticed her horns and gently held them. He remarked that Kijin horns were rare and known to hold significant magical power. Selling them could fetch a small fortune. A sense of greed crept into his heart as he imagined the wealth he could gain. He thought about how such money could allow him to live comfortably and enjoy life for the rest of his days. He continued with his greedy thoughts, saying he wouldn't be seen as someone too poor to leave tips. Thinking about his own soul's quality, he speculated that consuming her soul could potentially boost his level by 2 or even 3. He found her soul enticing and thought it looked delicious. Suddenly, the dragon inside him reminded him of his purpose there. It urged him to consume her, just as he had done with the Lord of Flies and its offspring. He picked up the girl and stared at her intensely. Then, he summoned the Soul Eater power again and held his sword to her neck. But just as he was about to strike, he suddenly punched himself and halted. In that moment, he regained his senses and realized how wrong his actions were. He asked himself what he was thinking and knew he needed to control himself. Sora reassured himself that he wasn't a villain. He didn't harm those who hadn't harmed him. He hadn't possessed this power for long, but he could already sense a change within himself. There was an overwhelming feeling of hunger that had only recently become apparent to him. This behavior was unlike his usual self. He had always strived to be a protector, guarding others from harm. Despite these unfamiliar feelings, he didn't see this change as a negative thing. In fact, he felt invigorated, more alive than ever before. Sora wondered if this transformation was due to Soul Eater's influence, or if it simply revealed his true nature now that he was stronger. Now he was uncertain whether this darker side of him had always existed, or if his childhood in Onigashima had suppressed his true nature. Finally, after pondering all this, Sora released the sword from his hand. He realized the importance of mastering this power. If he continued to wield it recklessly, he feared he might lose himself and transform into a monster. Standing near the girl once more, he felt a mix of shame and relief. Suddenly, he remembered that he was still naked. He realized the situation looked bad as he stood there naked. Quickly scanning the cave, his eyes settled on the other adventurer who had been attacked by larvae when Sora first arrived. The adventurer lay lifeless, killed by the creatures. Sora approached the fallen adventurer and observed his gear, noting it was of good quality upon closer inspection. Recalling something, he remembered hearing about this adventurer from Luna Maria, how a C-rank adventurer had gone missing in the forest. Sora offered a quiet blessing to the fallen adventurer, wishing him to rest in peace now that he had been avenged. Swiftly, he began to strip the body of its usable clothing, discarding the limbs, bones, and other remains. As he hurriedly dressed himself in the adventurer's attire, Sora remarked with confidence that as the main character of his own story, dying wasn't an option for him. Once clothed, he stood proudly, noting that the outfit suited him well. He declared happily that it was time to leave this place behind. Suddenly, the Kijin girl regained consciousness. As she looked at him, she appeared stunned and surprised. Sora, too, was taken aback and asked her if she could understand him. Politely, he informed her that the Lord of Flies had brought her here. The Kijin girl glared at him with anger. Sora surmised from her reaction that she could understand what he was saying. He added that it was natural to feel scared in such a situation and politely inquire if she remembered what had happened. He explained that both of them had been brought here by the Lord of Flies. When she heard this, fear crossed her face. Quickly, Sora reassured her that there was no need to worry because he had defeated it. He mentioned they were likely in the mountainous area of the Taitais forest, as the cave only had a vertical exit in the ceiling. She began to look up there. Sora thought it was impossible for a normal person to climb out of there no matter how she looked at it. However, when he tried infusing his legs with K, he attempted to push himself up. He made several attempts, but each time he tried, he failed and fell back down. The Kijin girl observed him closely. Eventually, he sat down and considered that if he wanted to adhere to the wall, he would need to concentrate on infusing his body with K while simultaneously focusing on climbing. He grinned and remarked that this was actually excellent training. He turned to the girl and informed her that he was going to find a way out of there now. He mentioned that if she wanted to come along, she was welcome to join him. Sora guessed that she probably couldn't climb out on her own. With a confident tone, he added that if she preferred not to accept his help, that was fine too. He wished her luck in finding her own way out and said he would continue on his own. Finally, he asked her what she planned to do. When she tried to respond, she found herself unable to speak. Observing her, Sora suddenly inquired if her tongue was still numb from the paralysis venom. He mentioned that Kijins were typically stronger than humans, but the effects might last for a few hours. She glared at him in response. Seeing her expressions, Sora figured she had made her decision. He was surprised that she wanted to come with him, considering what humans typically did to Kijins. Nevertheless, she chose to place her trust in him. Sora reassured her that she didn't need to worry, citing his earlier climbing demonstration. He suggested carrying her on his back. She had tears in her eyes, but Sora sat down, and she climbed onto his back, gripping his shoulders tightly as instructed. As she settled on his back, Sora was surprised by how soft she felt. With determination, Sora announced loudly that it was time to make their escape. He pushed himself, finally managing to climb out of the cave. He was filled with happiness, feeling like he had been reborn. It was almost as if he had faced death itself. Emerging from the dark and tumultuous cave, his body was bathed in the light of the outside world. He realized with overwhelming relief that he had survived. Tears welled up in his eyes, and and he was on the verge of crying uncontrollably. However, when he noticed the Kijin girl looking at him, he composed himself. He told himself to hold back the tears. Crying wouldn't make a good impression. Then, he asked her how she was feeling and if she still felt numb. She nodded in response, apologizing and explaining that when she realized she was saved, she couldn't help but cry. Gratefully, she thanked him for his help, and Sora warmly welcomed her. Receiving gratitude from others had been a long time coming, and it warmed his heart. Sora believed that defeating monsters and protecting people were central to the Phantom Blade style. Though her thanks were small, they meant a lot to him. Now, Sora asked if she had somewhere to go. He offered to take her home if she told him where she lived. Just as she was about to answer, Sora grinned and jokingly mentioned he had a feeling she might hesitate. Sora asked her if she preferred somewhere safe, like a mountain, a tree, or a rock. He assured her he was fine with any of those choices. She replied that the third largest camphor tree on his left would be suitable. Apologizing, she mentioned they all looked similar to her. She identified them as Giara Oaks. Curious, Sora asked for more information. She said she would explain once they were off this cliff. Then Sora cautioned her to be careful and not to bite her tongue. He also apologized in advance for any sudden movements. Moving swiftly now, he dashed down the cliff. Once on the ground, he ran at high speed, then leaped into the air and began flying by spreading his wings. The Kijin girl watched in awe and surprise at this spectacle. As Sora soared through the air, she couldn't help but feel joyous witnessing the beauty of nature from above. After a while, Sora landed in the area where the Kijin girl wanted to go. She climbed down from Sora's shoulder and glanced around. Sora also surveyed the surroundings and realized they had arrived at Giara Oaks. Observing the area, he noted that there weren't any distinct landmarks, but he was intrigued by the detoxifying properties of the berries growing there. Despite his many years as an adventurer specializing in medicinal herbs, he had never encountered these berries before. Sora wondered if these berries were a secret passed down by the demon race. Curious, he picked some berries and took a bite, only to grimace at their intensely sour taste. He remarked on how strong the sourness was. The Kijin girl also ate the berries, and soon after, her numbness disappeared, and she began to run around joyfully. Delighted, she expressed her happiness at being restored. Sora enthusiastically told her that the berries seemed like magic, marveling at how they worked wonders. She replied that it was truly amazing. Suddenly, Sora caught a whiff of something valuable nearby. He abruptly started running towards it, but she stopped him and approached to express her gratitude. He responded that she didn't need to thank him, mentioning that it had been a while since he last helped someone. He expressed his happiness at fulfilling what adventurers were meant to do. Pondering, he wondered if demons were accustomed to showing gratitude, considering their reputation for strength over humans. Right now, she just looked like an ordinary girl, especially since he was not the same person he was yesterday. Now that he had mastered the core, even demons seemed like babies to him. Sora told her it was about time for him to leave the forest and asked her to take care of herself from now on. As he was ready to go, the Kijin girl stopped him again. She mentioned that she hadn't had a chance to properly thank him for everything. In a happy mood, Sora commented that it was okay, and she didn't need to thank him because he got something worth more than 10,000 gold coins. She then politely told him her name, Suzum. When he heard it, he asked again to confirm, and she nodded. She then asked for his name. He replied that his name was Sora. After their introduction, Sora bid her farewell and left. He ran along the river, feeling light and free. As he ran, Sora remembered that Suzum had warned him that downstream lay human territory, which should never be approached. She had mentioned that near the city of Ishka flowed a great river called Kale. The upstream area of the river led to the Taitais forest. This was most likely the river he was following at the moment. He wondered if this was one of the main water sources for Kale. As he walked deeper into the forest, he realized he had never ventured this far before. The signs were clear. This forest was teeming with magical beasts, but they were not attacking. With a confused face, he wondered if they could sense it with their wild instincts, or if they were being affected by the presence inside him. Regardless, it was clear that in this forest, he was the strongest. However, endlessly walking through the forest felt quite lonely. As the sun began to set, he found himself missing human settlements. Suddenly, he heard a human voice. He was surprised and commented that this was still a pretty dangerous area. He started running towards the voices. When he reached them, he saw a group of men. He hid and observed them. They were urging each other to stay alert and be vigilant. He took a closer look and realized their equipment marked them as soldiers from the Canaria Kingdom. They were discussing the threat of the Lord of Flies, saying that if it were allowed to breed, not only Ishka but the entire Canaria Kingdom would be in danger. They emphasized that they must defeat the monster before it could breed. Sora listened intently to their conversation. He hid behind a tree. Even from a distance, he could see that these soldiers had a level of discipline and skill that far surpassed that of regular adventurers. They were as skilled as Lars and his men. He wondered how the kingdom's regular army had learned about the existence of the Lord of Flies. But he realized that wasn't important right now. He thought about how Lars and his men, who had used him as bait to escape the guild, must have requested help from the country after receiving information from the Falcon Sword. Then, suddenly, he saw Lars, Luna Maria, Miroslav, and Ilya among the soldiers. He realized that they needed someone to lead the way. From the Falcon Sword's perspective, it was an honor to be the only team to survive an attack by the Lord of Flies. Lars called his companions, referring to them as fellow adventurers, and mentioned that they might have lost someone they used to know, but they had to do everything they could to help the people. Ilya, in a worried tone, reminded Lars that he was still poisoned. Observing this, Sora thought that Lars had already recovered from the poison, as expected. He was glad Lars and the others were okay. Suddenly, he felt a surge of anger and muttered that he was truly glad, even if they would have died by the roadside. He added that he would have taken his anger out on them, leaving nothing behind. Sora wondered if they had joined the subjugation force out of a sense of duty or to avenge him. He also thought about what they would say when they saw his supposed corpse in the Lord of Flies' den. He looked at Luna Maria and commented that she had abandoned him, then turned his gaze to Miroslav, remarking on how she had dared to take his arm. Full of anger, he felt an urge to activate his core and cut them all into shreds. But then he thought he couldn't kill them just yet. He wanted to enjoy this slowly and steadily, until their bodies were completely destroyed. He wanted to make them taste despair, feel nothing but pain and humiliation, and experience the frustration of having their bodies irreparably damaged. The signs pointed to an inevitable death. The dragon inside him assured him that he was right and urged him to devour them all. It even took its form. However, Sora rejected its offer. He told the dragon that attacking them now would make enemies of the Canaria Kingdom's regular army. Then, he would be the criminal. He said they deserved a more thorough living hell. It was a wise decision. He vowed to humiliate and ruin them. Everything they had built, their reputation, everything was about to be destroyed. Only then would they be devoured. Emerging from behind the tree, Sora called out to them loudly, requesting their help. Luna Maria and the others were shocked and surprised to see him. Luna Maria was particularly stunned. Sora chuckled slightly and credited his escape from the Lord of Flies to divine intervention. Despite appearing normal and cheerful, in reality, his revenge had just begun. After some time, they returned to the city of Ishka in the Canaria Kingdom. Sora explained that the city of Ishka served as a bulwark, protecting the kingdom of Canaria from many threats, including those from the great forest of Taitais. To obtain the many precious resources produced by that threat, Ishka became the gateway to overland trade. In such a city, with adventurers supporting major industries, it was only natural that the Adventurers Guild, which united them, held great power. Sora mentioned that they were sitting at the pinnacle of the city's hierarchy, in a special room used by the most important people in the guild for their meetings. Sora was angry, realizing that if he had been the same man he was just the other day, he would have been shivering and trembling ever since he was shown in. He knew he had changed. As the meeting started, the receptionist asked Sora about his accusation that the Falcon Sword had intentionally attacked him. He had no intention of withdrawing his claim. Sora angrily replied that this was what he had been saying all along and ordered her not to make him repeat himself. She acknowledged that it was true but pointed out discrepancies in both parties' testimonies. she needed to verify this. Suddenly, Lars called Sora politely. Angry, Sora asked him what the problem was. Lars calmly asked if Miroslav had really cast a spell on him. Sora believed Lars had valid reasons to be suspicious. Earlier, Lars had been attacked by a giant fly whose venom paralyzed him. It made it hard for him to keep track of what each of his companions was doing. So, Sora calmly instructed Lars to first ask Miroslav about it. Lars responded that Miroslav had confessed to using magic, but claimed it was unintentional and not meant to harm him. He continued, suggesting that the attack on the Lord of Flies might have been a stroke of bad luck, accidentally hitting him instead. Lars politely inquired if he was being truthful. Upon hearing this, Sora burst into laughter, confirming that it was indeed just bad luck on Lars's part. However, Sora's mood abruptly shifted to anger as he sarcastically remarked that Lars, as the leader of the C-rank Falcon Sword Party, had come up with an excellent excuse. Actually, Sora realized that Lars was attempting to defend Miroslav. Lars and Miroslav were taken aback by this revelation. Sora, with a sharp mind, posed a single question to the self-proclaimed leader. He pointed out that when Lars had been attacked by the Lord of Flies, he had been running towards Sora's direction. Therefore, from Miroslav's perspective, the monster was behind him. Sora questioned how such straightforward positioning could lead to a misdirection of magic. He questioned whether the magic, originally aimed backwards, accidentally flew forwards instead. Sora loudly demanded an explanation for such a claim. He added that even a child who had just learned magic wouldn't make such a mistake. Upon hearing this, everyone was shocked and unnerved by Sora's statement. Suddenly, the receptionist girl intervened upon hearing Sora's raised voice, reminding them that this wasn't the appropriate place to criticize each other. Instead, it was a place to reconcile their differences and verify each other's claims, if possible. She asked him to avoid using intentionally hurtful language towards others. Sora retorted that her request was rude, his anger evident as he spoke sternly with her. He remarked that he hadn't realized it was such an esteemed place. In his frustration, he argued that surely a place meant to protect the guild's most esteemed adventurers should also consider ways to dismiss accusations against them. The receptionist girl responded with sadness, asking if he meant to insult their guild. Sora insisted that if she didn't agree, she needed to decide quickly on how to punish them. He pointed out that she hadn't mentioned any punishment for Falcon Sword, yet all she focused on was asking him to drop the case or to watch his tone. Feeling ashamed, the receptionist girl bowed her head. Seeing her reaction, Sora felt a sense of relief and satisfaction. He found it satisfying to witness her remorse because just the other day, this same receptionist had expelled him from the Adventurers Guild. Now it was Sora's turn to argue with the receptionist. However, Miroslav suddenly spoke up in a polite yet sorrowful manner. She questioned what exactly Sora wanted them to do, mentioning that punishment was all he seemed to talk about. She asked if he would be satisfied if they all bowed their heads to the floor. Miroslav tried to show kindness, but Sora interrupted, loudly questioning how she could act so defiantly after putting someone else's life in danger. He declared that he didn't care if they had to appeal to the holy temple of the God of Law. He angrily accused one of their priests of colluding with her friends and using another person as bait to save her own life. Then, a realization dawned on him, and he calmly suggested that this was what he should do. He knew that some priests in the holy temple of the God of Law could use a miracle called Sense Life, which would prove he was telling the truth. He expressed satisfaction, stating it was a good idea and insisted they should proceed with it. He remarked that it was far better than wasting time sitting around here asking and answering pointless questions. Upon hearing his statement, they were shocked and concerned, particularly Ilya, who felt uneasy knowing that going to the temple would expose the truth. Ilya attempted to speak, but remained silent. With a piercing gaze, Sora addressed Ilya as Warrior Priest Dano, and inquired about the possibility of requesting a miracle from the priests. Before the conversation could continue, Miroslav swiftly interrupted, ordering them to halt. She confessed that she was the one who had cast the magic on him. She added that the others had nothing to do with the incident. However, Sora countered with another statement, accusing the others of failing to help the victim who had been unjustly attacked by their companions. He pointed out that instead of assisting, they had taken advantage of the situation and fled. Sora demanded to know how she dared to claim they were innocent, calling it absurd and referring to them as accomplices to murder. He questioned if they would deny their involvement in the incident where she had attacked him, amidst their ongoing discussions. He continued, suggesting that perhaps their plan had been to divert the Lord of Flies' attention towards the civilians. Sora then loudly asserted that it was evident Lars, Miroslav, and Ilya, representing a magician, an elf, and a priest, had collaborated to use some form of deceptive magic. Upon hearing this, they all became anxious. Suddenly, Miroslav spoke up again, arguing that adventurers were sometimes justified in resorting to necessary measures when facing a powerful monster. She added that they couldn't afford to let two parties suffer for one mistake. Angered, she spoke without fully considering her words, inadvertently narrating a past incident. She described a sailor from a ship that sank in a storm, desperately clinging to a plank to avoid drowning in the sea. He was relieved to have found the plank and clung to it for safety. Another sailor approached, asking to share the plank. However, the plank was too small to support both of them. If they both held onto it, they would both sink. The man who had grabbed the plank first had no choice but to reject the second sailor's request. As a result, the second sailor drowned. Later, the surviving sailor admitted to the incident. He faced a murder accusation but was acquitted during the trial. Now, suddenly, Sora turned to Lars and asked if he had heard what Miroslav said. Lars began sweating nervously. Sora explained that the story Miroslav mentioned was merely an example. However, Sora pointed out that when Miroslav used the term necessity, it suggested that she had deliberately attacked him. Sora asked if this was what it felt like to be rendered speechless. Lars looked at Miroslav with a somber expression. Feeling remorseful, Miroslav apologized to him, explaining that she had acted out of desperation to save him. Tears welled up in her eyes as she admitted that she felt compelled to do something, and casting the magic was the only option she could think of at the time. Moved by her words, Lars stood up from his chair and approached her. He reassured her, saying that he knew she was not the type of person who enjoyed hurting others. He added that he had pushed Miroslav to that point, acknowledging that it was his own fault for not being good enough. Embracing her tenderly, he expressed that he would share the responsibility and punishment with her. Miroslav cried as she apologized once more to him for everything. Turning to Sora, Lars explained that he had heard Miroslav wasn't solely to blame for what happened. He also bore responsibility. Sora retorted, asking if this meant the great leader was willing to accept responsibility too. Lars replied affirmatively, assuring Sora that he was willing to comply with whatever was necessary, even if it meant bowing his head in apology. Sora questioned if Lars wouldn't take action unless explicitly instructed to do so. Giving Lars a sharp look, Sora expressed frustration that Lars seemed oblivious to the seriousness of their situation. He stated that ultimately, the decision rested with Sora, and Lars would follow his lead and do whatever was asked of him. Suddenly, Sora became enraged and commanded Lars to step aside and let him kill Miroslav, declaring it would settle the matter. He demanded they hand Miroslav over to him so he could inflict severe punishment and ultimately kill her, making her experience hell. Everyone present was shocked by Sora's sudden transformation. Even Luna Maria began sweating nervously. Lars also became angry and warned Sora not to provoke him. He threatened that if Sora proceeded with his plan, there would be serious consequences. Sora loudly questioned if Lars was upset about it, pointing out that Lars had just said he would comply with anything. Lars explained that there were limits to what he could accept and asked why Miroslav needed to be killed. Sora responded, stating it was because she had attempted to kill him. Lars countered by noting that he was still alive and had been completely saved so Miroslav didn't have to die. Sora remarked calmly as he settled back into his chair. He criticized himself, calling himself foolish. He argued that just because he had survived didn't mean he should let a potential killer go free. Sora acknowledged that his survival had been due to his own strength and luck. He questioned why they should allow the person responsible for attempting to kill him to evade accountability, especially since the others had no involvement in the incident in the first place. When Lars heard that, he instructed Sora not to label Miroslav as a murderer. He stated firmly that he was alive, so Miroslav hadn't killed anyone. Ignoring Lars's interruption, Sora continued, giving an example. He said, for instance, if one day he decided to stab Lars in the back and pierce his heart, Lars was taken aback and asked what Sora was talking about. Sora insisted that Lars listen and explained that if he had indeed been stabbed through the heart, he would have died. However, if a priest capable of using the miracle of resurrection had passed by and healed him, he would have been saved. He stated that even though he was saved, his actions would still be questioned. Sora asked if Lars would consider him a murderer if he stabbed him in the same manner. He then pointed out that since Lars was not dead, would he still refrain from calling him a murderer? Sora pressed Lars for his response, curious about how he would react to this scenario. Lars was completely
Copus
surprised by
Preambit
Sora's
says,
argument.
visit
Sora told him that
Anthonyxgate
he
at
would find
SKO5
such
page
reasoning
at
unreasonable
link.
himself, and asked if Lars now understood his point. Suddenly, Ilya stood up and addressed Lars, telling him that Sora's argument was sophistry and warning him not to be deceived. She clarified that in the current situation, Miroslav's magic hadn't pierced his heart but had instead passed through his arms. Ilya acknowledged that this was still a wrongdoing, but questioned whether it justified taking a life. Lars agreed with her assessment. Ilya continued, stating that people who use such allegories often twist their stories to fit their arguments better, just like Sora had done. Sora thought that if Ilya wanted to argue, she should go ahead, but it seemed like she had been waiting to speak her mind for a while. He felt like he was being interrogated by his former C-rank party members. Turning to Ilya, Sora asked if she understood that what they did was far more cruel than simply killing him. He added that as members of a C-rank party, they should have been aware of the Lord of Flies ecology. Confused, Lars asked Sora what he meant by this. Sora then questioned Lars if he truly didn't know about it. He joked that it seemed he still wasn't good at studying. Chuckling, he instructed Ilya to explain as she usually did, in a polite and understandable manner. Ilya hesitated nervously and began muttering. Suddenly, Lars demanded loudly to know what Sora was referring to. Startled by his tone, Ilya responded that it was about the Lord of Flies. She explained that the creature injects its prey with paralyzing venom and takes them to its nest. There, the victim is fed to the larvae while still conscious and able to move. Then Lars grasped the situation and questioned if this meant Sora was caught by the Lord of Flies. Sora confirmed it was true and recounted how he had managed to escape. He chuckled loudly, expressing that he wanted Lars to comprehend the despair he had felt, even if just a little bit. He urged Ilya to provide more details to Lars. He asked her to explain which was more cruel, killing someone instantly or feeding them to insects. Tears welled up in Ilya's eyes, and Lars looked ashamed. Sora chuckled at the situation and remarked that if it was too difficult for Ilya, she didn't have to continue. Comparing her to a priest of law, he urged her to judge impartially instead of staying silent about murder. He taunted them, sarcastically noting how good of friends they seemed to be. Lars intervened loudly, commanding Sora to stop. He warned Sora that further insults toward his friends would not be forgiven. With a lighthearted and amused tone, Sora joked about Lars, mentioning how the leader was now being the angry one. Then Sora reiterated his belief that it wasn't a coincidence that his party, attacked by the Lord of Flies, sought refuge with him. Lars, increasingly puzzled, asked what Sora meant by this. Sora responded that Ilya was already aware of the situation, and naturally, Miroslav, being a magician, understood it too. He explained that there was a slim chance of victory if they fought the creature. However, even in defeat, there was a chance someone could be left alive to be fed to the maggots. Sora emphasized that Lars, who had been paralyzed by the venom, was the one most at risk during the attack. The three individuals who deeply cared for their leader wondered if there was any way they could assist him. Sora recalled that Miroslav had encountered him just before he entered the forest. With a sharp glance, he suggested it wasn't a coincidence that they had intentionally sought him out where he was trapped. Abruptly changing tack, he claimed they had been searching for him. Miroslav interrupted him, vehemently denying the accusation and demanding to know how he dared to spread such falsehoods. Sora noticed that she was starting to argue back. He turned to Miroslav and questioned why she specialized in fire magic but used wind magic instead. He explained that fire magic was more effective against insect-type monsters because it was very powerful and could kill them easily. Sora stated that Miroslav understood the habits of the Lord of Flies. Monsters were only attracted to living beings. To avoid accidentally killing his decoy, she used wind magic to limit her power. He asked her if his understanding was correct. He urged Miroslav to explain, suggesting she might say something like she intended to use him as bait for the monster. Lars interjected, calling it nonsense. Politely, Sora pointed out that to the members of Falcon Sword, he had been considered a parasite, a stain from the past. He noted that Miroslav had harbored a deep dislike for him more than anyone else. Sora mentioned how she had gone to great lengths to tarnish his reputation, isolate him, and force him out. Despite everything, he emphasized that he never left the town of Ishka, even after being expelled from the guild. He remarked that staying on after such an expulsion was quite troublesome. He asked Miroslav how she had felt when she used him as a decoy to escape from the Lord of Flies. Sora claimed to understand that she saw it as a perfect opportunity. Lars was saved, the obstacle was removed, and if accused of a crime, she could argue that the deceased couldn't speak due to the emergency. He expressed irritation, finding it shocking that after using the monster attack as cover, she had planned his murder. Lars intervened again, demanding Sora to stop joking around. He reminded Sora that they had once been comrades, questioning how he could make such accusations. Then Sora recalled the words spoken to him when they had all met in Taitai's forest. Sora had nothing to do with them anymore anyways. Upon hearing this, even the receptionist girl began pondering, and Lars turned to Miroslav. Miroslav spoke anxiously, denying the accusation and pleading with him to believe her. She politely stated that she did indeed attack Sora, but it was a momentary action. She emphasized that she never intended to kill him. Sora considered that while Miroslav's statement might be true, he still found it disagreeable. He remarked to Miroslav that it was expected for her to defend herself in front of the man she liked. No woman would admit to wanting to simply get rid of a nuisance. In anger, Miroslav ordered him to shut up, calling his words rude nonsense. She questioned whether he really believed he could deceive everyone. She revealed that she was the daughter of the Southern Chamber of Commerce and declared that she now considered him an enemy. She was furious, but tears welled up in her eyes. Sora addressed her by name and stated firmly that he had no intention of changing his opinion, so he intended to consult with the Adventurers Guild. Upon hearing this, the receptionist asked if he was making a proposal. Sora confirmed that he was. He smiled and suggested that they should summon a priest who could use lie detection magic. He explained that this way, they could uncover the truth about whether or not the woman had been telling the truth. He assured her that if his suspicions proved to be unfounded, he would withdraw all charges. Sora believed he understood Miroslav's true intentions. Either she saw him as an obstacle she wanted gone, or she used him as a decoy to aid Lars. He felt convinced that lie detection would reveal the truth, no matter how hard she tried to proclaim her innocence. Upon hearing this, tears welled up even more in Miroslav's eyes. The receptionist girl was taken aback by this and explained that a miracle like lie detection required a certain amount of donations. Initially, she stated it would cost 10 silver coins, but then she revised her statement, saying it would actually be around 20 silver coins. She inquired if Sora could afford it. Sora simply asked her if it wasn't the guild's responsibility to cover expenses in such situations. She clarified that this time it was his suggestion. Sora thought that as members of an adventurer's guild, they would surely want to prevent the conviction of the Falcon Sword. Moreover, the receptionist girl didn't have a favorable opinion of Sora. He told her that if everyone had heard his explanation, there would be no need for a miracle. She responded that they already understood the situation, but his belief that those actions were driven by malice seemed influenced by past events. He insisted that this was exactly why they needed lie detection, to clarify everything definitively. If he was lying, it would be exposed immediately. She explained that's why she was telling him if he wanted lie detection, he would have to pay the necessary amount for it. Afterward, he relaxed, pulling his legs up and casually referred to Miroslav as the daughter of the Southern Chamber of Commerce. He acknowledged he wasn't the leader of Falcon Sword, but saw it as a good opportunity to prove his innocence, questioning why she didn't pay the fee. Suddenly, Lars intervened, stating they were no longer needed as he trusted Miroslav. Upon hearing this, Miroslav expressed her gratitude, mentioning that it meant a lot to her that Lars still believed in her. Sora felt they were making assumptions about his finances, which he found frustrating. Then Sora made a sad face and remarked that if that was the situation, then it couldn't be helped. The receptionist girl felt relieved, thinking he had no money, and asked if the proposal would be withdrawn. Suddenly, Sora produced some gold coins and placed them on the table. With an air of confidence, he stated that if that was the case, he would pay it himself. After doing so, he began to laugh and dance in his chair, teasing them about why they hadn't realized he had money. He instructed her to quickly summon the priest. The receptionist girl agreed but questioned him about where he obtained the money. Sora asked if he needed to answer that question. She insisted that with such a large amount of gold coins, they needed to know the source. He thought to himself that he had acquired the coins from the Lord of Flies' nest. Sora loudly asked her if she was insinuating that he obtained it through criminal means. He remarked that she probably assumed they couldn't afford to pay someone who had been expelled from the guild. He scolded her, saying it was shameful, and ordered her to quickly summon the priest. Moving closer, he gave her a stern look and asked how long she intended to sit there, reminding her she wasn't at her receptionist desk. The receptionist girl started sweating and complied with his demand. He sarcastically thanked her for kicking him out the other day, noting that it led to him acquiring all these gold coins. He instructed her to pick them up and hurry with the task. She was terrified, feeling that this person was not normal anymore.
Yep.
Sensing something
Done.
ominous,
See you guys.
she braced herself. Suddenly, Sora was standing there when another man opened the door to the room and entered. The door swung open abruptly, hitting Sora hard and causing him to fall to the ground. The man reprimanded Sora, telling him not to bully their staff. He asked if Sora was the one who had returned from the King of Flies' nest. When Sora saw the man, he calmly sat back in his chair. In his mind, he recognized the man as Aelgart Quiss, a level 35 adventurer. Aelgart was the only person in the city of Ishka at that level and one of the 5 first-class adventurers in the entire Canaria Kingdom. Aelgart approached the receptionist girl. She was happy and surprised to see him and politely addressed him as the guild master, asking if he wasn't on his way home. Aelgart addressed the receptionist by her name, Liddell Kuin, and explained that the meeting ended earlier than expected, so he came back early. He apologized, noting it seemed she had some trouble while he was away. Liddell politely replied that it was nothing. Aelgart then turned to Sora with an attitude, saying he had heard the general gist of what happened and caught some of Sora's words from outside the door. Sora remained silent. Aelgart sat down on a chair with Liddell standing behind him. Aelgart said he would take full responsibility for the situation and handle it from now on. Liddell thanked him. He then addressed Sora, noting that they hadn't formally introduced themselves yet, but he was sure they wanted to get on with it as soon as possible. Sora agreed, saying that would be great. Sora noticed that the atmosphere had changed because of Aelgart's presence. Aelgart's power reminded Sora of his family's bosses, and he thought of Aelgart as the de facto ruler of Ishka. Aelgart, the head of the guild with many adventurers, was powerful and charismatic. He had slicked back silver hair and a faint musk in the air, giving off the aura of an elegant, old-fashioned man. Now that Sora was at a higher level, he realized that Aelgart was as strong as the Lord of Flies, or maybe even stronger. Aelgart told Sora that he had dismissed the request for lie detection using his authority as Guildmaster. When he said this, Lars and his companions felt relieved. Sora then asked Aelgart if he wanted him to accept the decision without question. Aelgart replied that he didn't mean that. He acknowledged that Falconsword was to blame for the incident and said he would impose appropriate penalties. He added that this included compensation for the victims, but it wouldn't be as severe as taking someone's life. He mentioned that the guild needed people with a bright future and couldn't afford to lose them over this. Aelgart commented that he was sure there would be some dissatisfaction on both sides, but he asked Sora to understand and show some leniency. He then turned to Lars and asked, as the leader of Falconsword, what he thought about it. Lars replied that he would abide by the Guildmaster's decision, but if Sora made unreasonable demands, it would be a different story. For example, if Sora asked for Miroslav's life, or to cut off her arm or pull her eyes out, Lars said he would fight to the bitter end to protect his companions. Aelgart responded that it was understandable. He then turned to Sora once more and acknowledged that since Sora was no longer a guild member, there was no obligation for him to heed Aelgart's words. However, Aelgart found it unacceptable that Miroslav had cast a spell on Sora. He considered that if she was being pursued by the Lord of Flies, there might be mitigating circumstances. Sora mentioned that Falconsword had already taken action against Miroslav, and he wanted to know what further penalties Aelgart deemed appropriate. He pointed out that now that Aelgart had just stated he was no longer a guild member and effectively dismissed, he was left as a helpless civilian. He noted that, considering the desperate circumstances of these individuals fearing for their lives, they resorted to attacking civilians and using them as decoys. He asked whether this information would become public knowledge. Aelgart responded negatively, stating that he could not allow it. He emphasized that the resulting notoriety wouldn't just affect Falconsword, but all adventurers. Considering the role adventurers played in Ishka, they had to avoid any actions that could cause discord between adventurers and the residents. Sora thought Aelgart's decision made sense. Aelgart informed him that as part of their punishment, Falconsword would undertake a mandatory quest. 1 month of demon extermination in Tai's forest, with all rewards going to Sora. He mentioned hearing that Sora wished to open an herb store, suggesting this quest would provide funding. Aelgart added that reducing the monster population would make it easier for Sora to gather medicinal herbs and obtain the forbidden items he had been secretly trading. Upon hearing Aelgart's proposal, Sora believed that as guild master, Aelgart had a thorough understanding of the town. He happily envisioned his herb shop becoming a reality, imagining shelves filled with various medicinal herbs emitting a pleasant scent and regular customers visiting for medical tea. However, he quickly refocused on the current discussion. He asked Aelgart if their agreement to keep the incident private and confidential was the main point. Aelgart replied that their agreement was not the end of the matter, indicating there was more to discuss. Aelgart produced a badge and handed it to Sora, explaining that it was now his badge as a member of the Ishka Adventurer Guild. He welcomed Sora as a 9th-class adventurer and mentioned that the guild dues would be waived for 3 years. He asked Sora for his thoughts on the matter. Sora recognized it as a silver guild identification card, something he had wanted badly. However, he picked it up and tossed it to the floor. Aelgart asked if this was Sora's way of declining their proposal. Sora replied that while he had desired the badge, he no longer wanted it. He pointed out that Aelgart had spoken proudly about everything but ultimately rejected all of his requests. Sora emphasized that his aim was simply to ensure Falconsword's survival, and he felt there was no fairness in Aelgart's decision. He bluntly suggested that Aelgart should bring in a law priest and use lie detection to settle the matter once and for all. Aelgart reiterated his earlier dismissal of the idea, stating he had already made his position clear. Sora acknowledged Aelgart's authority as guild master, but reminded him that he had also stated he didn't care about it. He mentioned that initially, it was the staff who suggested Miroslav needed money to file a request, and he provided that funding. At that moment, the guild master appeared and rejected the request. Sora made it clear he was not satisfied and insisted on calling in a law priest for lie detection as requested. He angrily demanded that Miroslav admit or deny attempting to kill him with a monster, ordering her to respond with a simple yes or no. Aelgart intervened, advising against continuing in this manner. He stated that adventurers from Ishka prided themselves on setting an example for all guilds, so none of them would engage in such behavior. He loudly accused him of having paranoid delusions and being unable to help. He also apologized for his outburst. He cautioned him that if he continued speaking nonsense, they would have to take action. Sora chuckled nervously, joking that he was quite frightened by it. He told Aelgart that perhaps Aelgart should leave before taking any action himself. He acknowledged that speaking to the guild was futile, but it was a lesson he had learned. When Sora stood up from his chair, Aelgart instructed him to stop and reminded him that they were not finished talking. Sora responded that even if Aelgart wasn't listening to him, he should at least listen to himself. He remarked that Aelgart was being overly selfish. As Sora headed towards the door, the receptionist girl Liddell suddenly stood in his way. She had a serious expression as she informed him that the master had asked him to wait and requested that he return to his seat. Sora ordered her to move out of his way or face consequences. Hearing this, Liddell became visibly upset and pointed out that she had listened calmly to him earlier, but there was a limit to his rudeness. She warned him that as a resident of Ishka, he should understand how much the master had dedicated himself to the city. She reminded Sora that he had been a guild member benefiting from the guild for 5 years.
Don't care.
Sora retorted loudly, questioning if covering up a murderer's crime was justified if she claimed to be acting in Ishka's best interest. Liddell felt ashamed after his accusation. Aelgart intervened, ordering her to stop intervening. He reiterated to Sora that if he refused mediation, it was acceptable, and he understood Sora felt the same way. Aelgart mentioned that he was about to discard all the terms and conditions he had proposed. Sora replied that he didn't care about the terms and disrespect towards Aelgart. Aelgart warned him clearly that any actions against the guild or its members would result in serious consequences. Sora laughed and asked if Aelgart was going to take action, offering him the freedom to do whatever he pleased. Suddenly, Lars spoke up, expressing disbelief at the situation. Sora angrily ordered him to be silent. He sarcastically remarked that it must be a relief for Lars that Falcon Sword's transgressions had gone unnoticed, and the guild owed them a debt. Turning to Liddell with a furious expression, Sora glared at her, grasped her by the neck, and demanded that she step aside. After leaving the guild room, Sora walked outside, his mind boiling with anger. He thought bitterly that Falcon Sword had attempted to kill him, and now both the Adventurers Guild that covered it up and Falcon Sword had become his enemies. He was surprised to discover such intense emotions stirring inside him. Speaking to the dragon within him, he acknowledged a sense of liberation in expressing his feelings, though he still found it unreasonable to claim that he and the dragon were unrelated. Now walking through the town, Sora felt a sense of melancholy about the past. He noted how the cobblestones, heated by the midday sun, retained warmth throughout the day, despite the approaching sunset. He reflected on how the indecisiveness of the cobblestones seemed to mirror his own uncertain heart. Sora thought the guild meeting had concluded just as he had anticipated. From the beginning, Sora knew his case wouldn't succeed. If only those individuals had confessed to their wrongdoing. He couldn't help feeling shocked at the time, but now he harbored a faint feeling of lingering regret, questioning if it was hope for that slim chance. He reminisced about his time in Lars' party, recalling how Lars always looked out for him. Thinking back, Sora remembered when Lars reassured him that everyone makes mistakes and advised him to eat well for strength. Despite feeling sorrowful about his past, he felt grateful in his heart towards Lars for always being calm and supportive. He reflected on how, 5 years ago, he had been alone, and Lars had invited him to join his party. Sora thanked Lars once more for that gesture, expressing how happy it had made him and how it had saved him at that time. He reflected on the days of adventuring, where successes and failures were shared among comrades on the same level. Those times were filled with a sense of fulfillment unlike anything he had experienced back in Onigashima. Sadly, he thought that if only those individuals had admitted their mistakes back then, he could have forgiven them and moved on this time. He expressed gratitude towards them, but suddenly anger overtook him as he realized the consequences of their actions now. They were now nothing but enemies to him. He angrily remarked that Lars, his comrades, and the guild were protecting Miroslav, who had attempted to kill him, even covering up the murder attempt. They had even threatened him with consequences. Sora declared that these individuals were already his enemies. Filled with rage, he vowed to exact revenge, wanting them to experience the pain he endured in the Lord of Flies' den. However, he soon calmed down and thought about his next steps calmly, focusing on how he could best achieve his revenge. He considered whether he could punish everyone involved in the case directly by force. With his increased mastery of his core and higher level, Sora had definitely grown stronger, strong enough to defeat the Lord of Flies and obtain the Soul Eater. However, he faced a significant obstacle in Guild Master Aelgart Quiss. As a first-class adventurer, Aelgart was a formidable adversary for Sora, reminiscent of the dangerous individuals he had encountered back in Onigashima. He felt the intimidating aura emanating from Aelgart, a sign of his strength. Sora imagined a scenario where he fought against Aelgart, envisioning Aelgart cutting him down. However, he quickly realized that these thoughts were not helpful. He couldn't picture himself victorious in these scenarios. Aelgart wasn't his only concern. Lars and the other members of Falconsword were also formidable. Over the years, while Sora focused on collecting medical herbs, they had undertaken numerous quests and grown significantly stronger. Lars' level was likely between 15 to 20, similar to Ilya, Miroslav, and slightly higher for Luna Maria. Sora acknowledged that he was not as skilled as Falconsword at this level. Despite their flaws, they still functioned as a C-rank party and could amplify their strength through teamwork. It dawned on him that dividing and confronting them individually could be a strategic advantage. He mused happily that Tai's Forest would be ideal for this plan, since the guild monitoring system couldn't observe activities there. He was actually considering the Lord of Flies' den, a cave, as his plan unfolded. His first step was to capture Miroslav and immobilize her in that nest. Once done, he planned to disclose the nest location to Lars, effectively luring him into an ambush. Sora intended to skillfully eliminate them one by one. He believed Miroslav should be the primary target since she was a murderer, needing no further justification. His ultimate goal was to pile the corpses of Lars' comrades before his eyes. He eagerly anticipated the sight of their despairing faces and imagined Miroslav's potential reaction, fearing defilement and possibly opting for suicide. Sora was indifferent to her choice in that regard. Feeling that everything was settled, he focused on preparing for the next steps. His priority was making the area habitable, ensuring there was enough food, water, and blankets to ward off the cold. He mentioned that he hadn't been on an adventure or any overnight trips since his time with Lars and the others. Thinking about it brought back a sense of excitement for Sora. As he planned for living supplies in the area, he considered various items, including torture devices. Thanks to the money he had from the victims' remains collected by the Lord of Flies, he had plenty to spare. Suddenly, he remembered the scene when he displayed gold coins in front of them and placed them on the table. He sat down in frustration, realizing he needed to return to the guild. Sweating nervously, he considered how they would react when they saw him again. Imagining their faces, he held his head in despair. In frustration, he exclaimed loudly that by openly declaring his hostility towards them, he had put himself in a position to be looked down upon. He felt distraught and pulled at his hair, unsure of what to do next. As he talked to himself, suddenly Luna Maria appeared. Sora was surprised to see her, and he could see she was also feeling sad. A little while ago, when Sora said goodbye to everyone in the meeting room, they began talking among themselves, clearly angry with him. Suddenly, something unusual happened to Luna Maria's body. She started to feel heat, but soon after, it stopped. Ilya noticed and approached her, asking if it was some kind of activation and if she had calmed down. Lars also came over, looking puzzled, and asked her what had happened. Then Luna Maria began to explain that the man who appeared on Earth bore a striking resemblance to Sora, and she was certain she knew him well. She noted that his real name meant Sky, and she had heard both positive and negative things about him in town. Recalling their adventures together with the party, she emphasized how they always prepared together. The pressing question remained: who was this person? As an elf spirit user, she claimed her eyes couldn't be deceived. Luna Maria described sensing a profound darkness within him and noted he had a strange shadow that even spirits couldn't approach. She described the presence as filled with overwhelming despair, akin to a dragon. Recounting her last encounter with him in the Tai's Forest, Luna Maria mentioned not noticing such a shadow. She expressed confusion about the events in the Lord of Flies' den, questioning if the person they encountered was truly Sora. She speculated that perhaps something malevolent had taken on Sora's appearance and entered the town. Hearing this, Lars asked Aelgart if it wouldn't be fair to consider calling off the entire matter since Sora had refused to reach an agreement. He responded with a firm no, explaining that it wasn't how things worked. Aelgart added that he believed their actions were not justified this time. He emphasized that using magic to harm others and using them as bait for monsters, while not technically murder, was still unethical. He clarified that his decision to protect them stemmed from Sora's actions destabilizing the guild, not as approval of what they had done. Lars acknowledged his perspective, Aelgart then called Liddell over and asked if Sora had mentioned anything about the Lord of Flies during their conversation. She replied that during his argument with Lars, Sora mentioned how he had nearly been devoured by the Lord of Flies larvae. He expressed the despair and fear he had faced at that moment, wishing for them to understand even a fraction of it. Aelgart commented that if Sora's words were true, then there was little doubt he had been taken into the nest. He expressed a wish to know its location. Liddell then informed him that considering the time it took for Sora to contact the Subjugation Corps, the den might be closer to the city than they had assumed. She warned that if left unchecked, the Lord of Flies could potentially attack the city of Ishka. She suggested they should hear more about the situation from Sora. Besides knowing the nest's location, he had survived the paralyzing poison of the Lord of Flies, despite being only level 1. Aelgart wondered how Sora managed to fend off the demonic beasts of the Taitais forest. He admitted he hadn't taken the time to listen to Sora's perspective. Luna Maria privately considered that with Sora now emanating the aura of a dragon, a creature straight out of fantasy, there were
Opus
few
Preambit
monsters in the
says,
forest that would have dared
visit
to attack
Anthenixgate
him.
at
However,
SKO5 page
she
at
knew no one
link.
would believe such a claim without evidence. She hoped for a chance to speak with Sora to clarify things. She had seen the gold coins that Sora had given to Liddell and decided to approach him with those coins. Now, as Luna Maria tried to speak with him, Sora abruptly reminded her that he had already said their farewell was final. Standing near him, she was struck by his imposing presence. Face to face, his overwhelming pressure was evident. Despite her own abilities, she sensed a dragon-like power emanating from him. She handed him the pot containing the gold coins, expressing her intention to return them. Sora accepted the pot from her and asked if she truly wanted to give it back to him. She nodded and explained that she also wanted to apologize for abandoning him in the past. Sora clarified if she meant apologizing for leaving him behind. With a bowed head, Luna Maria confirmed and expressed her apology to him. The others watched silently. Sora reflected that if it had just been the two of them, her apology might have been enough to sway him. However, he thanked her for returning the money and insisted that he didn't need an apology. He admitted feeling uncomfortable about it, stating that there was no point in apologizing when he had pleaded with her not to leave from the beginning. He added that honestly, if he had been in the same position, he might have done the same thing. When she heard that, she thought it seemed like he still retained his humanity. So it wasn't as if Sora was possessed by something evil. But then suddenly, Sora asked her why she hadn't shown the same attitude earlier in the meeting room. Luna Maria thought it was because she had been frightened by him. She had felt so much pressure that she could barely breathe. But then Sora started laughing and mentioned that he knew why she had acted that way, because of Lars and the others. He suggested she didn't want to bow her head in front of them. Then Luna Maria exclaimed loudly that this wasn't the reason. Sora asked her abruptly why she suddenly felt the need to apologize. Luna Maria thought deeply and realized it was because she had feared for her life. She could feel the weight of that fear pressing on her heart, which had driven her to beg for forgiveness and plead for her life and that of her companions. In her heart, she pleaded silently for forgiveness and hoped Sora would grant it. Sora told her he understood, and in this instance, he could forgive her. However, he warned that if her actions were to change, she would only receive a token apology. He suggested she could ease her conscience without damaging her relationship with her party, showing her wisdom. But he made it clear he no longer wished to associate with her. Then Sora stepped forward and remarked that apologizing just to satisfy oneself was pointless. He added that she could do as she pleased, but suggested she take a good look in the mirror and called her a hypocrite. With that, he walked away. Luna Maria felt a sense of finality as she faced Sora's cold, hateful gaze. She imagined his sharp claws, his vengeful fangs, and the blade of his revenge burning brightly. She feared that one day, possibly soon, he would exact his vengeance upon them all now. The fear of Sora gripped Luna Maria's heart. She understood the extent of his power and worried about what had happened to him to transform him into this vengeful person.
Last few questions. Rocks questions you don't want the answers for. You might get them.
in the heart of an unrecognizable frozen city, where all infrastructure has completely collapsed and every mode of transportation is at a standstill, an urgent report comes in. Earth has rapidly entered a new ice age. Braving the intense cold, a courageous correspondent struggles to deliver the news, his microphone freezing more with each passing second. He informs the world that global temperatures will continue to plummet with no end in sight. But he urges the public not to give up hope. Balling his fist, he projected confidence that the government had not forgotten about its citizens in these tough times. That as long as they stand together, the people of this strong nation will overcome this daunting crisis. Just as he was about to spiel more unity propaganda to quell the masses, a whole-ass frozen airplane made a crash landing in the middle of the city, plowing through the reporter and his whole crew. A man watched this final shot of the last news broadcast covered by the remaining TV station in the country. He watched it on a miserably frozen screen. After that plane crash landed on top of the remaining news network team, the TV finally cut into static. No more overcast news coverage of what's happening outside. The room of our protagonist, Han Feng, painted a picture of someone who tried to fight but finally gave up. He did not even bother cleaning up the mess of what little supplies he had left. The area around his entrance is filled with boxes of useless stuff and dwindling provisions. Outside, someone had been knocking quite hard and calling his name in a panic. Finally hearing the incessant calling of his name, Han Feng stood up from his filthy, frozen apartment, took a steel bat modified with some nails, traces of blood still visible on its surface, and walked towards the door. Han Feng was gaunt. He had the combination of the thickest possible winter wear, but it was not enough to stave off the cold. He slowly and carefully peeked at the peephole to see who was on the other side of the door. Who he saw shocked him. It also excited him a little bit. It was a woman he was very familiar with before the Ice Age even kicked in. She also had her thickest winter wear on, but standing outside, exposed to the elements, made her face red and her body shiver uncontrollably. Han Feng opened the door with a slight flush on his face. The woman's name is Hyona, and he has no idea what she is doing outside of his door. Still holding the bat, he urged her to come inside where it was warmer and safer. These days, the outside world has turned into a dangerous, lawless land. Hyona swung the door open wider to enter Han Feng's relatively safer room. The next thing you know, she was already grabbing him by the collar and pushing her lips onto his. Her little bonnet even fell with how fast she moved. Han Feng was surprised, but he did not pull back, and his cheeks got even redder. This deep and passionate kiss went on for way too long, if you ask me. But let our boy get some of that sloppy kiss action in the middle of an abandoned hallway outside his home. When they separated, both Han Feng and Hyona were breathing heavily, their tongues still out, spit still dribbling. The world is ending, and this is what they're doing. Totally understandable. Realizing what just happened, Han Feng pulled back and asked what had gotten into this woman that she would just grab him and kiss him the second he opened the door. Still trying to catch her breath, she confessed that she had a realization that Han Feng was the man that she truly loved all this time. Tears were starting to form in the corner of her expressive eyes while telling him that he was the one she was supposed to be with all along. It takes a crisis to see someone's true colors, to see who really cares for you, who will be there for you, no matter how hard things get. Speaking of hard, Hyona wanted to prove that what she was saying was the truth by taking Han Feng's hands and putting them against her chest to feel how fast her heart beating. She promised that she would be willing to do anything just so they could be together now. Hearing the word anything wiped out any semblance of rationality in our boy's brain. All the red flags turned green. To finally seal the deal, Hyona started pressing her thighs against Han Feng's flagpole while grinding and pulling him closer. He did not stand a chance at all. The world might be encased in ice and supplies might be low, but he was heating up like never before and something was rising in the lower regions. Han Feng looked at Hyona's eyes as she caressed his cheeks tenderly. He confessed that those words she just said meant the world to him. However, the door frame is not the right place for them to continue this. Hyona gently shushed him so he would not say another word. All she wants right now is for Han Feng to close his eyes and feel the moment. Against his logical mind, Han Feng did what she asked. Now that his eyes were closed, he asked what was supposed to happen next. Well, that's when another guy comes in, gripping the door ominously. This mystery guy swung the frozen door wide open, locked onto Han Feng's head, and smashed a blunt weapon with killing intent. Poor Han Feng did not see it coming. His skull was crushed while his eyes were closed. It was a bloody and brutal mess. A cruel sneak attack splattered blood all over the apartment entrance. Hyona and the mystery man entered the apartment. She shivered and stuttered, seemingly shocked that her partner in crime would actually kill Han Feng. The man scoffed and told her to stop playing innocent, for she knew this was the only way this encounter could go. The world went to hell a long time ago. One less mouth to feed is not going to change anything. Enough about dwelling on the brutal attack. It's time to see what this Han Feng chump has been hoarding. If they play their cards right, they might even get enough supplies to survive until rescue comes. The messed up part was that Han Feng did not die immediately. He lay down on the freezing cold ground, trembling in agony, while all the blood that he was not really clear as to what happened. But he could not move. Maybe it has come. Perhaps he was finally dying. He can finally know what it feels like to lose his life. The last thing he saw was the mystery man and that evil witch, Hyona, flirting a few meters away from his limp body. He's been touching her in places he could only dream of as he promises to reward her for her best actress performance that made the whole operation possible. As Han Feng's eyes closed for good, the hatred he felt for that cold-hearted felt unbearably heavy. He swore that if there was a next life, he would never let himself be a lovesick puppy again. In the empty darkness that he was plunged into, Han Feng started seeing little droplets of light. It started from a little speck that started growing into something bigger and more substantial. As it got even brighter, Han Feng started questioning what the hell was happening. He subconsciously extended his arm. His skin was translucent, like it was an entirely different entity. The warm light attracted him after suffering through the endless cold of the real world. May this be the path to heaven, but the golden light suddenly changed its color to red. Now what kind of heaven has this crimson color? After being baited by the golden light and trying to reach out for it, Han Feng, or at least an abstract construct of his body, felt his limbs getting shredded like he was being put through a meat grinder. Nothing goes well for this man. It did not take too long for the crimson light to cover his entire body as he let out a miserable scream of agony. His translucent frame disintegrates piece by piece. The dark nothingness was filled with his scattered essence. And Han Feng was gone. Still feeling the pain of getting ground and deconstructed atom by atom, he woke up in a cold sweat, screaming for his life. The pain was way too real. He was seduced into closing his eyes, bonked in the head for being too horny, died a depressing death, woke up in an empty void, got tricked into being torn from an atomic level, and now he doesn't know where he is. He looked around, and the sun shone bright through his balcony. His soft and comfortable bed was nice and clean. The air felt fresh as it lifted his curtains up. Han Feng was far from the cruel world he had gotten used to. It took him 30 minutes to absorb the wild things that had happened to him over the past few hours. He spent those 30 minutes reveling in the perfect view of the residential area overlooking his apartment. Han Feng could not get over the fact that the sun was shining again. He missed its warmth and its light. He thought that he would never feel this type of comfort and warmth ever again. He just checked the date, and it seems to be that it's the morning of June 28th. As far as he could remember. The Ice Age apocalypse will start on July 15th. He was supposed to die after being ambushed, but he was somehow brought back in time half a month before the end of civilization. In other words, he has been reborn and given the ultimate second chance. Aside from the memories he retained from the previous timeline, there is something different this time. Something strange was happening inside his body, and it might have manifested in his hands. Ever since he woke up, there's been a red glow wrapped around his right hand the whole time. He tried wiping it off, waving it away. But nothing made it disappear. It doesn't hurt. It just feels warm. It did not seem to do anything else aside from the light, and he thought that he was just imagining things at first. Han Feng must have stayed so long pondering what was happening on his balcony that he started sneezing. As he wiped his nose of the mess, he noticed that the red glow in his right hand had mysteriously turned to a green one. Then something happened that made him panic. The hand that was wrapped around by the green glow started getting bigger, growing in length as if his bones, flesh, and skin were stretching out. Anyone will freak out if they see their hands doing that. Afraid and confused, Han Feng stormed into his room and slammed the balcony door shut as fast as he could. He managed to make it inside before anything more drastic happened. He was huffing and puffing for air, but the hand seemed to have turned back to normal. The green glow was still there, though lingering and seemingly inexhaustible. Han Feng looked at it helplessly. There were beams of light shooting out of his hand. How would modern science even justify or explain a mysterious phenomenon like this after the lengthening incident outside? Now it's shrinking very slowly. The green light seems to be an erratic thing. It shrinks and grows unpredictably, not like the stationary red one at all. But that's still a mystery, too. Sitting down on his couch, Han Feng suddenly felt a pang of unbearable exhaustion. He hasn't done much aside from running back inside, but he feels drained. This might be connected to the green light. Frustrated, he started swinging his arms all over the place, trying to get a semblance of a clue as to what this really was. Then it hit him. Isn't this just like those manhua stories that he loves to read? He immediately sprinted to the kitchen and grabbed his sharpest knife. In those manhuas that he loves, the protagonist always starts their stories by being reborn. Just like them, maybe he will gain cheat-like powers. He wanted to test this out by grabbing the coolest thing he could imagine and posing with it. After a few minutes of waiting for something to happen, anything to change, Han Feng just scratched his head in shame as the sharp knife did not react with the light in his hand at all. He was so busy trying to find out if he had some fantastic cheat-like powers that he neglected his exhaustion and the rumbling of his stomach. He's just starving at this point. Unfortunately for him, the Han Feng of the past, who's clueless about the coming apocalypse, is a lazy bastard who does not even have a single piece of edible food in his fridge. This was getting bad. He had never felt so hungry before. If he does not eat something soon, he will most probably pass out at any second now. He turned his attention towards the living room, where a clear jar of soybean snacks was just sitting quietly. These roasted soybeans were just some leftover snacks he got before the apocalypse. It's not exactly a complete and filling meal, but it will have to do for now. It should tide the hunger before he hits up the supermarket later. He grabbed one of the roasted soybeans, unconsciously using his right hand, momentarily forgetting that it had the mysterious green light wrapped around it. Han Feng was too hungry to think of anything else, so he tossed the soybean right into his mouth, hoping to get some type of food into his system. As soon as the bean hit his tongue, a smoky explosion occurred right in his face. The fog it created almost covered his entire upper body. Much to his surprise, he was now munching on a beanstalk. It looked as though the roasted soybean had sprouted inside his mouth. He could feel the roots on his tongue, and the stalk itself extended outward. He pulled it out, and the plant left an earthy taste in his mouth. Out of all the bizarre events he's been going through lately, this might be near the top. He was just about to snack on some roasted soybeans, and now this happens. Moreover, he does not feel tired anymore. It seems like that explosion on his face erased the hungry sensation he was feeling. Looking down at his right hand, the green light has vanished too. Maybe all of this has something to do with what happened to the soybean. He plucked one of the pods in the stalk and examined it carefully. Opening the luscious green pod, he confirmed that it was just an ordinary fresh bean sprout. Maybe this is the power that he was daydreaming about. No matter what, this is undoubtedly an incredible discovery that should be studied more. Still, he can't really research anything while worrying about dying of hunger at any moment. Right now, he has a bigger fish to fry in the form of stocking up on supplies before the end of the world. As everyone knows, for the first time in a long time, Han Feng could walk out of his apartment to feel the sun on his skin and hear the birds sing. He could walk amongst the bustling crowd of people in the commercial district, minding their own business instead of holing up in their homes, fearing the cold. Han Feng was in deep thought as he walked to his destination. Let's get this straight. First, the red glow around his hand has turned to green. The green light shrinks and grows his limbs, making his heart beat faster and super tired. When he touched the soybean snacks, it sprouted into a whole stalk. Looking at his right hand with more questions than answers, he wonders just what kind of power has been bestowed upon him by who knows who. He continued his contemplative walks casually until he heard a familiar sweet voice calling his name that would have melted him before, but would make his blood boil now. Han Feng did not realize it right away. and turned around to see who was calling him by name. It was that evil witch that got him brutally killed, Lee Hyona. She flashed her wide smile. Her makeup was on point, hiding her rotten personality. She asked if Hanfeng was out shopping too. She even employed her expert witch tricks, appearing as pretty as humanly possible while commenting about how it's like fate that they ran into each other in this place. Hanfeng hasn't really had the chance to digest everything that has happened yet. But seeing Lee Hyona out in the wild is starting to bring back the bitterness he held onto until his final breath. Lee Hyona used to be the goddess of his dreams for 3 long years. He was a simp that did everything in his power to make her happy. He did all that, knowing full well that he was nothing but just another fallback guy in the friend zone. No, he wasn't even in the friend zone. He was just a piggy bank. For all those years of devoting himself and his wallet to the wrong girl, he never would have thought that she would be the one that would get him killed. Before he could go out of control, Hanfeng pinched himself to stay grounded and calm. It took every bit of his willpower to do so. Thinking rationally now is not the time to take his revenge. Not yet, at least. First, he needs to take care of the supply problem, unless he wants to be miserable and hungry in the Ice Age again. Lee Hyona walked closer and waved her hand around his eyes while asking what he was spacing out for. This has never happened before. It used to be that just hearing her voice would make the poor sap swoon. Hanfeng swallowed his hatred for the witch and faked a smile as he apologized for being speechless and for how especially beautiful she looked today. She was just so radiant that he got a bit lost in the moment. Now that's more like it. Lee Hyona coyly laughed and asked when he got so smooth with his lines like that. Her lips lifted to a slight and confident smirk, thinking that he got this boy eating at the palm of her hands. So, she went for the heart kill shot with the most adorable pose in her arsenal. Lee Hyona invited Hanfeng to go shopping together, but they had run into each other anyway. Now, there is a limit to how much time Hanfeng could face her without losing control of his rage. So, he just walked on and apologized that they wouldn't be doing any shopping together today. Lee Hyona was stunned. This was not how it was supposed to go down. She was supposed to get some free stuff from a pathetic simp. While walking in the other direction, Hanfeng couldn't help but praise the girl's technique. But he won't fall for it. He won't be used as a personal ATM again. He's not that foolish anymore. So he went straight to the spot where he could get everything he needed. Waldemar Shopping Plaza, this Waldemar in a city, is the most extensive and most well-stocked supermarket in the eastern region. It's like Walmart, but that brand's copyrighted. Of course, when the Ice Age hits, this place will be cleaned out overnight. Back in the previous timeline, nobody ever found out just who did it and how. Hanfeng had already started his shopping spree and filled up one cart with goods. He needs to stock up as much as possible before society crumbles under the sheer cold. He consulted some internet forums about some generic apocalypse survival guide, and it was surprisingly helpful. Scrolling through, he listed down the things he'd need, like food, winter clothes, medicine, daily necessities, fuel, tools, transportation, and even weapons. There's a lot to prepare. But he was so pumped to get some supplies that he forgot to take the more significant problem at hand. His personal wallet's current balance was a measly 15,000 yuan, equivalent to a little more than 2,000 ist. How was he supposed to secure a safe and comfortable life in the icy apocalypse with only this much? He's going to need a lot more cash for everything that he will need. At that moment, a message notification popped up on his phone. A notification that might be Heaven's way of telling him to calm down. The message came from an organization called Money Jar Loans, congratulating him on his approved eligibility to take out a loan up to 168,000 yuan, or a little more than 23,000 USA. A light bulb dinged inside his mind. There was no need to panic when it came to funds. How could he forget that the convenience of technology had brought him an infinite money glitch? There are dozens of money lending apps that require minimal requirements to get a loan approved for those who are desperate for cash. They're incredibly predatory, but burying himself in debt doesn't matter, as he won't have to pay them back after the apocalypse goes into full swing. Out in the commercial district, some lady was angrily kicking an empty soda can on the curb. She's obviously upset about something. It turned out to be Lee Hyona. She looks like she is not in the best mood at all. Her eyes were full of toxic vitriol as today. One of her many simps dared to refuse to take her shopping when she got all dolled up to get spoiled. She was seriously pissed off that Han Feng would just take off like that without letting her deplete his bank account like a worthless leech. She started insulting the guy in her mind for being a pathetic loser who doesn't even own a car. Lee Hyona vowed never to be nice to that simp again. Her angry walk was interrupted by some loud honking coming from the car coming up on the road. Curious, she turned around to see what's up. It looked like a brand new truck straight out of the dealership. It was still shiny and premium looking. Han Feng was lowering the windows in the driver's seat. He just pulled up to greet Hyona as he just happened to pass her by while she was doing a walk of shame along the commercial district. Seeing the new wheels, Hyona's vow to never be nice to Han Feng again has seemingly melted out of her mind. All she saw were brand new leather seats and the smell of cash. Han Feng hopped off. When asked if the car was his, he answered affirmatively, adding that he just got it earlier. She came up to the witch and made up some story about how his dad has been killing it in the United States, business-wise, so he got some cash to blow. He even added that he just got out of the airport after dropping off his old man. Lee Hyona's face lit up. The only thing that could make that happen would be the possibility of striking it rich. So, she took a deep breath and put her game face on for Han Feng. This is the second time that she's doing this today. She looked to the ground and started trembling lightly. Knowing that Han Feng took his wealthy father to the airport today, she began apologizing for asking him to go shopping without knowing that he'd have a busy schedule. Then the waterworks came down. She started summoning those tears at the perfect time while meekly telling Han Feng that he was so cold to her earlier. She thought he was ditching a good friend. Han Feng smiled with satisfaction. This academy-worthy acting would have worked wonders with the previous him, but things are different now. He could see through it all. This silly girl was a pro. He did not hesitate to hold her by the waist, pulling her closer. His other hand took hold of her chin, and they looked each other in the eye. Lee Hyona was taken aback by the fact that one of her simps was so confidently forward. Han Feng put on an acting masterclass himself, promising to never ditch her as she's way too important for him to do such a cruel thing. For a split second, there was an imperceptible twisted smile on her face, but she quickly wiped it off. Continuing with her sincere, sweet girl act, she brought out the big guns. Lee Hyona admitted that Han Feng's pretty special in her life too. She even invited him to have lunch and watch a movie today so she could get to know him better. Just as she was about to ask for his answer, Han Feng was already gone like the wind. It was the perfect, unnoticeable escape. Hyona was speechless. Her heartfelt confession was actually directed towards nothing but air. Han Feng was already tinkering with the piles of boxes in the back of his truck. He was playfully complaining about how he still has to carry so many things and how busy his schedule is. Clearly infuriated that her attack did not land, Lee Hyona tried her best to keep her sweet girl composure as she asked why he bought so much stuff. He replied that this much is nothing special. He just grabbed some things he likes. To torment the witch even further, Han Feng lied through his teeth and enthusiastically told her that he got a present for the lady too. Not wanting to overplay her hand, Lee Hyona waved goodbye as she walked in the direction of her home. She smiled and said that she was looking forward to that gift. As soon as she turned her back towards Han Feng, her supposed biggest simp, a sly smile appeared on her lips, proud of how she dealt with her piggy bank. On the other hand, Han Feng was just having fun messing with the witch. Knowing this woman, he knew that he couldn't let her find out about his little stockpile of supplies. All this stuff will be his ticket to surviving the apocalypse after all. Lee Hyona will just have to wait for her turn. Once the world ends, Han Feng will make sure that she gets what's coming to her. That mystery guy who bashed him on the head too. His anxiety about the incoming inevitable collapse of society is starting to melt. Han Feng is actually starting to look forward to what's coming now. The next day came, June 29th. Again, July 15th will be D-Day. It will be the beginning of the end. First comes the heavy snow, then the temperature will drastically plummet down to negative 20 degrees Celsius at an alarming rate. Over the next month after that, temperatures will continue to gradually drop day by day, reaching lows of up to negative 70 degrees Celsius. At that point, the world would be encased in ice and snow completely, making it almost impossible to go outside. The first thing that Han Feng secured was his bountiful food supplies. Aside from the sheer volume of stock, he also needs everything packed and sealed securely. He can't let the neighbors sense that something's going on. They can't suspect that he's hoarding copious amounts of food. This was tiring work. Some of the sensitive supplies had to be moved at night when no one was around. Han Feng doesn't trust anyone enough to help, so he has to do it on his own. Once the apocalyptic ice age starts, the power grid will be extremely unstable. That's where his newest purchase shines. A heavy-duty generator plus enough fuel to keep it running for a whole year at the very least. With power secured, he now has to consider the fatal consequence of the building's heating system stopping. He had to call in some specialized contractors to modify his home for independent heating. Han Feng also ordered some reinforced doors and windows while he was at it. He needed a dedicated room to store all the supplies that he had hoarded, so he used an empty bedroom for all the essentials. By the time he finished preparing everything listed in his little notebook of survival, it was already July 14th. Just one more day before the temperature plummets and everything descends to chaos. Next up on his list is the main event that he's been postponing out of uncertainty all this time. It is time to buckle down and actually study his mysterious ability. Han Feng made a home-cooked meal for dinner while pondering his survival in coming Ice Age apocalypse. When things get hard, relying solely on the supplies he has accumulated won't be enough. But he has a possible answer to this problem. His power to manipulate plants in some mystical way might be his only hope for a sustainable future. The meal he cooked featured soybeans as its main ingredient. That's right, the same beans he conjured from a single roasted snack using his ability. He racked his brain and tried so many gestures and possible triggers, but the lights hadn't come out yet. The activation is so random that finding the right trigger is nearly impossible. For now, it is time for a risky taste test. He needs to make sure the food conjured by his abilities is edible. Who knew that trying some beans would be so nerve-wracking? Han Feng got through half the plate of his beans with no apparent problems at all. Even the soy milk passed the taste and safety test. While chewing on his lunch, the confirmation that his ability could provide edible food was game-changing. At least this proved that he has the ability to theoretically spawn food. The next step is the harder and more trial and error based one. He needs to figure out how to actually use the red and green lights and make them appear according to his will. So far, he has only tried it on soybeans, but what would happen if he could use it on other things? Opening his newly stocked fridge, Han Feng steeled his resolve to experiment and see if his ability would work with other plants too. The testing period stretched from midday until the sun was about to set. Han Feng did not know that as he passed out in the middle of experimentation. As he slowly opened his eyes, he noticed that he was gripping something tightly in his right hand. A green vegetable of some kind. A massive broccoli. Slowly getting up from the floor, he could not be bothered by the absolute mess that was in his kitchen as the pain in his head was hellish. It felt like something was pounding from inside his skull. He has to take note of this sensation in the future. This power of his takes a severe toll on the mind and the body, and it cannot be used without restrictions unless he wants to pass out and wake up with a migraine every day. After getting up, he immediately got a spoonful of his beans to refuel again. He might have pushed himself to the limit today, but at least he learned something vital about this mysterious ability of his. A few hours ago, before he blacked out, he neatly arranged a diverse selection of produce on the kitchen floor. He tried using his power on a bunch of them after he managed to activate the green light. Some root crops like potatoes did not react to his green light at all for some unknown reason, but not all of them were duds. Some of the crops grew from the seeds into full-blown plants like the soybean stalks. Wheat was one of those, and some neither stayed the same nor grew into full-blown crops. They just exploded in his hands like mini-bombs. It was a frightening experience that caught Han Feng off guard. After those explosions, the plants would turn into a substance that looked like coal, but was very light. This development was certainly outside of his expectations. Thankfully, he could find some decent use for these inedible black substances. They are used to heat the space like coal when put together in a container and lit up. Coming from a future where heat was a luxury, Han Feng would gladly take these little balls of warmth. No more worrying about staying warm in the future. After a bunch of explosions, he tried many more times and failed most of them. He just kept chucking those black balls into the bucket one by one. When he got into some seeds he bought, he chose to take a more meditative stance while forcing himself to focus on controlling his breathing. After a few minutes of intense concentration that left him sweating bullets, he finally got the most significant success in this experiment. A gigantic broccoli shockingly appeared in his grasp. Before his eyes gave out and his consciousness went lights off, he remarked that the success rate of this method was still way too random. Then his body hit the floor. Thankfully, he was sitting on the tiles already, so the fall wasn't too bad. Now he's awake and his belly is full of beans. He played around with the broccoli while thinking long and hard and still failing to find any patterns to this ability. But he can't give up. There has to be some kind of principle behind how this ability works. There are still too many unknowns, but he made some decent progress today. At least now he has some understanding of the activating conditions of the lights. Who would have thought that the key to activating the bizarre skill lies in his very own consciousness? All he has to do is enter a meditative trance. His method involves imagining himself out in nature in his bare form, free from the constraints of human civilization. In other words, buck naked. In his mind palace, he walks on the ground with bare feet. His soul's making direct contact with the soil where life grows. Sunlight kisses his skin as all life around him harmonizes. Just like Adam in the Garden of Eden, his body and mind are both part of the natural world. A peaceful resonance of all that has life. Once he enters that state of mind, he slowly opens his eyes and a familiar green glow appears once again. This ability of his is directly connected to his consciousness. Working from that concept, he could freely call on the green light. Now that he's done with all the plant samples with a low success rate, it's time to move on to a different type of specimen. The target of the second experiment would be all kinds of meats this time around. So he slowly brought his right hand wrapped with a green light towards a juicy slab of meat. He already half expected it, but it's still disappointing that there were no reactions at all. Maybe the green light only works on plants. Thinking that the gentle approach might not be effective, Han Feng grabbed his meat and squeezed hard while praying that his right hand would work its magic. After a few minutes, he had to accept that nothing would happen. You could see the defeat and dejection in his tired eyes. That was when he thought of the sensation he felt while meditating. In a trance, he could sense two distinct colors, the red and green lights. Throughout the experiments, he hasn't tried using the red one yet. Grasping the primary trigger function of his ability, he only has to concentrate on bringing that red light out of his consciousness. While still holding the meat, he closed his eyes and tried to reach for the other ability lying dormant inside his system. After a little while, a spark of red light finally made an appearance on his right hand. With that initial spark, the glow swiftly wrapped around his hand. Surprisingly, it also wrapped around the piece of meat. It looked like it was creating some sort of bubbling reaction at the meat's surface. A few seconds of intense concentration later, Han Feng opened his eyes to a putrid pile of hardened dark red sludge that looked like it came right out of hell as the red light subsided. He immediately threw that vile thing on the ground out of sheer disgust. You would undoubtedly do that too, in his position. Realizing that this disfigured sludge might provide some valuable insights, Han Feng crouched on the ground to observe it. He poked the thing, and it was a little squishy. So, this is how meats would react to the red light. It might look revolting, but the texture and overall feel point towards the possibility that the meat got cooked or something. Was this really all the red light can do? Heat things up? Stoves and pans could do the same thing, and they could produce more appetizing meals than whatever the hell this is. Han Feng refuses to believe that's all there is to it. Upon using his consciousness to trigger his abilities a fair bit amount, he could understand his capabilities on a deeper level. If he were to describe the red light sensation, it would be like a disintegration process. His next meat experiment looked a lot better than the first one. But if that's the case, understanding the underlying concepts of these two lights might be easier than he initially thought. He grabbed a bunch of soybeans from his bean pile and gripped them hard in his right hand. In his left hand was the red light and the cooked up meat. If the green light represents the evolution of matter, then the red light is the opposite, which would be disintegration. Since he's already testing out some confusing concepts, what would happen if he combined the green light grasping beans and the red light grasping meat? The result was an even bigger reaction than he was expecting. The combination produced a bright, blinding light between his hands. When the lights died down, it was revealed that his meat got a lot bigger as a result. The meat had been supersized, but where did the soybeans in his right hand go? Could it be that the two subjects merged together, producing this giant slab? Hanfeng meticulously inspected the big meat. No matter how you look at it, it's undeniably incredible. It looks, feels, and smells exactly like real meat, but even fresher somehow, gaining some confidence that he's getting a lot better at this superpower thing. He decided to go for some more experiments. After a few hours, he was back to square one once again. His kitchen floor was filled with charred remains of meat and crops. He frustratedly threw a tantrum and everything he tried failed miserably. Getting all that exasperation out of his system, Hanfeng sat up and took a deep breath. He'll just pause the experiments for now. He can always just take his time to figure out its deeper intricacies later. Anyway, today was still a productive one, even though he ended it on a bitter and charred note. Hanfeng can already see the future if he can just successfully master this mysterious power. There's no doubt about it. With infinite resources, he would be the man standing at the pinnacle of this post-apocalyptic world. It's his dream, so he could put some sweet muscles in his image. Speaking of power, he might have forgotten one of the most important aspects of survival. Food alone is not going to cut it in the coming days. He will be completely vulnerable with all this loot if he doesn't have a decent weapon to defend himself. He swiftly took the various crops littered around his floor. He has to hurry and find himself a weapon before the temperature goes on a nosedive. Looking out the window, it seems like the initial stages of the apocalypse have already started. Snow is beginning to fall from the skies. It's here. The public might think this is just a typical snowy evening, but it's not. Just like the previous timeline, it really is happening. The collapse of modern civilization is commencing. Heading outside, Hanfeng fears that the temperatures will drop to 45 below within the week. He needs a gun and fast. But buying a gun in this country is illegal. And he doesn't exactly have any connections to the criminal world. That's when he overheard a scandalous man yelling and boasting that he's a construction guy with millions riding on every project. The dude was bragging to a passerby that he knows the infamous Lao Wang from the Shigang Lida group. They're so close. They're practically brothers. Hanfeng thinks he's seen this thug before. A dumbass with an exaggerated fashion style, blinged out with jewelry of questionable authenticity, and over-the-top streetwear. A guy who offers everyone cigarettes for some reason. Around this area, people refer to this bleached-haired, cigarette-loving thug as Homeless Joe. Homeless Joe's real name is Lai Zi. He likes it when people call him Brother Lai, and he lives in Hanfeng's neighborhood. He's reputed to be in charge of contracting projects and knows everyone around the area. If you offer him some cigs, he won't accept any other brands as he only smokes Huazi. Other brands make him cough. He's always helping his big brother with projects and looks forward to going to saunas. In reality, this bum does not have a proper job. But he always acts so busy. You often see him walking around while on a call, shouting out deals worth 20 million or 10 million as if he wants everyone to hear how successful he is. The guy is a deadbeat, but Hanfeng can see that maybe Homeless Joe has the necessary connections to get what he so badly needs. So, he approached the thug, referring to him as Brother Lai and saying that it's been a long time since they have seen each other. Hanfeng waved with an awkward smile as he was uncertain how this guy would respond. Brother Lai annoyedly asked if they knew each other as he walked closer. Being younger than Lai, he introduced himself as Xiao Han, kind of like saying little bro. He swore that they'd met a while ago, so I must have forgotten. The thug complained that he's been swamped with work lately, so he can't be blamed for his bad memory. But he was pretty receptive to talk. Hanfeng was being overly cautious as he was about to ask for something very illegal. He surveyed the area, looking from left to right to make sure that no one could hear what he was about to say. Then, he came up to Brother Lai and directly asked for the weapon that he needed to defend himself in the coming days. Lai jumped in fright and asked what he would need a gun for. That's not a good sign. Feeling like a guilty criminal, Hanfeng still had to push through this as he couldn't think of anyone else who could help him with his problem. Lai started speaking seriously, wanting to clear something up before they got any further. He insisted that his organization does not engage in any illegal activities and that guns are serious business. He hinted that he had the connections for it, but he was not one to mix ordinary people up with something dangerous. Han Feng pushed the thug's questionable Louis Vuitton bag out of his face and insisted that Brother Lai got it all twisted. He was just inquiring about some firearms for self-defense, as he has been involved in some nasty personal grudge. And so, Han Feng started lying his ass off with a story that he was making up as he spoke. According to him, one day while riding his bike to work like usual, he ran into an old man who was just spitting everywhere on the bike line. It was so gross, and to make matters worse, the wind carried one of those disgusting globs of spit right into Han Feng's face when he was just minding his own business. Angered by the revolting old man, Han Feng threw his bike to the side and confronted the old man. What did the bastard do, you ask? The asshole decided to spit on him again while he was airing out his grievance. He could not take it anymore and brought down some street justice on the disgusting old man. He gave the guy a good old beating in the middle of the road with everyone watching on the sidelines. As the old man left with his clothes tattered and his face messed up, the bastard swore that he would get back at Han Feng for this humiliation. The very next day, that old man was patched up and waiting for Han Feng on the usual bike route. This time, he had some goons with him. They beat Han Feng up quite badly and threatened to do it again if they ever saw him anywhere. His clothes were a mess. His face was bruised and his body was wounded. He has never been so humiliated in his life. That is why he wants a weapon for self-defense. That's the long and short version of it. That's the story he could come up with on the spot, and it looks like it was a very effective one. Brother Lai was fuming in anger as he imagined the nasty old jerk spitting on the road and hitting Han Feng. Such uncivilized behavior should not be tolerated. That's not really the point of Han Feng's story, but at least he's getting somewhere. Brother Lai tapped his shoulders and assured him that this vendetta would be taken care of. He assured Han Feng that he's got our boy covered. He will just make a call to his big brother right now, and they'll fetch that gun. Han Feng was starting to doubt if he made the right decision in approaching this guy. With all that tough talk, Brother Lai invited him to go to the station and hop on the bus with him. His excuse was that his Panamera was being serviced in the shop, so he couldn't drive to the headquarters. Han Feng assured him that transportation wouldn't be a problem. He has his car parked right to the side, after all. The brand new vehicle immediately caught the eye of this hype beast bum. On the drive over to his big brother, Lai could not stop going on and on about how Han Feng is living the good life and asked how much this new ride costs. It was about $700,000 of borrowed money. As he casually gave directions to turn left at the next intersection to reach the alleged office, Brother Lai kept on snapping pics of himself sitting in the new leather seats. His social media handle was Handsome Spicigai, and tonight's post was a picture of his dumbass face with a caption complaining about how his SUV seat is still too hard to sit in on, account of it being new. They pulled up to one of the seedier parts of the city. Some tough-looking guys were camped outside, complaining about the messed up weather. You can't blame them, though. It went straight from summer to hardcore winter overnight. Seeing some crisp-looking wheels pull up, everyone turned to whoever was about to exit that car. Seeing that it was Lai Zi, they flocked towards him to ask what was up. Brother Lai just told them that he had some stuff to handle with Boss Liu. The other thugs assumed that the new Tiger SUV belonged to Lai and started hassling him about the price tag. Lai did not deny it at all. He even proudly boasted that he had spent 700 grand for the car. Han Feng was not upset, though. Bragging that you own the car so confidently while the actual owner is standing nearby is kind of a goated, shameless move. As soon as they entered the establishment, the one known as Boss Liu, a hardcore gangster-looking man, came out upset that Big Mouth Lai would disturb him so late in the evening. Brother Lai visibly turned a lot more reserved in front of the boss, even offering his cigs politely. The big guy does not have time for any of that filler nonsense, though. He's a busy man. Brother Lai introduced their little brother, Han Feng, as a buyer of something special, a gun. Boss Liu wanted to confirm if he heard that correctly. As soon as the big boss looked him over, Han Feng froze up in fear. He wasn't sure what would happen if he made the wrong move or said the wrong thing. Boss Liu just stared at him silently, cigarette in mouth, seemingly scrutinizing him from head to toe. Then the big guy cracked a smile. He was quite disappointed that Han Feng only needed a lousy gun when he was expecting something more interesting. He gestured towards one of his henchmen, Cheng Roman 11. The henchman already knew what to do and rummaged through his jacket pocket. He tossed a pistol on the table, and Boss Liu quoted a price, 6,000 for the handgun. Easy to conceal and reliable. Han Feng humbly rejected it as he was thinking more along the lines of something a little longer and bigger. He was not looking for some low-caliber pea shooter. He wanted something that requires a scope to fire. Boss Liu's expression turned grave as he stared at Han Feng intently. Our boy might have crossed the line unknowingly. He immediately shut up as if he just swallowed his tongue. The big guy started yelling about how unrealistic it is to demand a freaking sniper rifle like it was nothing. He's running a discreet business here. This is not some goddamn shopping mall where you get to pick and choose what kind of illegal product you get. Boss Liu's final offer is the pistol on the table. Take it or leave it. Brother Lai had to run some interference to try to calm the boss down. His idea of convincing the big guy to listen was to invent a backstory for Han Feng on his own. A made-up story that allegedly happened 5 years ago involving Han Feng's non-existent wife. Lai is quite a mouthy but talented storyteller. Under the relentless downfall of snow, the boss listened to his lies all the way to the end. The story must have been phenomenal as Boss Liu was so angered that he almost snapped the table in half. He kept repeating how disgusting those who had wronged Han Feng were. Apparently Han Feng had 3 kids with a non-existent wife, but it turned out that none of them were his. Han Feng just stood there and went with all the lies. Even for someone nicknamed Homeless Joe, this ridiculous story was too over the top, but it worked. Boss Liu gave his personal guarantee that Han Feng would get his sniper rifle as soon as possible. He promised that he would personally make it happen, but it might take a few days. Once again, the henchman Changzi will be arranging everything. Boss Liu wanted something semi-automatic with loads of ammo too so Han Feng could have what he needed. It's unexpected, but Brother Lai definitely came in clutch. The big guy also handed Han Feng the handgun. He wanted to give it for free. A gift from one man to another. Han Feng was speechless. The made-up story was so good that the boss had formed some kind of one-sided bond with him. Now that it was taken care of, the big guy got back on his phone to take care of his other, more pressing businesses. Before leaving, Han Feng wanted to return the favor a little bit. He stated that a buddy of his who works for the government had told him that due to the abnormal weather, purchase limits for supplies will be implemented soon, so it's best to stock up before that happens. Seeing the serious look in the young man's eyes as if he actually knew what he was talking about, Boss Liu could not help but take the tip seriously too. He nodded in understanding and remarked that he got it. And so, Brother Lai and Han Feng exited the center of the city's underbelly with one firearm secured. On the way back, Lai could not stop bragging about how he handled business like a boss, and it went beautifully. Now that his big brother, the big boss, is in a good mood, they could even ask that guy for a cannon and he'd say yes. Han Feng wanted to thank the thug by buying him some cigarettes. Brother Lai tried to be humble and insisted that he did what he did just to help him, but he would gladly take about 7 to 8 cartons of his beloved Huazi cigs. He even promised to take Han Feng to a sauna once he got paid for his so-called project. Our boy was already thinking about his next logical move. Supplies are secured and the weapon is obtained. He should be set for the early days of the apocalypse at the very least. He can focus on studying his abilities. Fully solving the food problem would make his long-term survival chances skyrocket. He was so absorbed in his own world while walking that he didn't notice an icy part on the ground and slipped. Han Feng was so concerned with survival that he failed to follow one of the ironclad rules in the upcoming Ice Age. Do not get injured. He fell quite badly. His leg must have absorbed the impact of the slip and had been damaged severely. Brother Lai didn't know what to do as he ran towards his new pal's side. This is bad. From the sharp pain he was feeling and the awkward landing, there was a very real possibility that his leg was broken. He shakily took his car keys out, handed them over to Brother Lai and requested to be taken to the nearest hospital as soon as possible. Lai just scratched the back of his head and admitted that he actually doesn't have a driver's license, insisting that he can't drive without one. But it's safe to say that this bum just can't drive. Period. At least he didn't leave Han Feng on the floor to writhe in the pain of a broken leg. He offered his shoulders to lift Han Feng up, but he struggled hard to do so. Both of them wouldn't make it to the hospital alive at this rate, so Han Feng just called a taxi that he had to pay for since Lai is a broke bastard. Even the hospital, an essential establishment, was starting to freeze over under the intensifying blizzard. In the nurse's office, someone named Jian was left to take care of the night shift on this whiteout night. The snow was getting heavier and the roads were starting to get buried deep. Head nurse Jian had only just started her night shift, but calls coming from the hall were already flooding in as the emergency section was severely short-staffed. The pretty nurse had no other choice but to step up. Upon getting an X-ray in the hospital, it was confirmed that he had really broken his leg. The doctor explained that there was a stable fracture on his right tibia. It would be easy to set, but he'd need to stay for an hour of observation before going home with his meds. This accident could not have happened at a worse time. It just had to occur before the apocalypse went into full swing. While looking at his X-ray results, Han Feng regretted being so careless. Brother Lai accompanied him for most of the process, but the dude had to leave as he apparently had a few deals to handle. He's a real one though, and he even left his number in case Han Feng needed anything else. Now that he was alone in the hospital lobby, Han Feng sighed heavily. He wondered how he could make such a stupid mistake at such a crucial time. Looking at the chaos around him was stressful. The hospital quickly overflowed with patients, victims of accidents caused by the sudden blizzard and quickly plummeting temperatures. Emergency beds lined the hallways as a grim testament to the worsening conditions outside. As for him personally, he just wanted to get his meds and leave this place as fast as possible before the roads closed for good. Thankfully, his idle time would not be boring as a goddess had just walked right in front of him. Head nurse Jian had come to bolster the understaffed emergency room. The first bed she checked had a patient with heavy wounds. Next on her rotation was bed 5, where a patient's wounds had just been cleaned. Thankfully, the vitals were stable. Bed 5 just needed another dose of glucose in 10 minutes. She advised the attending nurse that if the patient's heart rate dropped below 80, epinephrine must be administered immediately. Throughout the rounds of the head nurse, Han Feng could not take his eyes off her. She was just amazing. Being a head nurse at such a young age, she must be a generational talent. On top of that, he saw how she dealt with all kinds of patients. She was kind and incredibly skilled. She looked like a radiant being in the middle of a hopeless place. Moreover, she was incredibly beautiful. She was working the hectic night shift, but her smile never faltered. She was basically an angel. He was so enamored that his eyes accidentally traveled to some ungentlemanly areas. Han Feng immediately averted his gaze out of respect. But head nurse Jian was just way too unaware of her surroundings. A real airhead. Suddenly, the old man sitting beside him started calling the attention of the pretty head nurse. She was not really required to tend to the patients outside of her rounds, but she still took the call with a smile. Head nurse Jian politely apologized to the old man and asked if she could come back a bit later to help, as she still needed to provide urgent care to some patients to cover for the staff shortage. The old man complained that his back hurt too much. He explained that the back pain had been worsening lately and wanted the head nurse to take a look to see what was causing it. In reality, this bastard was just a dirty perv trying to film below her skirt. Not noticing what was really happening, Jian just smiled and apologized once again, saying that for such back problems, they might need to schedule an X-ray just to be sure. The old perv started getting pushy, urging her to just take a quick look as he pointed to where it hurt. The bastard even got up from his seat to touch the angelic nurse inappropriately. Being the airhead that she usually was, Jian just laughed as she was naturally ticklish. For back problems, it's really advisable to wait for the resident physician's exam. The perv started pushing it, his hand crawling even lower from her waist. This disgusting act would have continued longer if something or someone had not made it stop. A freaking flying crutch forcefully smashed against the old perv, giving him some real back pain and knocking the phone away from his hands. Ever the kind-hearted healthcare worker, Jian wanted to check if the old man was. Thankfully, Han Feng came to her rescue, humbly apologizing for his crutch flying to the side, as this was the first time he was using one. He bent over and went straight for the old perv's phone while blatantly questioning if it was broken or not. Just as he was about to touch it, the perv started sweating nervously and screaming at him to stay away from the phone. Han Feng did not listen. He walked all the way to the side of the room, got his bandage all messed up, and wouldn't let this freaking lecher get away with doing something so disgusting. As soon as he opened the phone, his suspicions were proven right. He looked at the creep directly in the eyes. If looks could kill, the geezer would have died by now. The proof was already there on the home screen. This perv had some nerve filming up a hard-working nurse's skirt and even assaulting her. There's no good reason why Han Feng shouldn't call security and have them escort the bastard to a jail cell where criminals love putting pervs in their place. Han Feng would be keeping the phone, and the next time he saw this old creep again, he threatened to ruin his miserable and revolting life. The old bastard knew he had no other choice but to flee and never show himself near this place again, and it infuriated him. The first chance he got up from that hospital floor and bolted out of the door like his life depended on it. Meanwhile, head nurse Jiaoan was just confused as to how someone complaining about severe back pain could run so fast. Han Feng was shocked to see a first-hand display of the most comically naive person he had ever met. He decided to show her what the old fart was doing with the phone, filming up her skirt. Based on her reaction, she really did not notice anything wrong going on. Han Feng handed her the phone with the video footage, so she could decide whether to wipe it or call the cops on the owner. He also reminded her to be more careful, so people like that perv wouldn't take advantage of her kindness. She smiled with the brightness of 1,000 stars, and then asked if Han Feng's leg was supposed to be injured. The adrenaline from catching that old perv in the act must have numbed the pain from his broken leg.
Says,
but now that it was dealt with, the pain came rushing back in, and he screamed in agony. Thankfully, head nurse Jian was an expert when it came to mending these types of injuries, and quickly set the casting back in place. She looked at him and asked if it still hurt. Han Feng thanked her for dealing with his broken leg, and now it didn't hurt at all. At that moment, it was as if only the two of them existed in the crowded room. Jian returned the gratitude as she promised to never let such bad guys get away with messing with her anymore. She would punch them really well from now on. Han Feng just wanted her to be more aware of her surroundings. Seeing as she was letting his broken leg and feet touch her front pillows, it seemed like she had not learned anything at all. She was still as clueless and unaware as ever. While Han Feng's head was in the clouds, another nurse called for Jian as her help was needed on the emergency beds. Before going back to her rounds, the angelic head nurse reminded him not to forget to come back in a week to get his leg checked again. Han Feng promised that he would, but making any plans a week from now was unrealistic. He just smiled helplessly, for only he knew what was really going on in the world. He took the crutch that he smashed against the old perv and limped his way out of the hospital. Han Feng just accepted the fact that he wouldn't be able to see her ever again. The next day came, and the blizzard had not stopped. It had gotten even stronger instead. It had essentially frozen all infrastructure and services, making just going outside a dangerous challenge. On the morning news, emergency weather reports kept coming in about how, within the next 24 hours, all regions of the country would be experiencing heavy snowfall and a sharp drop in temperatures. Bizarre reports from overseas correspondents showed that temperatures were plummeting in every corner of the world. Dubai, Egypt, the Amazon basin, and places that should not be experiencing this type of phenomenon were seeing their landmasses buried in thick blankets of snow. The nation's experts, along with specialists from 46 other countries, were rushing to the United Nations to discuss the cause of the anomalous weather. Every network kept echoing that the experts said this severe cold snap wouldn't last too long. They always ended their news reports with a public service announcement to pay attention to disaster warnings and follow arrangements made by the local government. They kept reminding citizens to remain calm, avoid spreading or believing in unfounded rumors, and refrain from hoarding supplies and panic buying, as the disaster would soon pass. Warm, cozy, and sipping wine inside his decked-out home, Han Feng clicked his tongue. The government and media just kept lying through their teeth, feeding the public BS to maintain order. If he hadn't died and come back to life already, he might even believe them. But this time was different. He was well prepared for everything that was about to come. Supplies were fully stocked. The house was reinforced, and the heating system was working flawlessly. He had been so well prepared that there was nothing to worry about for the immediate future. His phone started buzzing incessantly with messages from the Happy Housing Complex residents group chat, discussing the weird weather and how the snow was already making the roads unusable. Everyone was clearly clueless about what was happening, but not the member nicknamed Mysterious Person. Whoever this was demanded everyone's attention to inform them that the snowstorm wasn't caused by normal weather patterns, but by something within the Earth itself. Mysterious Person proclaimed that everyone should heed his words as the Ice Age apocalypse was about to begin. No one was more shocked after reading those messages than Han Feng. Who the hell is this mysterious person, and how do they know anything about the apocalypse? After seeing the enigmatic messages from the mysterious person in the housing complex group chat, Han Feng made a mental note to be mindful of this guy. Meanwhile, the rest of the residents were complaining and demanding the property management team do something about the snow buildup. Most of them were starting to run out of supplies and were worried that the supermarkets would be emptied out. At this point in time, the Happy Housing Complex residents group chat was like an amusement park hinging on a very delicate balance. Most tenants were putting pressure on the property agents to get out and give them an explanation for why they couldn't restock essentials due to the inaccessibility of roads. The property management team was not even at fault here, but they still apologized for not being able to take any steps on account of the raging disaster. An admission of incapability made the tenants even more aggressive. Thinking that the management was useless, they demanded that the team refund their fees. Han Feng was in the middle of this heated discussion. He knew that this was a completely meaningless fight, as the snowstorm wasn't something humans could deal with. Thankfully, another person stood out from the crowd. His voice to stop the fighting pierced through the loud chaos. It was the glasses-wearing owner of Unit 61111204. He explained that with the snowstorm being so heavy, clearing it out would be useless as it would build up again after a few hours. So instead of fighting, maybe everyone could help clear it out. If they had done that, instead of bickering, they would have been able to go out long ago. He added that the property management team was just humans. They were also helpless in front of an abnormal natural disaster. He asked the tenants if they were just looking for someone to take their frustrations out on. The angry mob immediately turned on him for lecturing them about decency. They even accused the Glasses guy of being one of the useless members of the property management team. Glasses cleared up that he was not speaking on behalf of the property management team. He was just speaking objectively and realistically. Pushing management into a corner would be meaningless and would only prolong the problem. It wouldn't get them the result everyone desired. Now that he put it like that, the people turned to Glasses for the next move. He asserted that with the current conditions, driving a car to the supermarket would be impossible. Even if they cleared the neighborhood's snow, the main roads outside might be unusable. He suggested clearing footpaths and walking over for supply runs. Han Feng couldn't quite put a finger on it, but he seemed to have some recollection of this Glasses guy, owner Zhang. In the previous life, he was a very lively person. You could see his charisma working on the group chat. Some of the tenants agreed with Zhang's suggestions, thinking that they shouldn't complicate the matter. Those who wanted to go out should clear the roads. Those who didn't should just shut up. Fighting and acting immaturely in the chat for half a day just to clear some snow was very annoying. Once everyone realized that what they were doing was cringe, the GC finally quieted down. Another person stepped up to volunteer in the clearing operation. He said he needed to hit the roads to go to his brother to discuss business worth a few million. Han Feng might not have seen a profile picture or a voice message, but that guy's manner of speaking seemed very similar to that of some gangster he knew. As soon as the first volunteer stepped up, more and more people raised their hands to join the operation. As most of them were running out of food, there was even a dazzling young lady who would brave the snowstorm, even though she was a little weaker than an average person. As for that witch, Lai Heiana claimed that she had the flu over the past 2 days, but she would still love to go down and help with the neighborhood. Han Feng was unimpressed, to say the least. He might be the only one who could see through the good girl act. Most of the men in this neighborhood knew her and would fawn over her. Some white knight immediately butted in and insisted on volunteering for her sake, when a decent amount of her fans stepped up to the plate. She thanked them for going through the trouble of cleaning up a footpath. Tired of this BS, Han Feng got out of that group chat with annoyance. But he had to admit that when it came to putting on an act, Hyun was really an expert. With just a few taps of a button, she could manipulate multiple men to do her bidding. As for Han Feng, Lai Haeona was using a little more personal touch. She had been bugging him to chat. Ultimately, she just wanted him to get her some food from the supermarket if he was going. She really was a master of her craft. Her innocent request was accompanied by a cute photo in her bed. She even had her feet in the frame for all the freaks out there. Han Feng was actually very impressed with the commitment. In these catastrophic weather conditions, the witch was still wearing so little to try and seduce him. She could really turn a lot of men into errand boys with that. Now was the fun part. Han Feng could reply to her advances however he wanted. Well, whatever he sent back must have been some awful crap, as Lai Haeona tossed her phone and stepped on it hard in anger and annoyance as soon as she saw it. Today would make it the third official day since the snowfall started. The temperature had reached -20. This could be regarded as the early stage of the apocalypse, a time when most buildings of decent quality still had central heating systems running. They still had the internet, and everyone was still going on with their daily lives as usual. They just needed to stay inside, just like COVID times. Han Feng had been scrolling through videos and TikToks to pass his time as well. Based on his page, it looked like we had a certified man of culture. It had only been a few days, and he was already getting bored with the mindless indoor activities. It looked like his most significant problem in this apocalypse would be learning how to endure loneliness. It also didn't help that his leg was a broken mess. A broken bone would need at least a few months to completely recover. Just like us, Han Feng's boredom always led back to watching videos on the internet. He came across a gruesome broadcast in the scientific column about a man who got into a brutal accident. After doctors sewed up the man who jumped from the 15th floor, they discovered that his damaged internal organs and bones started regenerating. This clickbait news story gave Han Feng an idea. It's one that he really should have come up with a lot earlier. Why had he not thought of using his newfound powers on himself? He activated the green light in his right hand and carefully touched his broken leg with it. After a few seconds of nothing happening, the green light started dissipating. Han Feng refused to believe that it was a bust, so he tried again. He activated the green light harder than he did before. But just like earlier, the light eventually died down with no change in his leg. It looked like he was just overthinking things. He really thought that the green light would be able to help his injury recover faster. But it seemed like the only thing it brought was irresistible sleepiness. Han Feng eventually succumbed to the heaviness of his eyes and took a nap on the couch. He woke up to some freaky-ass ceremony that involved goats and Native American headdresses. Under the transcendent light of the night skies, Han Feng rode on the back of giant goats with a bloody whip in his hands. Goat heads flew alongside him. In this freaky ceremony, Han Feng is riding at the forefront of a goat herd on top of a bloody red grassland. There are totem poles scattered along the land, and he is having fun whipping his whip all around the place. Well, that fun only lasts for a minute before he is tossed off the goat's back and into the herd. He eventually lands on the blood-red grassland, and he lands badly. His foot is at an awkward angle, and a crack can be heard. It makes him shiver in pain. To come from the absolute freedom of riding goats in the grassland to being immobile on the ground is quite jarring. To make matters worse, one of the goats starts licking his broken leg. Disgusted, Han Feng tries his hardest to shoo the goat away from him and his unfortunate injury. He pushes the goat over and over again until the animal finally snaps. It extends its tongue like a frog, wrapping that slimy piece around his affected leg. Then the goat raises its head and Han Feng's whole body comes along helplessly. While feeling the slimy saliva running down his leg, he also starts feeling the warmth of the green light wrapping around his injury. Han Feng eventually wakes up from that bizarre nightmare that involves a lot of goats. He is sweating and screaming. The dream is just too immersive, while he labors to catch his breath. He wonders just what caused that hideously messy dream. Well, the answer presents itself quite loudly. His broken right leg still has some leftover green light aura surrounding it. Furthermore, Han Feng senses a certain lightness in his limbs. He promptly takes off the bandage wrapping around his injury and tosses it to the side. Han Feng excitedly steps on the floor and carefully puts more weight on his right leg. He is pleased and surprised to confirm that the injury does not hurt anymore. He is fully healed for some reason. This should mean that the green light could also help with self-recovery, right? But could the healing process only take place while he's sleeping? There is only one way to find out, and that's by trying it out again in a localized body part. He shakily takes the sharpest kitchen knife he has and slowly puts it up against his other hand. Stealing his resolve, Han Feng cannot even watch while the blade's edge touches his flesh. He only needs a little prick, but the wound he makes on his fingertip flows quite freely with blood. Not wasting another second with a bleeding wound, Han Feng calls upon the green light to do its thing. Upon seeing the healing process up close and personal, Han Feng smiles to himself. He understands now. He has a real survival game changer in his hands. Outside the building, those who volunteered to clear up a footpath diligently worked together for the good of the community. Glasses Guy thanks everyone for participating in this difficult manual work. This Mr. Perfect even singles out the oldest of the bunch, Uncle Liu, and politely apologizes for all the trouble. Zhang Ziyu really knows what to say in any situation. Uncle Liu Guangyao just laughs and insists that he didn't do much as most of the actual work was done thanks to the Jin brothers. Those two, Jin Qinwen and Jin Qinwu, really went all out for the clearing operation. Some real hard workers. While they are busy finishing up the final touches, a young lady wearing a thick pink coat slips on the ice. The Jin brothers immediately rush toward the lady to check if she's okay, and remind her to be more careful. This pink girlie is known as Jin Jian. She's a real doer, unlike that witch Lai Huna, who didn't even leave her room after playing sick. The Jin brothers still have a lot to do, so they just remind Jin Jian to call for them if she needs help. She assures them that she'll be fine. Well, the snow is getting heavier. Those who are planning to buy some supplies later will have to move quickly. Speaking of supplies, Uncle Liu is reminded of something that he noticed a few weeks ago. Uncle Liu stops himself from babbling, thinking that what he has to say wouldn't be anything significant. But Zhang Ziyu curiously presses him on. The old man has been hearing that for the past few days or weeks. An owner in the neighborhood has been bringing back supplies on a small truck, like he's moving houses. Zhang Ziyu thinks that this is a common sight, as there are always people moving into the neighborhood and houses undergoing renovations. But Uncle Liu got different vibes from this one. He saw gas tanks and a whole fireplace being shipped in. It's not normal for someone to move in or anything like that. It's just a hunch. But Uncle Liu thinks that the person was making preparations to get through a harsh winter. This conversation is interrupted by the Jin brothers, who have just finished clearing the main path. People should be able to go out now. Uncle Liu promptly thanked them for going all out. But unbeknownst to everyone, there's another tenant listening in from earlier. He heard talks about making preparations for the winter, and his morbid interest has been piqued. This weirdo is quickly neutralized by a snowball landing on the back of his head. Wu Kuanyu is brought down a peg by this gorgeous woman, Liu Yan. The weirdo tries to argue that he's been doing everything alone since earlier, and she's just been watching from the side. But Liu Yan just dismisses him as an unruly child. Zhang Ziyu breaks up the fight between the two and informs them that the main path has been cleared and is now good to go. This means that the volunteers can stop shoveling and get ready to head out to the supermarket for supplies instead. Looking at their shopping list, it seems like the Jin brothers have a lot to buy. They even want to buy some for their mom, thinking that she's going to need it. These two are good sons. For someone who didn't want to share the story earlier, Uncle Liu seems way too curious about Zhang Ziyu's thoughts on the matter of that tenant who brought in a ton of supplies. Truthfully speaking, Zhang Ziyu doesn't feel too concerned about hearsay. He still believes what the government and the authorities say, that this is just a brief snowstorm that will stop very soon. They only need to endure for a bit. Then they can return to normal. So he's not too worried about those mysterious deliveries. But even if they step back and assume that this snowstorm is here to stay if someone in the neighborhood is hoarding a massive stockpile of resources, isn't that a good thing for everyone? Uncle Liu immediately understands what Zhang Ziyu is implying. He praises the young one for being brainy. Under the ruthless snowfall with no signs of stopping, Zhang Ziyu leads some of the tenants to the supermarket. He makes sure that everyone queues up properly. With the snow getting heavier, they need to try and get back within 3 hours. If they get past the 3-hour mark, who knows if they'll even have a road to walk back on. While those brave souls enter the unknown and endure the harsh environment, Han Feng is passed out in his warm and cozy living room, drooling on himself. He would have stayed holed up on this couch forever with all the soda and junk food to tide him over the dull day, if not for the annoying voice calling him to the door. Han Feng lazily opens his door. He wipes the sleep from his eyes and sees homeless Brother Lai. Well, the smooth-talking gangster has come in clutch once again. Hidden inside a big bag is a semi-automatic rifle complete with a proper crosshair. It's precisely what Han Feng wanted. This was the promised gift from Boss Liu. Brother Lai had agreed to bring it because he had stocked up on supplies beforehand and could now afford not to run around the city like crazy looking for supplies like most of the other citizens. But even so, Han Feng was grateful to him for coming in this weather. Brother Lai also had some very interesting information that various rumors had already started to spread about. Last night, some unknown person had cleaned out the shelves of a supermarket in the Eastern District. And when the Boss Liu gang cleared their way out of the snow yesterday, they were met with nothing but emptiness in the supermarket. To Han Feng, something like this seemed unbelievable. To completely clean out a huge supermarket in one night, who could be capable of such a thing? However, there was no doubt in Brother Lai's words, and it had definitely happened. Han Feng was now beginning to realize that something even stranger than in his previous life was happening around him. It looked like he wasn't the only one who had gained superpowers. For a second, his thoughts were interrupted by Brother Lai. He advised Han Feng to wear more warm clothes and be careful. After that, he said goodbye and left. Finally, our hero could be alone and think things over. He kept trying to think of a logical explanation for what had happened last night. How could someone clean out a supermarket in one night? The only explanation he could think of was the theory that it could have been done by someone with superpowers from novels and comic books. Someone capable of hiding unlimited amounts of supplies in his personal subspace. The only question was, could people with such abilities exist in this world? And the answer to that question was quite simple. Since he himself had superpowers, someone else could too. This was a disturbing discovery. Now Han Feng couldn't waste a moment. He needed to examine his superpowers more thoroughly, so that when he encountered other superpower holders, he would have his own strategy to counter them. He simply had to know his strengths and weaknesses, as well as the limit of his superpowers. To do so, he opened his diary.
The story begins with this cafe. A middle-aged hero came in holding the head of a fang wolf, and right at that moment, an important news was being broadcasted in the television. The hero sat down and he was greeted by this waiter. The waiter called him Old Kaio and asked about his hunt for today. Old Kaio shared that it was nothing much. He hunted with rookies today and there's nothing valuable from the loot they got. He then turned his attention to this huge screen. An important event was about to start. This was a broadcast of their Congress. All of these congressmen have voted and are about to rule out a decision. This man announced that the votes were 325 in favor and 0 votes for against and abstentions. He announced that the new rule called deprivation of the mask was now enforced. This man was He Yao and he was the president of the parliament. He addressed this hero named Mask. He told him that there had been a lot of evidence proving that this hero had committed crimes that cost the lives of the civilians. He also accused the hero of attacking allied heroes from the other country, causing an ill-fated relationship between nations. He Yao and all of these people in the Congress have officially sentenced this hero named Mask to the death penalty. But because of Mask's contributions on expelling the monsters and alien invaders on Earth, they reduced the sentence, but there will be consequences. All the titles of Mask as the Supreme Leader of the Commonwealth and as the Supreme Marshal of the Commonwealth will now be taken away. The only title that Mask has now was the title of being a special hero. This means that Mask will still be forced to help the public and the government in case there will be a problem. He will still return to the battlefield if need be. This event was being broadcasted all over the place. Some people were against this decision. They knew that this hero had helped them on countless disasters throughout the years. This man even added that if Mask didn't exist, humanity would have been extinct. But these two young heroes begged to differ. They told this man that the credit shouldn't all be given to Mask. And then their argument started. This man continued to prove his point. He had this impression towards Mask because he doesn't like the way he treated the other heroes. Mask even thought that there were other heroes that used their power towards personal gain. As for this man, he knew that all these allegations were not true. Their attention was now back to the broadcast. He told Mask that he can now leave the platform as a special hero. He told him that humanity will never forget his contributions as their savior. Mask kept quiet all along. He stared at Hiao and then to the congressman. But something was wrong. Mask didn't know what's going on. He thought that he had already died from his fight against the Lord of the Weaving Night. But right now he's alive and he's on this platform. He thought that this was kind of a flashback. This was the time where he'll be betrayed by his companions. While he was still trying to process his thoughts, this notification popped out in front of him. It was from a system. It shows that Mask had already completed his goal of helping humanity construct a new national alliance. And as for his main goal, he will be given 2 branches of choice. The first branch was called Hero's Path. New crisis has appeared, and even if humanity was dumb, he will still protect them in the dark. The second branch was called Monster's Path. New crisis has appeared, but this time he will protect the world as a monster. It doesn't matter how he does this. After all, he will become a monster. The system gave Mask 20 minutes, and after that, he will be sent to a F-level environment. The greatest hero of humanity was facing a crossroad right now. But after thinking about it, it really wasn't that difficult. This time, he chose the monster path. Hiao then interrupted Mask. He asked him why the hero was not responding. He thought that maybe Mask was not satisfied with their verdict. This guy knew and recognized the contributions of Mask to their society. But as a leader, he needed to carry out this decision. Mask's actions really hindered a lot of their political decisions. In order to gain back the trust of the other nations, the Congress had been polluting the minds of the public towards Mask. Over the years, they made him their scapegoat, and because all of the hate was diverted to Mask, this move will make their Congress look great again. With this, Mask will just become a statue of the past, and all of the people will rely on the Congress again. This move also allows these greedy congressmen to do whatever they want to do. And if someone disagrees, they will be taken care of. But before these men could even celebrate, Mask spoke up and told them that he had an objection. This caused an uproar inside the venue. Hiao, on the other hand, was already expecting this. This was because this move will look like Mask wanted to maintain his power and influence to the public, like this guy who had been talking shit to him since the hearing. But then they heard Mask's plea. He said that he also wanted to give up his special hero title. This shocked everyone. Hiao was also caught off guard. Mask then stood up and repeated his words. He will give up the title of being a special hero. He told everyone that he's tired of being a hero. Hiao started to shout against Mask. He's now implying that Mask didn't like their verdict and now he's doing this as his revenge. But Mask told him that he's not really disappointed with their verdict. Instead, he was glad about it. This guy didn't expect any of this. He thought that this plan would go so well that they could still use this hero to protect them. He thought that Mask was just using his power and strength to fight the Congress. Hiao told Mask that he can't leave just yet. He then added that since Mask had given up his special hero title, he should also give up his power. The people were starting to get confused about this statement. Some of them even thought that this was too much to ask. Mask was a rank 13 hero. The next hero below him was only rank 9 and it was Hiao. Mask was also the only one who managed to break through the 10th level realm. Most of the current heroes that this achievement was impossible for everyone to surpass. This speech continued to utter words that would destroy Mask's image to the public. He said that Mask had no right to just abandon them after putting all the resources to him. And now if Mask really wants to leave his position as a hero, he needs to give up his power. Mask responded and his aura started to overflow. Hiao became speechless. This was the same for the congressmen and for the people who were watching. Mask agreed with Hiao's condition. He then raised his hand and started to gather his power. he will now give up his strength. These greedy men started to feel pressure inside the venue. Meanwhile, Mask continued to stack up his power. People also started fainting out. They really can't handle the pressure. Even Hiao started to struggle. He's a rank 9 hero, but he needed to use all of his power just to stay conscious in front of Mask. This hero's aura was enough to make everyone kneel in front of him. And now, since they wanted his power back, he was more than willing to give it to them. A huge ray of light was casted towards the sky. This busted all of the things that it hit. People who saw this outside even thought that this was a mysterious phenomenon. They thought that a king-class monster had descended over their city. But this ray of light that once had symbolized hope for humanity meant something different this time. These fools betrayed a hero once again for their own gain. And after a few minutes, Mask was done giving his power up. Hiao was surprised that he even managed to withstand the pressure from Mask's power. But this was then followed by showing his shitty grin. He thought that finally, Mask was just an ordinary human again. The greatest hero of humanity had become nothing again. And with that, Mask started to leave. He reached for his mask and removed it. Finally, his responsibility for these fools was over. Hiao still hasn't moved on. He knew that as soon as Mask walked out of this venue, he will be facing his end. But then a bright red light appeared below Mask, and then he was transported. Hiao can't believe what just happened. Multiple notifications popped out again. Mask was transported to a level 4 secret realm, and it was a mother spider hatching nest. Somewhere along a portal, these heroes came out and they were about to raid this secret realm. Their leader warned his team that they were about to fight level 3 spider guards. These spiders' size were as big as humans. This lady told their healer that she doesn't need to be afraid. These guys then told their leader to stop messing around as they were excited to kill the monsters. The other one thought that it was also a waste because they would not be able to watch Mask's trial. The lady uttered that if it wasn't for Mask's trial, this secret realm will not be available for them because other heroes will also be raiding this place. And after some time, their leader told them that it was now time to clear this dungeon. But before they could enter it, the portal shined again. They thought that someone was coming out of it. This man appeared out from the portal. These guys thought that something was wrong about this man because he came into the secret realm without any proper equipment. This guy was masked. And it has been a while since he entered a lower-level dungeon like this one. He then remembered something when he just got awakened. Mask happened to enter a dungeon that had a time limit on clearing it, and the boss in that dungeon was a demon god. But right now, Mask is back to being an ordinary citizen. He's only level 1 human and the system even sent him in here. Mask was still not sure about this path that he took, but he really looked forward to how things will turn out, especially that he now needs to save the world as a monster. The leader of the party then approached him. He asked Mask if he was there to raid the dungeon. He also asked where his weapon was. Since our MC had no equipment with him, he told the leader that his fist will be his weapon. The leader was glad because he thought that Mask was a martial artist. This was a class that specializes on using their body as a weapon. The leader also asked Mask about his level. He was expecting that this martial artist was at least level 3. Our MC told him that he was just level 1. This shocked the whole party. The leader approached him again. He asked him if he was planning to die inside the dungeon, but Mask told them that he's in there to clear the dungeon. These guys were not buying it. After all, a level 1 hero without any equipment had no chance against a level 3 secret realm. Mask then told them that they needed to relax. He will not even try to bother them. The leader made sure to remember this guy's statement. He told our MC that even if he needed their help, they would not bother themselves. After their conversation, the party proceeded to enter the realm, but the lady looked at our MC one more time before leaving him alone. Their fight inside the realm then started. This lady used her fire skill towards these monsters. The other guy was an archer and he provided extra support and damage when his teammates needed him. Their leader and the other guy were tasked to be in the front lines. Meanwhile, our MC was just staring at them at the sidelines. He was then approached by this girl. She told Mask that their leader was not really a rude man. He was just concerned about his safety because the realm was indeed a dangerous place to be. She warned him that if he's not careful, he'll pass away. Mask then started praising these heroes nowadays. He said that they really had become progressive and cautious. He thought that all of these things were built using their blood and tears. This girl told him that even though Mask looked young, his way of words were like those who were in the Congress. In short, he sounded like an old man. This trait and training among the aspiring professional heroes started from a policy that Mask had enforced. This requires all of the heroes to cooperate with each other. And this led to lower death rates inside the realms. After that, this girl introduced herself. Her name was Yan Zixi and she was a level 2 healer. Mask introduced himself as well. His real name was Xiao Q and he hasn't picked a class yet. From now on, we will address him using this name. He said that he's still thinking about it. Xiao Q thought that all of the existing classes today were all created by him. Zixi suggested that since Xiao Q's physique was not really suitable for melee-type classes, he should opt to choose spell-casting classes. This will also prevent him from being in constant danger being on the front lines. She then apologized to Q because she's been too talkative. As this went on, this pointed object appeared behind Zixi. Q quickly pulled her. It was an attack from the monster. And Zixi nearly got heat from this. The archer shouted that this monster was a shadow spider. Q saved this girl from its attack. And then, Q quickly grabbed one of the spider's legs. Using just his bare hands, he was able to rip it apart. Q pulled the leg, and then he used it to attack the spider back. This guy just defeated a shadow spider just by using his left hand. And on top of that, he used the spider's leg as his weapon. The spider died in just one hit. The other party members can't believe what just happened. They thought that the path of a martial artist was too much. This guy said that he had already seen other martial artists, but none of them could replicate what Q did just now. Our MC accurately targeted the spider's weakest joint and attacked it in such a short moment. They knew that Q's skill was not ordinary. Our MC also told Zixi to let go now since there's no danger anymore. Zixi didn't notice that she's been hugging Q since. She quickly apologized and got embarrassed after realizing it. As for our MC, he found out that the monster path didn't affect his leveling system. He got 500 experience points from the spider, meaning he doesn't have to worry about the penalty on killing high-level monsters as their levels will be proportional to the experience gain. And combined with his knowledge from all the battles he had when he was still the greatest hero, he could easily get back his strength from before. The leader of the party also praised Q because of his extraordinary talent. He really has what it takes to go to this secret realm. He also thanked Q for saving his teammate. With this, Q will also receive a share of the reward when they clear this realm. Our MC told him that he just did that because it's the right thing to do. After that, these professionals continued their quest. They easily defeated all the shadow spiders lurking in the area. The leader then said that the boss should be around the corner now. He reminded his teammates that after this fight, they will all go back to the real world. Their battle plan will also be the usual. As a tank, he will take the aggro and the rest of them will do the damage. He also reminded this lady to take advantage of her fire skill to burn the spider's silk. The archer was also excited to wrap this up because he still wants to watch the trial of Mask. The other one butted in and told him that most probably, Mask was found guilty. They were also curious about Mask's face. No one had ever seen his face with that mask of his. This girl used to be his supporter, but it all changed because of the rumor that Mask killed all the people in the city of Tuga. Zixi then defended Mask. She said that Mask had no other choice but to do that because all of the people in there got infected by a demon. It was Mask's last resort. This guy teased her because she was still protecting the hero's image in front of them. But then the leader told them to stop the talk. He thought that maybe Q was already irritated with them. And thus, their quest continued again. They now arrived at the part where more and more spider webs were scattered around them. But they didn't feel scared because they were more after the reward they could get after defeating the boss monster. And then a monster had made its move. This alerted these professionals. A huge spider really did appear in front of them. The leader took the initiative to take the aggro. While he got the attention of the boss monster, The others started their attacks. Q easily dodged the attacks. He remembered that monsters in the lower realms didn't have any intelligence. This was a reason they can be defeated easily. They continued to overwhelm this monster with their attacks. Zixi also provided support and healed their leader as he was tanking all the damages. And not long after, the monster was defeated. The leader was proud because they cleared a level 3 secret realm without taking any major injuries. He told them that the rewards will be distributed evenly. They will also give Q his share. Our MC heard him say level 3 secret realm. But the system told him that he will be transported to a level 4 secret realm. He thought that there's something wrong in here. The other guy then exclaimed that there's no treasure chest beside the fallen boss monster. They also felt an ominous aura up ahead of the tunnel. Then, they saw this girl with her student uniform walking towards them. This lady noticed something about the girl's head. She was wearing an astronaut helmet. At this moment, they knew that the reason why the treasure chest didn't appear was because that big spider wasn't the boss of this realm. This girl is. This guy then positioned himself. He thought that this secret boss was not that strong because the pressure he felt from the spider was greater than this girl. This boss monster was struggling to walk straight. She suddenly ran frantically towards them. This guy met her head on. But instead of dodging, this monster met his attack and it got her. The attack was spot on. The others were just watching them calmly. This guy even bragged about this fight being so easy. He then pulled his spear back as he intended to finish this fight off. His attack left a hole on the monster's body, but then webs came out from the hole and it targeted him. The boss monster got his arms. He tried struggling to remove the webs, but they were just too strong. The next thing he knew was his arms got broken instantly. Their team started to panic. The leader knew that physical attacks won't work against these webs, so he ordered this lady to use her flames. She casted her spell and she was able to heat the monster. The archer also started rescuing their teammate because he might also be caught with the fire. But before he could even get near them, the fire even grew stronger. And then they saw multiple legs coming out from the fire. The girl monster just grew multiple limbs. She was now more like a spider. The team started to panic, as they have not seen anything like this before. And while this guy was screaming, a foot got on his chest. It was the boss monster's attack. The archer was ready to avenge his friend, but he was stopped by our MC. Q warned him that he will recklessly fight this monster. He will end up like his friend. Their leader backed what Q said. This monster's power was out of their league. He intends to hold this monster up until the portal opens up again, but he found out that it would take another 3 hours before they could use it. He knew they couldn't hold this fight that long. The monster also started its move. It used its web again, and this time, it got into the leader's arms. The archer tried to help, but his attacks were useless. After that, the monster attacked him as well. The monster then pulled the archer towards her direction. Its ferocious teeth then appeared. The archer was not able to do anything about it. The monster got her early lunch. This incident made their leader furious. He then mustered his strength and slashed the webs of the monster. But his blade was stopped. This level 4 monster was just too strong. His attacks as a level 3 swordsman were just treated as nothing. The monster then got his hands again. And now, he's the one who's being pulled. Q then shouted to give him his sword. He told the leader that if he wanted to live, he would let Q cat his hand. He knew he had no other choice. The leader threw his sword towards Q. Our MC didn't hesitate to cut off his arm as this was the only thing that could save the old man. The leader then screamed in pain. After that, Q helped him have some distance from the monster. Zixi then used her skills to heal her leader. Meanwhile, this lady was already in a state of panic. She then ran away because she didn't want to die. Zixi asked Q why he was not doing the same. Our MC told her that this monster was just letting her prey run because it makes them tastier. The monster wants them to feel fear first before killing them. These kinds of monsters were called God-chosen beasts. They fed on humans' negative emotions like fear, jealousy, and resentment. Q further explains this to Zixi. These monsters were blessed by the outer gods, that's why they became more powerful than the normal monsters. Our MC knew about this because he already defeated hundreds of these monsters in his past identity. But he never expected that the system would send him into a realm that already has this kind of monster. This God-chosen beast started to do something weird again. It released a poisonous gas and it spread throughout the place. Luckily, Zixi was there and she has a skill that could repel the poison. Meanwhile, this lady was now in trouble. She ran away and she was already out of range from Zixi's skill. She inhaled the poison and immediately went unconscious. But since Zixi was just a level 2 healer, she wasn't able to withstand the pressure of the poison gas. This monster was starting to get happy, but then it noticed something. Q was already missing from his position. He told the monster that even though his powers were gone, his spirit and soul were still at level 14. That made him withstand the poison gas. Our MC also acquired a skill while he was fighting in this realm. He activated his skill and his appearance started to change. Our MC just transformed to his new form as a monster. And he told the monster that it should be proud because it will witness his new strength. The monster released more concentrated poison gas towards Q, but our MC was already taking his position to dash towards the monster. And in a split second, he vanished. The monster had no time to react. It received significant damage from Q. Our MC got one of its legs. He even teased it because these legs were quite good. The monster tried counter-attacking but it was no use. The power gap between these two was just too wide. Q was even disappointed because he expected more from it. But since he needed to end this quickly, our MC continued his attacks. And as expected, the God-chosen beast was overwhelmed. It only now has one leg to stand on. Our MC really started to make fun of his prey. This monster knew that it had no chance of winning against Q. That's why it started running away. But then, its other leg was cut off again. The monster fell down. She looked like more of an octopus now. A takoyaki. As it tried to crawl away, it was stopped by Q. This is the new form of humanity's greatest hero now. A monster that could devour all the other monsters in the world. And just like that, our MC ended his fight. The system then congratulated him for clearing the quest. He also got a spider foot as a reward. And he will be transported back to the real world now. 2 hours later after the incident, Zixi was now wandering the streets. She still can't believe what happened inside that realm. When they woke up, they were already out of the secret realm. The leader was also rushed out to the hospital. The other lady was also not injured. But Zixi was worried about Q because she didn't see him after that. And as she searched for our MC, eventually she saw him in front of a building. As for our MC, the system transported him in Dawes City. And right now, he's looking for a place to live in. But the rental cost for one room was already over 3,000 Union dollars per month. And since these things were given to him for free in his past identity as a hero, he didn't have anything for himself right now. He didn't even have money. As he was thinking about how difficult life would be for him now, Zixi shouted his name. Q remembered this girl as the healer from the secret realm, and she got a little disappointed because Q didn't remember her name. She then told her name again. This girl's name was Yan Zixi. Aside from that, she was happy to see Q all safe and sound. She then noticed that Q was looking at the rent rates for this building. She found out that Q didn't have a place to settle in as he also didn't have any relatives in this city. Zixi started talking about the history of Dawes City. This place was established 40 years ago after the disaster. With a rapid development around the area, it became an urban village in no time. Zixi made Q follow her and she showed him her house. This girl just adopted our MC. Her house was big enough to have a separate room for Q. Q then saw something in Zixi's gate. She told him that it was a medal that her father received when he retired as a hero. His father was a level 5 melee professional and he took part in a lot of battles. Zixi told Q that her father even had the opportunity to fight alongside Masked. Although she's not sure if this was true because her father often tells this story when he is drunk. Q then asked her about her father. It turns out, her father was already gone. The war had taken its toll on his body. Even if all the wounds from the battles had been healed, his father lost too much vitality. He passed away not long after he retired. Our MC then asked about her mother. She had already passed away as well when she gave birth to Zixi's sister. Q became speechless after hearing this. But then Zixi told him that he doesn't need to have that expression because this all happened a long time ago and she's doing well now. She then invited Q inside the house. She will even give Q some clothes to get him started. This girl then pointed out the room that Q could use. This was a spare room and he can live in it. Q thought that compared to his past identity being always in the front lines, this life was better. He will also make sure to pay her kindness once he starts earning from the secret realms. And then someone came. It was this girl in a wheelchair. And she's asking who Q is. This girl was Qian Liu and she was Zixi's younger sister. Zixi also explained Q's situation to her. She introduced Q as her companion in the secret realms, but this girl didn't like her older sister bringing someone she just met to their house. Qian Liu then went away. Zixi apologized on behalf of her sister to Q. She told him that her sister gets agitated whenever she sees some strangers. Also, this was the day that Mask went to trial. Qian Liu was a big fan of Mask. Q didn't expect that he would have many fans in the past. Meanwhile, Qian Liu was back in front of her computer. This girl was busy being a keyboard warrior against all the bashers of Mask. She continued to type her rebuttals towards these trolls. And then, Zixi shouted that it's time for them to eat. But this girl was really dedicated to her mission. She doesn't want to eat even if they have a guest waiting for her. She also told her sister that she doesn't need to welcome Q. Eventually, Zixi gave up. She then apologized to Q again because their food now was too simple. But in Q's perspective, these foods were already good. He remembered the times he was forced to eat monster meat without any seasoning. He had to endure all of those times in his past life. That time, he had the mindset of a hero. He was willing to endure all the hardship as long as he could bring peace to the world. As they were eating, the news about Mask's trial was broadcasted. These two hosts were talking about what happened in the trial. This one said that there's a hypothesis about Mask's disappearance. The people on the internet said that Mask only pretended to give up his powers. After all, he just disappeared after the trial. This other one was more concerned about the fact that the greatest hero of mankind was gone. He's thinking if they will all just be fine if they experience a disaster once again. This guy was obviously against Mask. He was being biased on his statements. He said that he's sure that mankind will once again withstand any disaster. He emphasized that even without Mask, the world will still move forward. Zixi was still also concerned about the verdict on Mask's trial. She was about to ask Q's perspective on this matter, but she got distracted because Q ate so fast. It was already his fourth bowl. This guy was just busy eating and enjoying his food. But Zixi continued to tell him her thoughts about the trial. She still thinks that Mask has his reasons behind his actions. Q half-heartedly responds to Zixi's thoughts. She realized that Q didn't really care about Mask at all. If only she knew that his guy was masked. She thought that if her sister saw this news about their idol, she had already smacked the TV down. Suddenly, these two heard some loud noises outside. These shouting people introduced themselves as representatives of Kai Jiang Investment Company. They kept on knocking aggressively and they even threatened to burn this house down if someone would not open the door for them. Zixi then quickly ran towards the door. She opened it and these guys greeted her. She then told them that her decision on not selling this house to their company was final. But then this guy explained her situation to her. She just lost her party because of the secret realm they raided and now she has no source of income. Zixi was confused on how these thugs knew about what happened inside the realm. This guy then told her that their company had some connections to the government and it was easy to get some information about them. This guy knew that eventually, Zixi will have no other choice but to accept their offer. He also gave her 5 days to consider their offer and if she wouldn't cooperate after this, things would get troublesome for Zixi. He offered $100,000 federal dollars in exchange for her house. Zixi got confused again because the offer before was $3 million. Although she had no intentions on selling this property to them, it still doesn't make any sense. This guy was really taking advantage of this opportunity. He was forcing them to take his offer immediately. He even used her sister's medical bills to even make her think about taking the deal. Kyan Liu needs her treatment and it will cost a lot of money, and right now, Zixi only has less than 30,000 in her bank account. Q then came out and this guy noticed him. He then greeted Q as he thought that he was Zixi's boyfriend. He tried to offer a handshake with Q. He even introduced himself to him. This guy's name was Tujin Kenzo and he's the chief of the security department. RMC accepted the gesture. Before they could shake their hands, Zixi warned Q about Kenzo's abilities, but it was already too late. This guy specialized in mental strikes and he plans to use it. He used his power against RMC. Kenzo entered Q's mental world and he was about to launch his attack here. He was even thinking of just giving Q a minor concussion because he's been in a good mood lately. But this guy started to get confused. He's been trying to reach Q's consciousness for a while now. And then he noticed something. This wide world was Q's mental world. He's now in panic because this was the first time he encountered a powerful mental power. Kenzo knew that he needed to flee as fast as he could, but he was stopped by these huge waves. The waves got him. He thought that Q was on a whole different level. This guy was about to get devoured by Q's mental power. RMC didn't have to do anything. Kenzo also saw this while he's being submerged by Q's consciousness. He screamed because he just saw the true monster. Back to the real world, Kenzo went out cold. Zixi didn't know what was happening. The other bodyguards were about to attack Q because their leader just got unconscious, but he was stopped by the other one in charge. This guy knew that Q was too strong for them to handle. He thought that Q might be a level 3 professional based on how he handled Kenzo, as he was trying to help his boss. This guy told Zixi that their affairs were far from over. They even have the nerve to say that if someone caused problems with their people, things will not be easy even though they were the ones who started this. After they left, Zixi asked Q if he really did that to Kenzo. Q told her that it was Kenzo's fault for trying to get inside his mental world. RMC didn't even have the intention to do that to him. Q then found out that the Kai Jiang company has been harassing them for 4 years now. They really wanted to buy their house. Even if Zixi already told them that they will not sell the house, they continued to disturb them. They even threaten her sister whenever she's not present. This only stopped when her leader came into the rescue. But now that this kind man was in the hospital, she's sure that they will come after them again. Q then asked her about the preferential treatment they should be getting from the government as he passed this bill when he was still a hero. It was then revealed that Zixi's family didn't receive such a thing. The government was also backing these shark companies. This was the only time that Q found out that his policies when he was still a hero were not being enforced properly. After that incident, Q helped Zixi on washing the dishes. This was the only way he could help them for now. Zixi told him that she was already grateful because Q drove those thugs away. She then asked him about his plans on the secret realms and if Q will join other parties. And it's the same case for Zixi. If her leader doesn't wake up soon, she will be forced to join other parties. But joining other parties nowadays was kinda risky. Some parties even backstabs their members just to gain more loot. Mask had already enforced a policy prohibiting professionals on killing each other, but when people were already inside the realm, no one could really tell what's happening. She told Q that if she was able to find some reliable parties, she would surely recommend Q to them. Q agreed to her suggestion. But deep inside, our MC knew that ever since he chose the monster path, joining other professionals will be impossible. He also knew that no one in their right minds would fight alongside a monster like him. And while he was finishing up cleaning the dishes, the system notified him again. It was a level 4 secret realm mission again. But the main requirement for this was Q needs to clear this alone. And he only has 12 hours to prepare for this. After some time, a portal appeared in this secret realm. Q came out from the portal. This was the secret realm he needed to clear alone. He also thanked the system because he was able to enter and exit the realms without requiring official requests from the government. Armak noticed that this realm's design was like Europe's Middle Era. He also noticed these huge gargoyle statues. As soon as he locked his eyes with these statues, the stones started to crack, and not long after, the stone gargoyles turned into scarlet gargoyle monsters. He then started to analyze the characteristics of these monsters. He thought that if Zixie's team encountered these monsters, there would be a lot of casualties. The gargoyles didn't waste any more time and they charged Q, but they were just stopped on their tracks with Q's hands. Our MC used his monster form again, and now he felt pity among these monsters because they were about to get wrecked by the true monster. And just like that, our MC eliminated 2 gargoyles. Q continued to wander around this realm and he then saw a whole bunch of gargoyles again. He even challenged them to charge him all at once. The monsters started to fly and surround Q. Our MC did this superhero landing pose, but this time, he's gonna do something different. Q jumped up as well, and then one by one, he defeated these gargoyles with one strike. And after a while, our MC went on being One Punch Man to rip the gargoyles' wings apart. Even these stone monsters were able to feel fear when they fought Q. After defeating the last gargoyle, something came down. It was the leader of the monsters. It was called Lux Stone Statue. Q made a comment about how this one looked more like a human, and because of that, Q wanted to kill it even more. After that, these two dashed towards each other. The room was then filled with silence. After a while, someone opened the door, and these professionals came in ready to take a fight. But all they got was a pile of rubbles and an empty room. This guy was confused because they were told that they were the first team to enter this dungeon. The entrance was also closed when they entered this place, so it was really a bit odd that someone got in before them. This lady started looking around and she found one of the gargoyles' bodies. She told her leader that whoever did this was indeed a monster. The damage was not from a sharp sword because of its uneven texture. That means this was done by ripping the body apart. This idea was enough to send chills into their bones. Using bare hands with this fight was just too much and nearly impossible. But then this guy saw something that could prove that this really happened. A body was pinned on one of the pillars of this room. It was the leader of the monsters, and Q used its spear against it. Meanwhile, at the Secret Realm Inspection Bureau office in Dawes City, these guys were being filled with a lot of complaints. This boss was furious because the amount of people who were reporting that the dungeon they were supposed to clear was already done by someone else. But currently, there are already 7 reports, and this can't be kept on happening because it means that they were neglecting their duty as officers. But this guy thought that this was not really a good thing because secret realms were really supposed to be cleared sooner or later. The boss got more angry because this guy didn't see the bigger picture. Secret realms were indeed opted to be cleared, but not from those who evade their security. This also compromises the safety of the professionals inside the dungeon. If that unregistered person will just kill monsters inside, then there's no problem. But what if his main purpose was to ambush the professionals? This will really create a huge uproar to the hero community. The boss then told his team that back in his day, most of the heroes that entered the dungeon were not killed by the monsters. They were betrayed by their companions to gain more power and money. He also started to analyze the situation. It all started with the dungeon where the gargoyles were ripped apart. According to the reports, the infiltrator should be at least level 4 to 5 professionals to do such a thing. They also ruled out the possibility that this was done by a group of professionals because the way the monsters were defeated showed only one pattern. And with this information, the boss concluded that the person behind this will also try to sell the loot that he got to the market. He then tasked his team to check the market around the city and find those who got the same loot that can be obtained from the infiltrated dungeons. Meanwhile, at the professional trading market at Dawes City, this shopkeeper was glad to have business with someone. It was Q. He indeed sold the loot drops to these shops and he got a decent amount of money. He also didn't really care about the price he was selling because this was just a bonus for clearing his quests. But with this money, Q could now help Zixie and he could also pay his rent. And then he heard a familiar voice nearby. It was Zixie, and she's trying to sell an item to the shop. This shopkeeper was trying to haggle her into selling her antique sword for a much cheaper price. He told her that since it was too old, it would be worth just like a scrap. This blade was her father's and it was the only treasure she got right now. And now, she's sad because this thing was just considered as a scrap now. The shopkeeper saw her pitiful state and told her that he'll buy it for $3,500. His offer was $3,300 before. Zixi was already thinking about it. She really didn't want to sell this, but she needs money to pay for her sister's medical expenses. As for the shopkeeper, he was trying to take advantage of the situation because Zixi had no idea about what she was selling. A sword like this one can only be obtained in high-level secret realms, and this item would easily sell for $10,000. He then tried to pressure Zixi more into selling the sword now because he might change his mind. But then someone spoke up. It was Q. He checked the sword that Zixi was holding, and he knew that this was a level 5 professional long blade. He told Zixi that he wanted this equipment. The shopkeeper shouted at him because our MC just poached his transaction with Zixi. And then Q decided to give Zixi the money he earned from the dungeons. Since this was a lot of money, the shopkeeper conceded. After that, these two decided to sit somewhere in this park. Q now has the sword in his hand. Zixi told him that she could give the sword to him for only $1,500 because he had already helped her a lot. But Q denied her trade offer. He told her that she should take all the money because this was his payment for the accommodation and for all the delicious food she took care of. Q insisted that she take the money. Our MC also told her that this blade was not as simple as she thought. The value of this sword easily exceeds $10,000. Zixi then commented that this blade really suits him because they were full of secrets. She had been thinking about the mysterious things around Q. This guy was able to escape the secret realm they were in last time, and now he has gained so much money in such a short period of time. But she made sure that she would be meddling with Q's actions. She just wished that Q would be nice enough to really take care of her father's treasure. The sword's name was Flying Crow. Q thought that it was really a great name for a sword. It's like a dangerous crow that was lurking in the dark, waiting for its chance to attack. Zixi also told Q that she really didn't want to sell the sword, but she had no other choice. She also shared about the tragedy that struck her younger sister. Qian Lu was present in the city when the Great Ghost incident happened. This Great Ghost was a level 10 monster that caused trouble in Da City. The government army and the professionals all sacrificed a lot of lives just to defeat this monster. Her father was killed in this incident, and the only thing that was recovered from this tragedy was his sword, Flying Crow. The most deadly thing about this incident was a radiation emitted throughout the city. The sky even turned green that day. Qian Lu was also struck by the radiation and her feet both got affected. She was on the edge of the radiation. Zixi also shared that Qian Lu was a genius in using swords. She could easily become a level 5 swordsman or higher, but this all changed when she got that accident. And now, she needed constant treatment from high-leveled healers just to prevent the radiation from spreading out to her body. Zixi was also forced to give up her close combat career because she needed a more survival-rated job. Q remembered this incident. He was the one who defeated the Great Ghost with just one punch, but he was deployed 10 hours late. He didn't expect that in such a short period of time. That incident changed so many lives. Our MC was reminded why he hated the monsters so much. Q also remembered that Mask made a deal with the federal government to assist all the affected families from that incident, but Zixi didn't know about it at all. And after sharing this burden with Q, she felt more okay now. She told Q that they should head back home now. She will also be cooking delicious food for Q, and they went on their way. Q also happened to pass by these two men who were looking for the loot drops from the infiltrated dungeons. They were sure that the loot would be sold in the professional market in no time. Meanwhile, in the house of Zixi, Qian Lu was still busy fighting the trolls of the internet, but then she heard loud knocks on their door. She thought that this was not her sister because the knocks were too aggressive. She then remembered about the guys from the Kai Jiang investment company. The knocks kept on getting stronger. Qian Lu saw her wooden stick and grabbed it. She made her way towards the door, and that's when this guy managed to open it with his kick. The guy proceeds to enter the house and he greets Qian Lai. This annoyed Qian Lu and tried swinging her sword. but she was not able to land a strike. She also fell down. The guy then stepped on her weapon. He knew that Qian Liu can't do anything to him because she can't reach him. This boss then ordered his men to search for Zixi and the guy that hurt Kenzo last time. These thugs started to flip and destroy everything inside the house. And then these lackeys reported that they didn't find Zixi and Q. He then decided that they will just bring Qian Liu with them because they can't go back empty-handed. The other guy told his boss that this was not a good idea because they could be charged for kidnapping. The boss praised this guy and gave him a special task instead. He gave him the keys of a truck and ordered him that as soon as Zixi and her boyfriend arrives, he will drive the truck to Zixi's yard. The boss planned to dump garbage in their yard and file it as a minor accident. These guys liked the idea and they all laughed. After some time, rain started pouring down. Zixi and Q were still running towards their house. But then Zixi saw something. She saw her younger sister still on the ground. Qian Liu was just left there with her pitiful state. Zixi quickly ran towards her sister to help her. Qian Liu told them what happened. She said that it was the Kaijiang Investment Company. Q then assisted Qian Liu going back into the house. But then they heard a loud crash. It was the truck. And it really crashed into their yard and all the garbage was dumped in front of them. Zixi held her ground. She already knew who did this. The guy even tried to tease them that this was just an accident. He also told Zixi that she should also clean this up since she was already standing in front of it. Qian Liu then tried to console her sister, but Q stopped her. He told her to let her sister be alone. He said that it would only make her sister sadder if she insisted. Zixi then went inside their house but her head was still held high. But she didn't say a single word to them. After that, Q and Qian Liu were left outside the house. Liu then asked Q why these kinds of things were happening to them. She wonders if there's really justice in this world. Q told her that there never was. Liu then proceeds on asking for even a bit of hope or fairness in their society. And our MC told her the truth. These things really don't exist. He said that even the rain falls unequally to everyone. Q held her sword and told her that rain falls to those who were suffering and to those who were unrighteous. He further told her that the world was really unjust. Even this simple rain was proof of that. Our MC was clearly annoyed about what happened. He destroyed the wooden sword of Qian Liu only with his grip. Qian Liu was not able to contain her feelings and she started crying. Q told her that her family's problems were too small compared to the problems of this world. And he can't really be bothered with their affairs. But since our MC was always being followed by trouble, he opted to do something about it. Qian Liu asked him where he was going. Q told her that he was going to kill these people. This girl panicked as she heard his response because she thought Q can't win against them. The company has fighters that were levels 3 to 4. She also reminded him about their problems being too minor to be bothered upon. Our MC agreed that this was really a minor problem. In fact, it bores him. But the truth is, he was fond of doing boring things like this, especially when these problems can be solved using violence. That day, it was a rainy afternoon. Q was already in front of the building, ready to attack. Inside this establishment was a luxurious experience. It was also filled with strong bodyguards in case someone would cause any trouble. Q entered the building and it quickly alerted the guards. But instead of being scared, they looked like they even wanted some trouble. These two approached Q and told him to put away his weapon. But our MC didn't stop walking. It felt like he had already done something. In a split moment, this guy had been slashed. These two were already turned into dust. Q also got a new mission from the system. It required him to use Flying Crow to kill all the hostile beings in the building. And as for its reward, the sword will have an upgrade. After that, more guards were deployed to stop Q, and he continued to walk towards them. One of the guards told his companions to be more careful, and thus, they surrounded Q. These guys started their attack. With a swift motion, our MC already got them. This guy was also just about to strike, but our MC already noticed his aura. Q used his sword and he got his arms, and then he targeted his body. But Q's blade got stuck. Flying Crow was already dull. The others noticed this and were about to use this information to their advantage. Q got his sword off and decided to use his fist instead. This caught this guy off guard. He knew that Q was a weapon user, but his physical strength was greater than those martial artists. After that, Q got his sword again. He continued his quest to kill these men. Meanwhile, at this office, the man who went to Zixie's house was just chilling. He thought that eventually, those two sisters would sell their property to them. These guys were already expecting large profits if they could redevelop the place. But then this guy barged in and alerted his boss. He told them that someone was killing all the guards and that man was already on his way towards them. It's only one intruder, but he already managed to kill most of the guards. This guy was now thinking who they have messed up with. They always make sure they won't be involved with high-level professionals or people with great influence. He ordered his men to check out what's really happening. They went out and brought all of their weapons with them. And then they saw something. Someone was on the stairs and was begging for his life. But he was met with this dark slash. And then Q emerges from the stairs. This boss was quickly intimidated by the aura of RMC. He tried acting tough and told his men that they were all high-level professionals, so they can't be scared of one guy. These three had prepared themselves and wielded their weapons. Since they were level 4 professionals, they asked Q to just surrender. The other guy recognized him and told his boss that Q was the one who put Kenzo in a coma. And he's with Zixie's house when they went in there last time. Q thought that if he'll be facing 3 level 4 professionals, he would have a hard time if he'll just use his human form. RMC then destroyed these light switches in the hallway, and the lights went out. These guys were already thinking that Q was planning to take them out in the dark. But this guy told him that darkness doesn't bother him as he had this night vision skill and he activated it. His vision slowly adjusted and then he saw something odd. The man they were facing with a while ago was gone. And right now, there's a monster in front of them. This guy felt the ominous aura around them. He saw Q move, but it was already too late. Flying Crow already devoured him. Their boss tried calling out this guy's name, but all he got was a stench of blood. He's wondering if his companion is already dead. Lightning struck something near the building, and the light from it showed them this horrible scene. Q was already ready to strike. This guy was able to block Q's attempt. He knew that if he had reacted a little slower, he'd already be dead by now. The blonde guy used his ice skill and casted an ice arrow, but Q already saw his attack. RMC blocked this powerful attack just by using one hand. He also crashed it using his grip, and now he turned his head towards the guy who made the attack. Blood was all over the place and their leader heard it. Q was already holding one head, and before their leader could even speak to Q, his head was cut off. The greatest hero of humanity has clearly taken the monster path. Flying Crow was now drenched in blood, and those reinforcements that came to help their boss were now scared for their lives. They didn't expect that they would meet a monster today. Q suddenly vanished from their visions, and the next thing they knew was that the monster was already in front of them. After a few seconds, Q had already taken care of them. That's where this guy told Q to stop. RMC knew that this guy was different from the others. This one was a level 6 professional. This professional thought that this monster in front of him was just using a transformation type of spell. But it also had a demon breath. So this hypothesis was already out. He then slowly walked down the stairs. He told Q that he's in between a human and a demon, and that makes him a very rare monster. He now plans to hunt Q down to compensate for all the losses he got from today's encounter. This professional made his move and vanished for a second. He came to RMC and aimed his head. Q was able to dodge it, but he still got grazed. This professional was already impressed because Q managed to dodge his attack. He praised Q's reaction speed, but that initial attack was just to check Q's capabilities. And since he already got the information he needed, he continued to attack Q. This guy was really powerful. He managed to land some slashes throughout Q. He was already enjoying this because his opponent was quite tough. But then he knew that for his next move, this monster was done for. This guy lunged towards Q. RMC dodged it easily, but this was just a trap. This guy just took out a gun against a monster. He clicked it and he managed to land a clean hit on Q. He was quite satisfied because this technique never missed a shot. All of the monsters he used this with were all blown to pieces. He's now thinking that he could still sell this monster for high price. But as the dust settled, Q's head was still intact. This professional can't believe that a monster managed to withstand that attack. He's now thinking how this monster survived his attack. Q spoke and told him the name of the technique that this guy used against him. It's called 19 Rapier Style. Q praised this guy for mastering this technique to this extent. Our MC knew this technique because he's the one who invented it. He specifically designed this technique for rapier users. But since this was created by Q, he knew how to counter it. He also said that this technique was just to be used for the righteous. And this guy has been using it for the wrong cause. He didn't understand Q's remarks because in his perspective, he used it to take down a monster. Q explained the situation to this professional. He told them about the families whose lives were ruined because of this investment company. This professional responded that he didn't really care about them at all, because the world will still turn around even if those people were left in ruins. And that was the principle that this guy was talking about. He then continued his quest to take down Q, and because of his twisted principle, Q has decided what to do. Our MC just grew these claw-like things behind his back. The level 6 professional didn't expect this weapon from Q, but still, he dodged it. As for the next attack, it was just too fast to react to. This was just the only chance that Q needed. A barrage of attack was then released towards this guy. After a few more seconds, this was him now. This guy asked Q one last question. He asked what kind of monster Q was. Our MC drew his sword once again as he answered his question. He told him that Q had already established his identity a while ago. And just like that, Flying Crow was drenched in blood again. Q noticed that it then started glowing. Flying Crow just evolved into its new form called Blood Raven. This weapon's ability was its unlimited growth potential. Its appearance didn't change at all, but our MC knew that something within it was different. It felt like his weapon even had its own heartbeat now. He thought that this was really a perfect weapon for him because both of them had an unlimited room for improvement. After that, Q noticed another guy who was already scared to death. He tried begging Q not to kill him, but our MC was now a monster. Unlike being a hero, his morals were now different. He then gave this treat to his newly evolved weapon, Blood Raven. The slash from the sword was enough to devour this guy. It even destroyed the building, and its power was seen outside. And as this chaos was happening inside the building, a special task force was already on their position. This officer reported that they had already surrounded the area. Someone managed to report this mess to them, and now they came to arrest the infiltrator. The one who's in charge of this operation told his troops not to attack first. They will wait and hope that the suspect will negotiate with them first. This old man knew that all of the people killed inside this building were not innocent. They were the ones that ruined thousands of lives. But he still needs to do his job. As they waited outside, one officer saw someone was coming out of the building. It's our MC, and all of his clothes have a lot of blood all over it. Meanwhile, Zixi was done taking a bath, and she just found out that Q made his way to Kaijang Investment Company. This girl quickly grabbed her umbrella as she was about to stop Q. As she was walking towards the building, she saw the armies of policemen that surrounded the area. She was stopped by one of the officers and asked if she was Zixi. He told her that she was needed for an investigation that was ongoing right now. The officer then showed Zixi a picture of Q. She told him that she knows Q and asked what happened to him and if he was still alive. This officer told her that he's not just alive. The Q was in good health. At the City Defense Army exclusive prison, Q was held and admitted inside. This old man had been observing our MC's behavior for a while now. This guy reported that Q had already confessed about his attack towards the Kaijang Investment Company. But the only information they got after that was his name. Other than that, they don't know anything about this guy. It's as if he just appeared out of nowhere. There's also no government files that were related to him. The only person he was related to was Zixi. They asked this girl and they found out that these two met inside the secret realm. They then related his identity towards the mysterious infiltrator of the secret realms. The old man really found Q mysterious. He then asked about Zixie's identity. He found out that Zixie was just a level 2 healer and that her father served the military as a level 5 professional. It was also reported to him that Zixie's sister was caught from the disaster that hit the Dawes City a long time ago. This girl revealed to them how she met Q. She told them that her party was about to conquer a secret realm, but then Q appeared from the portal. Her statement was also consistent from the other party members that survived the realm. This commander also found out that Q attacked the Kaijung investment company because they had been harassing Zixie's family into selling their property to them. After this director entered the room. He told the commander that it's now their time to talk to Q personally. Commander Jiang was a level 7 professional and the director was at level 6. These two were considered to be the strongest in Dawes City. The door to Q's room opened. The commander immediately saw Q's look, but then he noticed that our MC was not looking at him. He was looking at the badges on his cloak. The commander then sat down and started his interview. He told Q about the consequences for the crime he just committed. Q could be sentenced to death or he could be enlisted to the battalion's front lines to atone his sins. Q will only get his freedom back after serving and surviving these battles in the battlefield. But as far as anyone knows, this was just like serving someone a death sentence. No one had ever survived on the front lines. As for our MC, fighting monsters in the front lines was not really a punishment. He had been doing this all his life in his past identity as a hero. The commander noticed something about Q's statement. He asked Q if he had experience being in the front lines and Q answered yes. The director and the commander exchanged looks. They knew that there's really something mysterious about Q. If what he was saying was true, they could have known Q's identity. Because there were only a few people that could survive that situation, the commander then told Q that the director and him had also been in the front lines. The commander had served the front lines for 10 years and the director was considered as a veteran in this field. The only ones who served more than them were Mask and the first group of heroes. The commander even showed Q his Mask medal as a proof. And since Q knew the feeling of fighting in the front lines, he should have known that he should not have done this crime in the first place. These kinds of situations could easily crumble the peace that they have been establishing for decades. Q had also been entering the secret realms without any government notice. This was really a huge deal because it could destroy their security's image. But with all these explanations, Q kept quiet. He didn't say a single word to these two. The commander then told him that since he was too uncooperative, they can't do him a favor now. But this old man still hopes that Q will eventually cooperate with them because once he's been transferred to the federal capital prison, the officers there will not give him this treatment anymore. Q knew about the federal capital and he thought that he would like to visit that place again. But right now, it was a little bit impossible. Our MC just received a new mission. It's about the Great Ghost's reincarnation. It has been a few years since that disaster struck Dawes City, and the Great Ghost was not completely defeated. It now threatens its reincarnation from the bodies of the radiation blast it made last time. Our MC's main mission was to defeat the new calamity that was about to be born again, and his reward was its core. This was a form of the Great Ghost, or also known as the Great Obscenity. This monster was at the calamity level, meaning its powers were as strong as the level 7 to 13 professionals. Q already knew about the upcoming revival of this monster way back when he defeated it. That's why he told the government back then to monitor all the people who were affected by its radiation. Q really worked hard back then, and all he wanted was to maintain peace throughout the world. He was being transferred to all places just to save them from different calamities. But that day when he saved the people in Dawes City, all that he received was verbal harassment. He came in 10 minutes late and that was enough for the people to hate him. They called him names and told him that he's not grateful enough to the people who had put him in that position. This was the ugly truth about humanity. But every single time, Q faced all of the hate and still asked for forgiveness. This time, it's different. He doesn't need to be a hero anymore. Mankind was just too much. Q thought that it doesn't really matter now if people live or not. He doesn't care anymore. Meanwhile, these two were still wondering if Q really experienced being on the front lines. But the old man told him that in all of his experience, he hasn't seen anyone with that kind of strength. Commander Jiang knew this because of the way he killed those people in the building. He knew that Q was an expert in all combat techniques. It's like he cultivated multiple classes all at once. The director then asked the commander if Q was one of the geniuses in their lifetime. There were very few people who could achieve that kind of strength. This old man then told him that Q may be a genius, but he was also a dumb to sacrifice his freedom just to get Kaijiang Investment Company. They were not worth it. The judgment for Q was up to the Federation again. The same people who were behind Mask's trial. This was the federal government capital called Star City. This was built after humanity survived the Dark Ages. This city was considered as the symbol of humanity's revival, and right now, it has reached the future science fiction kind of state. And at one of the offices in this city, these congressmen were panicking and arguing about something. It's Hiao again, and he's looking at the report handed to him. This was Q's crime report. He thought that this young man really has a talent, but this man still wants to punish Q for his actions. He said that this could be a greater danger to society. As for the real reason why he wanted our MC to be punished, Kaijiang Company was one of his cash cows in Da City. And he needed to do this to show his power to those other companies who were under his protection. Hiao then decided to send Q to the monster retreat and take him into the front lines. This man was still not satisfied with this verdict. He needed Q to be executed in public. He's worrying that his lackeys would turn their backs against him. But then Hiao changed the topic of the meeting. He's annoyed because no one has ever located Mask since his disappearance from that trial. The room suddenly went silent. It's now the modern times. Someone could easily locate him and report them immediately to news outlets or to anyone. But still, there's still nothing about Mask. Little did Hiao know that Mask was already in front of him, but under a different identity. The other congressmen inside the room were trying to calm their leader down. They told him that Mask had no more powers now, and that's Hiao's point. If this was true, Mask couldn't instantly disappear in the courtroom. This guy then said that maybe that's just from the little power he had left. This was also the propaganda that they have been feeding the people for the past few days. And this move had decreased the supporters of Mask significantly. Hiao calmed down as he assessed the situation. Right now, he's the most powerful man in this federation. After that, Hiao still told them that they still need to find Mask just for their peace of mind. The next topic they needed to address was the increase of monsters in the front lines. This month, it had a 32% increase. Hiao realized the importance of Mask in these kinds of situations. Without him, they will have a hard time killing the monsters. This guy then asked them if they had pushed too far about their verdict in Mask's trial. This ticked Hiao because it was like someone questioned their collective decision. Hiao then proceeded to vent out his frustration. He asked these congressmen if they all think that humanity will not survive without Mask. And to address this current problem, he ordered to reduce the troops present in each city to reinforce their power in the front lines. This guy said that that was not a good idea. The troops in each city were deployed there in case a calamity emerged. And if they do this redeployment, it will affect the defense of these affected places. But someone made a comment that he was just against this move because that man was in charge for supplying weapons to the guards. And thus their argument started. But none of them could oppose Hiao's decision, and it was final. There had been no major calamity in these cities for years, and he's confident that they could manage these dangers now. As for Q, Hiao wanted him to be sent to the capital. At the Da City Defense Force building, Zixi was done cooperating with these officers. She had done this to save Q, but there's really nothing she could do. But Chan Liu can't accept this situation. Q was charged for a major crime, and these sisters will serve as the key witnesses for his trial. Chan Liu told this lady officer that this was just unjust. Q only punished those who were considered as scams of Earth. She then explained that even if that's the case, killing was still considered wrong. This little girl exclaimed that those who were killed were not even good citizens. Those guys destroyed thousands of lives. Commander Jiang overheard their conversation and he butted in. He told Chan Liu that she's right about those guys, but even if they deserve the things that happened to them, Q still has no rights to do such things in his own hands. Chan Liu then asked him why the government didn't act when they already knew that these kinds of things were happening. This old man told her that sometimes there's darkness that can't be dispelled by light and that there will always be a need for sacrifices. Chan Liu implied that it's not that they chose not to dispel darkness. It's just that they cannot. Commander Jiang told her that her personal rebellion was unjust, and she can't accept this statement. She shouted that the very existence of this world was a mistake. Zixi could only stare at her sister at that moment. They decided that they should just go home after that. Commander Jiang thought that if only Chan Liu could stand, she could then use her resentment to exterminate the monsters in this world. After some time, they arrived at their home. Zixi left Chan Liu alone as she still needs to clean their yard. Zixi will also try to find some solutions to help Q, but this girl had something else in her mind. She still can't accept how the real world works. She decided that if there were places that light can't reach, she'll be the beacon of this said light. Chan Liu managed to stand up once again. She was also able to take a few steps. Meanwhile, Zixi was still busy cleaning up, and then she saw her sister. This shocked Zixi because her sister had stood up, but something seemed off. Vines started to come out from Chan Liu's arms and she asked her sister to start running. Meanwhile, at the headquarters of the security department, these guys were arguing because the notice on reducing their police force just came in. Commander Jiang personally set this meeting to tell it to them and ask for their ideas. But then he felt something. Commander Jiang was familiar with this aura that he just felt. He's sure that this aura was from the Great Ghost. These officers began to panic. They even asked their commander if he's not wrong. They thought that this calamity was defeated a long time ago. This old man then broke the glass in their office. He ordered his men to immediately evacuate all the people out of the city and activate the emergency military plan. Meanwhile, at the busy street of Da City, things were going as usual. This man even noticed the spring because of these flowers. He thought that the spring came too soon, but these flowers started to bloom not because of spring. These plants released their pollen to the air. This bee got attracted and it was about to land on them. As soon as it touched the flower, it transformed. This guy's friend told him that it's now time to cross the street. But as he turned his head to his friend, something was already wrong. This guy just grew plants inside his body. His friend shouted and it alerted everyone near him. And this was the start of the disaster. One by one, people were turning into these plant monsters. This professional then came into the rescue. People started cheering for him. They thought they were now safe. This hero wielded his weapon and let out a huge slash. His attack managed to cut this huge pile of petals. It looked like he had killed the monster. But then his arms turned into vines as well. This monster that they were facing got this infectious pollen. And just by looking at this calamity, they already knew that this was a great obscenity. These officers were already on the move to stop this thing. Some of them even thought that this was not the great obscenity because instead of the bodies being rotted or disintegrated, they were turning into plants. Commander Jiang then told them that this phenomenon was called human flowers. He also warned his team that they should not underestimate these monsters because they could turn into more dangerous creatures. He ordered them to secure all the streets nearby and make sure that no one else will be infected by this monster. His team quickly went to their respective positions and carried out his order. At this street, people were still running because some of the human flowers were already devouring them. Commander Jiang shouted at them and ordered them to get on the ground. He took a deep breath and did a fireball jutsu. This old man could use fire magic and he just used a powerful one. The whole street got caught up in his attack. The human flowers were burnt. But it didn't stop the pollen from infecting other people. Commander Jiang then noticed that this monster really indeed has the same infection power as the Great Ghost. In just a few hours, Das City was nearly turned into ruins. The whole city was already enveloped with plants. The director even thought that this place was like a green hell. The soldiers were already struggling keeping off the vines. Commander Jiang also told his men to give up using their firepower towards these things as they were not being affected by it. Even a small debris from the body of these human flowers could infect a lot of people. The director then met up with this old man. He then confirmed that this calamity was really the Great Obscenity. The director was at present when it attacked this city last time. The only reason that could explain its second coming was immortality. Commander Jiang told the director that there were some monsters that have this trait, but just like those demons who were being reborn, this monster would still need a lot of time to regain its full strength. The form that the Great Obscenity used this time was also different from its past form. Last time, it was all about destruction. Now, it's more like saving the planet from humans. The director also remembered something. He remembered that when Mask defeated this monster, he ordered the officials to make sure they could get rid of all the traces of this monster. These officials agreed to Mask's request, but as it turned out, they didn't do their end of the bargain. They even embezzled the money that Mask dedicated to the family of the victims. The director knew that this would not have happened if those officials did their responsibilities. Commander Jiang told him to just report this to him later because right now, they have more important things to do. He then asked his team where the strongest fluctuation of energy was coming from. The director already knew what this old man was trying to do. He intends to try and stop the monster all by himself. Commander Jiang told the director that he needed to do this while the monster was still weak. Right now, it hasn't even reached level 9 to 10. This was their only chance to defeat this all-powerful calamity that could wipe out mankind if it reached its peak power. If he delayed this any longer, the damage would also be massive. The director knew that there's nothing he could do to stop his boss. He then told him to just be careful. Meanwhile, at Star City, people started to receive the news about what's happening in Das City. It was immediately broadcasted and the reporters said that a calamity-level monster really attacked the city. The current state of the city was also being broadcasted live. Some of the people commenting were already looking for the hero they betrayed. They were kinda expecting that Mask would appear and save the day. Some of them also posted pictures on social media. After a while, new development had been reported. There's some news that Commander Jiang was already fighting the Great Obscenity. With his command, they were slowly turning the tide against these monsters. This was the live feed that was being broadcasted throughout the country. People could see Commander Jiang being chased by these huge vines. But then he suddenly stopped moving. Turns out, this old man reached his destination. He found the main culprit behind this disaster. He quickly recognized the face of this monster. This was the one who's responsible for all of these. The sister of Zixi, Chan Liu. Commander Jiang then told her to stop pretending. She's even using her majestic appearance to make people worship her. In the earlier days of the fight against monsters, there were also monsters who pretended to be God. They fooled the people and they started worshipping these false prophets. The director tried contacting his boss. He told him that the monster in front of him was the reincarnated form of the Great Ghost. Chan Liu was already gone. Commander Jiang didn't expect that just after a few hours from the time they met, she would transform into this very disaster. Chan Liu asked him if he regrets it, and as for the answer of this old, it was quite clear. He started gathering his power and shouted that he regrets that he didn't kill her at that time. Commander Jiang then made his move. He dashed towards Chan Liu. With his lightning speed, he quickly reached the monster. He was able to land a clean hit. The reporters covering this battle were impressed by his powers. They thought that Commander Jiang defeated the monster with just one attack. But as he turned his head around, he knew that his attack did nothing. Chan Liu started to regenerate. She told Commander Jiang that this was useless. After a few seconds, this monster had completely recovered. The reporters were also shocked. They didn't know what was really happening. The old man continued to attack again. He sent these lightning punches towards Chan Liu, and all of them landed. But because of her high-speed regeneration, his attempts were in vain. She asked the commander if this was the sunlight that could dispel darkness he was talking about last time. Commander Jiang suddenly felt the bloodlust around him. He immediately tried to gain some distance between them, but as he was still thinking about the immense danger he felt, he heard a voice behind him. He tried fleeing again, but the moment he stopped, Chan Liu was already behind him. This monster then started to make fun of the light that he was so proud about. He can't do anything about the power of this monster. He was clearly outclassed. Commander Jiang has nowhere to go, because this monster could just teleport its body as long as there were plants present. The director then told his boss that he needs to retreat for now. This match was too much even for him. He suggested that they should just launch a large-scale attack to destroy the whole area. But the commander told him that there's no way he could escape this thing now, since he had nothing to lose. Commander Jiang took off his cloak. He held his mask badge again and smiled. It reminded him of something. Chan Liu praised him because he didn't give up just yet, and by the looks of it, this old man became more powerful than before. The blue lightning around his body turned red. This was his last desperate move. A huge red lightning then hit his body. The old man was trying to overload his body with elemental attributes to boost his abilities even more. But all of the people knew that this technique has its consequences. It could take one's life after using it. Chan Liu also knew about this phenomenon, and she praised him again because he just reached level 8 power with this move. The only downside was the cells all over his body were being overloaded with energy. And because they still can't handle it, cells were being destroyed eventually. But this old man doesn't care about all that anymore. With his improved speed, he dashed towards Chan Liu again. She thought that this was useless because she could just teleport herself instantly. But before she could even process her thought, her body was almost disintegrated. The old man was now faster than her thinking speed. With this, the old man was also running out of time. The cells in his body were already being destroyed. He's also experiencing a lot of pain in the process. This reporter was now happy again because he thought that Commander Jiang had finally defeated the monster. But this was not true. The energy coming from the Great Ghost had not yet disappeared, and instead, it's steadily growing. The director then informed his men that this monster was not the Great Obscenity. He then told them about the creature named Antaeus. He was from the Dark Ages of the Greeks, and this creature was said to be invincible as long as the earth stands. And he concluded that this creature was Antaeus itself. It already got its powers from the people it absorbed, and as long as someone didn't eliminate it completely, it can't be defeated at all. The monster exists in all these vines and plants it created. She's one, but also 10,000. But his lackeys still didn't understand what their boss was telling them. A new emergency alert was then shown to them. The energy of this monster was rapidly increasing. It even reached the highest Red Secret Realm energy. Chan Liu had become a level 9 monster, and she was still growing stronger. Back to these two. Chan Liu can't believe that humans could reach this kind of power just by sacrificing themselves. Once in her life, she also dreamed of becoming strong enough to protect the weak ones. She then asked Commander Jiang why he didn't use his power to protect those who were left in the dark. Professionals have left them hanging right when they needed them the most, and it made Chan Liu even furious. This was her constant question to the world. All of the human flowers and the vines around the city then retreated. They were now gathering towards a single point. Chan Liu has reached a new form. She's now as tall as the buildings around her. Commander Jiang appeared again and was about to answer her question. With all of his strength in his hands, he told her that it was because of this world. It was a world that made him accept that death was nothing new. With all his might, Commander Jiang attacked using his red lightning. Chan Liu thought that she could easily block this attack using one of her hands, but that was not the case. Commander Jiang managed to pass through. The people all around the country were watching his battle. They started cheering as soon as they saw that his attack went through. Chan Liu was still trying to stop this old man's attack, but after a while, the power that made him somewhat invincible started to fade. It's time for Commander Jiang. She now got him in her hands. She told him that since he told her that being dead and alive were nothing new to this world, he could now go to hell. Commander Jiang had this final look on his eyes, and then he was gone. He was turned into these petals that were now being swayed into the air. Chan Liu told him that this was what he got attempting the impossible. The director saw what happened. The energy of his boss also disappeared. As for those who were watching the live broadcast, they were all shocked, and it was at this moment they thought about the hero that they once took for granted. They were looking for Mask. It has been a month since he disappeared, and now they don't know what to do anymore. The reality had finally hit these pieces of sheets. Some of them now started bashing the ruling of their federal government. The most frequent question that arises again: where is Masker? Meanwhile, at this prison facility, alarms started to get off. They were alerted about the calamity-level monster that attacked the city. Q was in this place, and he was just waiting for the perfect time to act. As this was all happening, Yao was now in panic. He now can't even reach the heroes that promised to be under his command to protect the city. It's been 1.5 hours since the disaster happened and he still got nothing. All the people around him were a bunch of scaredy cats. Someone then told Yao that he shouldn't have been that ruthless towards Mask in the first place, and this statement got him. Someone then suggested that they should just destroy the whole Da City once and for all. These guys were really too much. They were even proud about this idea of sacrificing a few for the sake of the many. Yao was now starting to see the true colors of these people. They don't care about the others at all. He can't believe that this was really happening. This guy broke the tension when he reported that there's something that changed the situation in Da City. Yao asked if someone sent a professional to save the city. But as the reports started coming, they heard this unusual thing. A monster had come to help the city. Back at the exclusive prison, this building had a huge slash now. The hole even reached the lower floors of the building. This guard was also in shock. He told his companion that he saw a monster coming out of the building. Back to the city, these soldiers were still guarding the area. They noticed that the human flowers were coming back again. Some of them started running because they knew that they didn't stand a chance against these monsters. But the rest still fulfilled their duty and tried defeating the human flowers. The captain of this squad was then getting absorbed by the vines. This guy tried saving his captain, but a black aura suddenly passed him. A series of slashes then destroyed the vines that's on its way. The soldier and his captain were now safe. Meanwhile, Chan Liu was still in her giant form. The reporters were about to retreat, but then something happened. This cameraman saw someone and thought that it was the reinforcements. A combination of red and black aura suddenly went straight into the center of the city. The people thought that this one was sent by the federal government. They hoped that this hero came sooner so that Commander Jiang didn't lose his life. This one has continued to slash his way towards the Great Ghost. But as people focused their attention on him, they saw his appearance. Our MC is now back and he's here to complete the quest that the system gave to him. He needs to defeat this calamity again, but with his monster form. Q quickly noticed something different between the past great obscenity and this present one. The last one represented destruction, but this one represented life. This new form intends to devour everything on its way. It also wanted to create a new world where there's no sadness and no pain. It's the newest form of ultimate evil. But regardless of what form this monster took, Q knew he still needed to defeat it. The core of this monster will help him fight the gods in the Void Realm. Our MC needs to do whatever it takes. Chan Liu then started her quest to conquer everything. She asked every living thing to go and merge with her. This monster has spread its vines once again. She has absorbed a lot of souls now, and she became one with them. But then, the orbs started to get popped one by one, and after a few moments, a large number of these orbs were gone. Chan Liu knew someone was killing her subordinates. She then saw this monster that was still slashing through her vines. Q had already recognized her face. The monster had manifested itself through Chan Liu. Regardless, our MC still ran towards her. Chan Liu didn't know that this monster was Q. She was also clueless what kind of monster this was. She tried getting rid of this monster off her. Q was just waiting for this opening. As soon as she raised her hand, our MC jumped. He performed 1,000 cuts. After this, he continued to approach her. These roses then appeared to stop Q. They explode as soon as someone gets near them. Luckily, Armak was fast enough to get past them. The cameraman continued on broadcasting this development to the public. This new monster was just too fast. This professional who was watching began to be scared. Every attack and explosion that this monster faced, it managed to dodge them. His speed, reaction time, insight, and agility were all out of the charts. The main reason why humans were still winning against the monsters was because they have the intelligence and wisdom. But now, a monster had emerged that showed the same kind of characteristics as a human. He's now worrying for the time when monsters will be able to surpass humans. Back to Q, he already got near Chan Liu. As he jumped towards her, he used one of his abilities again. The greatest monster that humanity will ever see just grew his pair of wings and was about to defeat the great ghost. He grew his own wings and this shocked Chan Liu. People were kinda confused because Q didn't use his wings immediately when those human flowers exploded. This professional then explained that this was a brilliant move because it was unexpected. This way, Q will have more chances of confusing the opponent. But these kinds of moves were also risky. Only those who were confident enough for themselves could try it in these kinds of battles. Our MC used the Blood Raven and slash into the air. It created this dark image of a bird that flew towards his opponent. It landed on its head. The cameraman was thrilled to see that Q's attack was effective. The human flowers who were running towards Chan Liu also stopped. This one thought that maybe this was the sign that they had won. But then these human flowers started talking. And they all have the same question. They were all asking who Q is. While recovering, Chan Liu also had the same question. After all, they were all connected to each other. She also asked this monster why he had the Blood Raven in his hands. Our MC didn't respond. Chan Liu then figured out that her opponent was also a monster. She then told him that the two of them didn't need to fight. The new form of the Great Ghost even offered her core to Q as long as they worked together. This is the core of the Great Ghost, and it can only be used by those who were recognized by this monster. Q thought that this offer was really tempting. Chan Liu continued to persuade Q to join her in destroying and cleanse the whole world. She told him that they could be the gap that this world needed. They could change everything. If there are places that can't be saved, they could just destroy and create a new one. This calamity really had a new perspective, but her mission was still the same. It was to destroy the world. The sound of thousands of human flowers echoed all over the place, and it was even felt by this cameraman up high. He's now worried because these monsters were now communicating to each other. Q kept quiet the whole time. Our MC had no intentions on working with anyone, be it with humans or with his fellow monsters. He only had one goal in his mind right now, and that's to kill all the monsters. Since he was not answering Chan Liu, she assumed that he disagreed. She then told Q that they should now decide who should stay in this world. Chan Liu made her first move. She used her explosion skill just like those human flowers. Our MC was able to block and protect his body against this. But then vines started to come after him. He got surrounded by it. Chan Liu just gained the upper hand this time. As soon as she recovered, she let out a loud scream. Meanwhile, our MC closed his gargoyle wings again, but he used the other form of it to destroy the vines around him. Chan Liu was about to shallow him. Luckily, he managed to dodge it. Q was also quick enough to go around her. He had already killed thousands of giants in his past life, and he knew where their weakness was. Somewhere in that huge body, they were hiding their true form, and since it was not inside their head, Q was sure where it was. Our MC continued to fly towards Chan Liu. He then used a Blood Raven again and slashed his way through this part. Vines kept on growing as they were trying to protect its main body. The Great Ghost even used its explosion skill again just to get rid of Q. Q was caught with this move, but he still persevered. He knew that this was his chance to defeat this calamity, and since it was really trying its best to protect this part, he knew this was the right spot. He kept on slashing his way through, and not long after, he saw something that was glowing inside. Q knew that this was it. He slashed the last layer, and then he saw this. It was the original body of Chan Liu. This girl purposely turned her body around, and the Blood Raven met her on. Chan Liu didn't expect this monster to do the impossible, but with his last attack, Q had no more energy left. He was already about to fall. The vines of this calamity monster stopped him from falling. She's now thinking what she should do about this monster in front of her. Chan Liu even praised Q for his handsome face behind his mask. Q didn't know what to feel. She then told him to just relax. She revealed that she already lost and she was just using her remaining energy to maintain this form. Since her huge body was still standing, the reporters thought that they had lost this battle. After that, he felt like his surroundings were shaking. Even the soldiers and civilians on the ground felt it. Then they saw this thing falling from the sky. It was a bright light and it's heading down towards the city. It's a nuclear bomb. This move was approved by Hiao. This was his last resort. In the back of his mind, he regretted this decision. Chan Liu and Q saw this and immediately thought that these monsters were really heartless. They were willing to give up the civilians here. She then decided to do the right thing before she died. She wanted everyone to realize something. Chan Liu wanted to show them what kind of people were those in the government. The same people who betrayed Masked. She then headed back to her huge form. All of the human flowers started to move again and they were all connected as one. Chan Liu grew more. She extended her arms. It is as if they were huge branches that will cover the city from all the danger. The civilians saw this. The calamity-level monster turned herself into this huge tree. She blocked the nuclear weapon that was about to heat the city. And then all that they saw was this bright light. The human flowers were also disintegrated. Q was also caught from the impact of this explosion, but Chan Liu managed to cover him in her vines. She still protected him at the last second. This happened a few seconds after the nuclear weapon hit the city. The soldiers also tried their best to protect everyone by deploying this massive shield. After that, the people realized something. This calamity monster that was supposed to kill all of them just protected them from their government. At the headquarters, these guys reported to the director that the energy from the Great Ghost has already disappeared. This shocked the director. He also addressed Commander Jiang and told his soul that Da City was secured now. His sacrifice was not in vain. These guys still can't believe what they saw. They were saved by a monster. The huge tree also started to split open. As it was disappearing, it released these beautiful petals throughout the city. This lady tried catching some of it and thought that this scene was pretty. Someone warned her about these petals because it can turn her into monsters. But nothing happened. She didn't get mutated. Meanwhile, Q was with Chan Liu. He held her in his arms. Chan Liu woke up and told Q that this was the first time she realized that spring was indeed beautiful. And then, she slowly disappeared as well. With this, the mission of our MC has been completed. He defeated the reincarnation of the Great Ghost, and as for his reward, the core of the Great Ghost was delivered in his hands. It was like a green heart. The core changed its form because it's also the heart of Chan Liu. Q then equipped this core into his body. He absorbed all of its power, and right after that, Q was transported somewhere. He vanished in the middle of the city. People were all happy as Da City's calamity was defeated, but as they all celebrated, these human flowers appeared once again. Then this happened. One by one, these humanoids turned into humans. These were all the people who were absorbed by the Great Ghost. These guys were amazed by what they saw, but then they slowly realized something. The human flowers that were killed by the nuclear weapon were all humans. With this, the propaganda of the government started once again. They spread misinformation on the internet. They even blamed Mask for this disaster. Some of these trolls even said that this move shouldn't have happened if Mask appeared right away. After that, all the information and news about this matter were deleted by the government. It is as if people were not allowed to voice out their opinions regarding this matter. These kinds of things were also happening in real life. It was really sad when we realized it. Meanwhile, these congressmen were back at it again with their meetings. They are now discussing the preventive measures they have taken with social media. They really made sure that people would still blame Mask for this disaster. Hiao was still silent about what happened. Turns out, this man really planned things through. They suggested the nuclear weapon to kill thousands in the city and use it to get He Yao's position. This guy then came in front and acted as He Yao's spokesperson. He then told everyone that all of the people present in the meeting agreed on that nuclear weapon. But the main problem was how they could turn this disaster into an opportunity. He's really planning to pin everything to Mask. This guy then butted in that this plan was impossible because Mask was not even present in the city. That same reason was what they will use to gain the vote of the people. They will spread news that implies that they were forced to do such a thing because Mask didn't come to rescue the city. He also wanted to add that after all the resources that humanity had given to Mask, he still didn't take the responsibility to act as their hero. This guy was really pure evil. He's an expert on ruining someone's image to make themselves look good. All the people inside the room were speechless. After that, He Yao and this man were left inside the room. He assured He Yao that everything was now under his control, but He Yao revealed that he was not worried about that. This incident made him realize that humanity was still not ready to take on the monsters. Their manpower was still lacking. He then asked this guy about the preparation of their new experiments called Morning Sun. This guy reported that after hundreds of attempts, they have now seen some successful subjects. Some of the bodies were able to maintain their monster forms for a long period of time. He told He Yao that sooner or later, their attempt to fuse humans and monsters will be successful. He also told his president that they will be the ones to ascend mankind into new heights. Soon, humanity will be able to reach everything, even the gods. This is the map where the battle between humans and monsters was happening. This vast lands area was up to million square kilometers. It was also said that this made up part of Africa, South America, and all of Antarctica. This is where Mask was assigned last time. He led the people here. But monsters were coming everywhere. It was like their den, and thus, this place was called the birthplace of calamity. This was the source of all the monsters. The only man that opened this place again for humanity was Mask. He was able to withstand the wrath of the gods and even defeat them. Right now, this was the state of that place. These 4 men were waiting outside this portal in this dense forest. They were here because they had something to report to their captain. After a few seconds, a silhouette appeared in the portal. Their captain's power was too exceptional. This secret realm in front of them was a level 7 dungeon and their captain managed to clear it in just 30 minutes. This right here is their captain. And she's considered as one of the geniuses in this world. She asked her men why they all have weird expressions. This guy then proceeded to report to his captain. It's about the disaster that hit the DOS city. She asked if the problem was resolved.
Fishy
It was resolved, but it
6587
cost them
says,
the life of her father,
"Do you accept
Commander
request?"
Jiang. After hearing this, she walked out and told her team that they should go to the next realm now. All of them were left speechless. The death of her father seemed not to affect her with her mission. These men were all concerned about their captain's mental state. This lady could control lightning attributes freely, but her nickname was Immovable Ice. This was because of her cold emotions. Their captain heard them talking about her and scolded them. In these areas, secret realms spawns faster. Professionals like them don't have much time to rest. And this is why strong teams were assigned to clear more dungeons than everyone else. Captain Jian always clears the secret realm all by herself. But this time, these men asked her if she wanted them to come. They do have a point. They needed to fight as well so that they could get stronger. But these statements just made Captain Jian feel that they were just doubting her skills. Her team immediately backed off. She then went inside the portal all by herself. Instead of being annoyed about it, these guys praised their captain even more. It would take someone with a lot of mental state to accept that her father just died and still continued to hunt monsters. They viewed her more like the monsters that didn't have any emotion at all. This is what's inside the secret realm. Captain Jiang just went in without any fear or hesitation. She stopped walking because she saw something. There were bodies of monsters in front of her and they were all defeated. She initially thought that these monsters were killed by a small team, but all of their wounds were inflicted by the same kind of weapon. This meant that they were all defeated by one person. Captain Jiang heard something ahead and she quickly dashed towards it. She then saw this huge humanoid shark that was ready to attack. These monsters were attacking this guy. Captain Jiang immediately knew that this guy was a low-level professional, but all of his movements were exquisite. Even if he had fatal injuries with him, he was still able to dodge, block, and counterattack all at the same time. This is where she thought she should come in. With her lightning speed, she appeared in front of the humanoid sharks. She was also able to defeat these monsters with just one hit, and after a few seconds, 3 monsters were already on the ground. Captain Jiang didn't waste any more time and asked this guy what team he belonged to, but she didn't get any response. The guy that was in this secret realm was RMC. After enduring this intense fight, Q's body gave up and he lost consciousness. Captain Jiang was a bit disappointed because she thought she found someone she could respect in terms of power. More monsters then started coming in. These guys were all high-leveled. She now didn't have any choice but to defeat these monsters. She wielded her spear and enveloped it with her lightning skill. Captain Jiang also remembered her father. He died fighting these monsters. This lady was furious because of what happened, and she channeled her outrage towards these monsters in front of her. Outside the portal, her men were still waiting for her. They were now starting to worry because their captain took a little longer to clear this dungeon. But then, the portal started reacting. This meant that their captain was coming out. Captain Jiang came out, but she was carrying another man on her shoulders. Her men quickly asked her what happened and who's this guy with her. Their team transported Q to this facility called N5. This is where professionals camped out and regrouped after their battles in the secret realms. There's also a high-end hospital here. Professional healers were somewhat rare. That's why those fully trained doctors were assigned here. Q was brought to this facility. His vitals were also all good. The doctor was also amazed at his recovery speed. His body received too much damage, but he still survived. If it were normal people, they would have died on the spot. Captain Jiang was told that Q's ability was too exceptional. Q's body was also filled with radiation. That's where he got the scar on his face right now. The doctor also advised Captain Jiang that they will monitor him further for the radiation, but as for his overall health, Q was out of danger. After that conversation, this man came in. This was the Supreme Commander of Army Camp N3. He was Liang Shenghai. Captain Jiang immediately stood up. Commander Liang turned out to be her mentor. Commander Liang went to see Captain Jiang because he wanted to talk about her father. The government paid their special tributes to those who sacrificed for the sake of humanity. He told Captain Jiang that her father died honorably, but she didn't say anything. He then further consoled her. The media wanted to interview the daughter of the hero, but her mentor did her a favor and declined the offer. He told Captain Jiang that his father's decision was reasonable, and he would have done the same thing if he's the one in there. Before leaving, he told her that she should ask Q for some information about why he's inside the secret realm. This guy also noticed the sword that Q was wielding. He said that anyone who could use this sword was interesting enough. She then asked him about the sword, but then the commander already left the room. Right now, she has no choice but to wait for Q to wake up. After a while, Q opened his eyes. Q quickly scanned his surroundings. Captain Jiang felt something with his gaze. She backed out and held her weapon immediately. That brief moment was the first time she felt threatened by someone. After he assessed the situation he was in, Q calmed down. He told Captain Jiang that she can now remove the Roman 4 bag on him. Q sat down and asked her where he was. He found out that he's inside the N series of camps. He also introduced himself to her as she was the one who brought him out of the secret realm. After that quick small talk, the room was silent again. Their attention was now on the television. News outlets were back at it again with their propagandas against Mask. The government was still expecting Mask to do his responsibility as a hero. Jiang was somewhat satisfied with what's happening. She knew that the government was now restless because they were putting the blame on Mask again. She was also amazed about the fact that even if this hero was gone, he was still being targeted by these congressmen. Jiang told Q that even though she doesn't know his identity, He was free to stay here as long as he didn't create any trouble. She even praised Q's skills. But she made sure that she would be the one to face him in case she needed to. Our MC then answered that she will not be able to do it. He told her that she can't beat him. Captain Jiang got furious but kept quiet because she knew that his statement was true. She let this thing off. And since Q could even talk to her like that, she expects that this man could recover more quickly and get back to hunting monsters again. She told him that she doesn't really have that much time, so she will be onto her next secret realm. Outside the room, her team was waiting for her. They all asked for information about Q. These men were quite curious because Commander Liang personally went inside his room. They were also asking what team that man belongs to because this was the first time they've seen him. The only thing they got from their captain was the name of this strange man. They also noticed that their captain was annoyed after talking with Q. And speaking of the devil, Q came out of his room. They all told our MC that it was too soon for him to go. Q was already heading towards the secret realm. As for his true health conditions, the core of the Great Ghost was acting out. It still needed more time to settle in and it was demanding Q for more life force. Our MC needs to kill more monsters and absorb them to fully heal his body. Jiang's team was still trying to stop him from immediately going to the secret realm, but someone stopped them. It's Commander Liang. He told them that Q could do whatever he wanted to do. Clearing secret realms was beneficial to them after all, and since he's the commander in this camp, no one could oppose his decision. Our MC just stared at Commander Liang and this man did the same. It's as if they understood each other. The team of Captain Jiang was then divided into two. They will be following both Jiang and Q on their missions. Meanwhile, this lady was already at the gate of the camp. Her team caught her attention and told her that they were split into two. These two reported what happened with Q and Commander Liang. They were also confused because this was the first time they saw their commander having a friendly aura. Jiang confirmed that Q went out immediately as soon as he was able to stand up to clear the secret realms. Her expression changed after hearing this information. She then told her team to not worry because that man could take care of himself. After that, they went on their way towards their next dungeon. As for Q's team, the two men who joined him were already talking to him too much. They told Q a lot of things about their captain. They also asked Q if he has some special connection with their commander because he let him clear secret realms right away. He then told him that the two of them didn't have any connections. They then told Q some information about this legendary commander of theirs. They told him that Commander Liang has this sharp vision. He has a thing on seeing talents towards people and he could also use this vision to see in the dark. Commander Liang has also reached level 8 professional. Some even claim that he has what it takes to go to level 9. This man also managed to be with Mask in the front lines. Their team back then was called Repelling Monsters Army. And that's the one he got to fight with Mask. Q remembered the Repelling Monster Army. He wondered how many years it had been since. This specific mission was the one where no one recognized Q's ability to lead them. He led 3,000 professionals to the front lines. This was also the first time they managed to claim some lands from the monsters. This place back then was still overflowing with monsters. They were everywhere, and after losing countless lives fighting these monsters, the repelling team managed to successfully build their first base in these vast lands. More bases were then built in these areas, all because Mask led them. They were also able to reduce the numbers of the monsters. This was also the era where the frontliners were born. After a while, Q's team had already arrived in front of the portal. These two who came with him were now excited because it has been a while since they got to enter a dungeon. Q turned his head and told them that they didn't have to help him with this. Like Captain Jiang, Q intends to clear this dungeon all by himself. Our MC went in and he was transported to this place. A strong smell of monsters met his nose. He was somewhat happy finding out that this secret realm was full of monsters, because with this, he could do whatever he wanted and kill every monster he sees. Q was then met with these wolf-like monsters. Our MC bravely walked towards them. He told himself something. Because his body hasn't really fully recovered, He could only maintain his monster form for 3 minutes, but this was more than enough to clear this dungeon. Q vanished from the visions of these wolves. The next thing they knew was that they were already slashed off. Q took out 4 of them in a flash, and then the bodies of these wolves started to turn to energy. These orbs were then absorbed by Q. This was the power of the Great Ghost. And right now, he was also able to use this overpowered skill. As long as he could absorb life forces, Q could heal his body. Meanwhile, these two were still waiting for Q outside the portal. They were even joking that if they went in, they would find Q's body lying around. They didn't think that Q was powerful enough to clear the secret realm. But then the portal started acting up. Our MC came out. He was safe and sound. He didn't even have a single wound. These two can't believe what they just witnessed. Q was able to defeat all the monsters inside the realm, including the boss. These monsters were so weak that he didn't notice that there was a boss monster inside. Q showed them the item drops from the boss. This will serve as his proof that he cleared the dungeon. Our MC cleared a level 5 secret realm in just 17 minutes. He was faster than their captain. Jiang's best clear time was about 30 minutes. This was a clear statement on just how powerful Q was compared to Captain Jiang. After that, Q told them that they should head to the next secret realm now. He cleared the next one immediately. Q didn't stop until they ran out of time clearing these realms. As for Captain Jiang's team, they arrived at this portal too late. Based on the footprints that they saw, someone has already cleared this dungeon. This was a 4th or 5th dungeon that was defeated even before they arrived. The only team that left the camp was the team of Q. And they thought that it was impossible for Q to clear this many dungeons in such a short period of time. This guy was somewhat annoyed because someone was beating them into clearing these dungeons. Captain Jiang told them that they really can't be bothered. She was even relieved because someone was helping them do it. But the truth is, she already wanted to know who was the professional that seemed to challenge her. At the army camp N3, all the professionals who cleared the dungeons were required to submit a report and turn away all the items they got from it. This way, it will be easier for them to turn these items into weapons. Professionals could also exchange the merits they were receiving to various rewards inside the camp. Captain Jiang and her team were back, and she saw this team that cleared 17 secret realms in just one day. The executive in charge was even arguing if this claim was true because it was nearly impossible. To prove this achievement to him, Q's team gave all the treasure rewards they got from it. Their bag was full of rare boss items and materials. This ended his disbelief. He can't just quickly believe this because even Captain Jiang didn't achieve something like this. This guy told him that these secret realms were all a piece of cake to Q. He was even appointed by the Supreme Commander himself. With this executive told Q that they want him to check and clear the level 6 secret realm near N1. This camp has already lost 2 teams within this realm. Our MC quickly accepted the mission. He then boasted again that Q will clear this dungeon in no time. After all, he was more powerful than Captain Jiang. As he said these words, the executive told him to look behind. Captain Jiang was standing right behind him. And she's not in a good mood. He then quickly tried to make an alibi to appease his captain. This guy also confirmed that the dungeons they went to were all cleared by Q based on the list they have submitted. Jiang asked Q if he did this all by himself, and our MC said yes. She praised him because he has the skills to back up his confidence in taking these realms. With her competitive attitude kicking in, she also asked the executive that she will be taking the level 6 secret realm mission as well. Captain Jiang formally challenged Q. Whoever kills the boss monster first will be the winner. After that, Jiang's team left. This bald man congratulated Q because he was successful in bringing out their captain's competitive side. Our MC checked the details about the next realm he was about to clear, and he understood why they wanted him to take the lead with this one. He also remembered something about the past that was about to happen in the front line soon. As he was thinking about these details, this guy noticed something. He stared at Q's face and sword. They looked familiar. This guy finally remembered where he had seen Q before. Meanwhile, at the command center of Camp N3, Commander Liang just found out that the Shao Qiu they rescued in the secret realm was the same man that slaughtered the Kaijiang Investment Company. The one who reported it was this blonde guy. They were kinda confused because it's impossible for someone to travel from Da City to the front lines in just a day. But this blonde guy was sure about it. All of the features matched. The main deal breaker was the sword of Q. They were too identical and it was impossible to replicate that kind of sword. They also thought that maybe Q escaped the prison while the Great Ghost was attacking the city. Even if the travel time was impossible, he still believed that he's right. Commander Liang then concluded that after their mission tomorrow, he will personally meet Q and find things out for himself. As for this man, he ratted out Q because he wanted a promotion. The next day, Captain Jiang and her team were already in front of this portal. These guys were bugging their captain to let them help as well. She knew that these guys were concerned about her because this realm had already taken 2 teams. She walked towards the portal, but before entering, she told her team that they should make sure that they could keep up with her. Our MC was also present. Jiang told him that the 2 of them shouldn't interfere with each other's fight. This guy came in last because he was still waiting for the commander to arrive. The portal transported their team to this dark tunnel. This guy used his skill. He reported that all things seemed normal. There's no traps in front of them. After walking for a while, they started to feel the heavy pressure. This made them stop. At the other side of the tunnel, these deadly eyes started to appear. A horde of crocodile monsters were now rushing towards them. This was the difficulty of a level 6 secret realm. Captain Jiang took a step forward. She raised her weapon and used her lightning skill. Her lightning blast was just too powerful. It covered the whole tunnel and it disintegrated all the monsters along the way. With just one attack, she defeated all of them. Her team started praising their captain. She humbly told them that she was just able to do that because all the monsters were lined up in a straight line. This bald guy used this to tease and challenge our MC to also do his best. Q still can't understand the importance of this said competition. After that, they continued to walk towards the tunnel. But something was strange. Captain Jiang was hoping that they should have seen the bodies of the defeated teams along the way. The other guy suggested that maybe the bodies were caught with her attack last time and it left no traces. While they were busy talking, someone interrupted them. This guy was now leaning on the wall and was trying to hear something. After that, they all heard a loud growl and it alerted the whole team. The ground also started to shake. A huge crocodile monster appeared in front of them. This monster was so big that it could block the whole passage with its body. Captain Jiang was kinda disappointed with her team because they got scared so easily. But then she also noticed something. The monster was also feeling fear all over its body. Captain Jiang really can't be bothered with these petty tricks. She dashed towards the monster with her spear. Meanwhile, Q maintained his composure. He wielded his sword and was about to attack as well, but his target was different. Our MC attacked the ground with Blood Raven. The huge crocodile opened its mouth and was about to attack Captain Jiang, but its mouth was met with her powerful lightning attack. Jiang then checked her team after defeating the monster. She saw Q with his sword on the ground. His attack was so strong that it created cracks all over the place. Our MC then pulled out his weapon, and it revealed another crocodile that was making its way underground. Q also took down this monster with only one attack. He also regrets coming into this realm with this team because he can't use his monster form to absorb the life force of these monsters. Meanwhile, these guys were shocked. They didn't have a single idea that there's a monster underground. Captain Jiang then went back to her team and asked Q how he found out about the second monster. She knew that she had fixed her attention to the monster in front of them, and if it wasn't for Q, her team would have been gone right now. Q told her that it was because of the shaking in the ground. And for these kinds of realms, it's not impossible for monsters to make their way underground. This guy still can't believe it. His powers let him detect monsters. He used it and he didn't feel the one on the ground. Q kept quiet. He doesn't know how to explain that his senses were too sensitive. In his past life, he could even detect the demon gods traveling by tearing the space and time. After this encounter, The team praised the two of them because they defeated the boss monster of this dungeon. But then Captain Jiang revealed that these monsters were not even the boss ones. There's no treasure chest beside them after they were defeated. The teleportation array was also not present. The team now wonders what kind of monster the boss is. Captain Jiang reminded her team to keep up and stay close. These guys quickly apologized because they felt useless in this mission. But she didn't care about this at all. This was not their fault. This realm was just too much for them to handle. After that, they saw this huge door at the end of the tunnel. They immediately knew that this must be the door that leads to the boss monster. Captain Jiang knew that this would be dangerous. Only she and Q will enter this room. The rest of the team will be left behind and guard the entrance. Both Q and Jiang held the knob and turned them around. They both entered the boss room. As soon as they were in, the door was shut down. These two continued walking. Captain Jiang was the first one to react. She heard light footsteps. These were coming from this monster. A humanoid lizard. Jiang noticed that it's a humanoid kind again. She wondered why most of the realms now were flooding with these types of monsters. The lizard then prepared itself for the battle. Jiang knew that this monster had already accumulated a lot of power, but it didn't stop her from doing the first move. She wielded her weapon and jumped towards the monster. Q just stood there and observed her fighting style. The speed of her spear already surpassed the speed of sound, but this monster was able to hold her weapon. This shocked Captain Jiang. Jiang was tossed to the ground by this monster. It was a clean hit, but she recovered faster. She held her gun and pointed it to the monster. This was a special type of gun that lets her lightning skill be used as its source of power. With that, the humanoid lizard was defeated. This fight was short, but it was intense. Q told Jiang that her way of fighting was too dangerous, but this was just her way of giving her best. Someone couldn't expect the best result without risking their lives into this mission. While they were talking, something caught Jiang's attention. She saw the humanoid monster's bodies, and this one has a human body inside it. And it was a guy from the previous teams that raided this realm. She quickly inspected the corpse and wondered how he was turned into this. At that moment, she knew that something was really wrong about the secret realms. More humanoid lizards then appeared in front of them. Jiang will take care of the one on the left side and our MC will take care of the other side. The lizards made their way to them. These two dashed towards them as well. Captain Jiang led the charge and jumped. She charged her weapon with her lightning skill and hit the ground with it. This was enough to make the monsters lose their balance and be vulnerable with her attacks. One humanoid lizard was able to sneak and make a sudden move, but Jiang was able to block it. She spun her spear and finished the job. These poor monsters didn't even have a chance. Captain Jiang still recognized their strengths because, after all, these were her former companions in the army camp. The only thing that's lacking in these monsters is intelligence. She also checked the status of Q. This guy was doing well. He's easily defeating the monsters around him. All of his movements were precise. After a while, only 2 humanoid lizards were left. Captain Jiang also confirmed that all of these lizards were indeed the professionals that went missing in this secret realm. Something caught Q's attention. There's these huge poles behind the lizards. It started reacting and the lizards also turned their heads around. These monsters started worshipping these poles. Captain Jiang thought that these monsters were trying to summon something. An ominous aura was released around it. A face also appeared right in front of them. Jiang saw this face, and just by looking at it made her almost lose her breath. She knew that she can't let these monsters summon this thing. She threw her spear towards the monsters, and it was able to land onto them. After that, these red eyes started to fade. The altar also disappeared in the process. Jiang quickly asked Q about what just happened. Q knew that those eyes belonged to a demon god that lives in the void.
Says,
and it's looking
visit
at him.
Anthony
Our
Skate
MC
at
knew who this
SKO5 page
demon
at
god was.
link.
After that intense fight, Captain Jiang's team had successfully cleared the secret realm. They also went out of the portal. Her team started to celebrate and praise these two, but Jiang seemed to be more concerned about what happened inside. She's not even happy about it. This made these 4 into thinking. But then someone spoke then caught their attention. It was the Supreme Commander. This guy went with this army of men with him. Some of the guys were confused because their boss came with the law enforcement team. He then told them not to worry because this matter doesn't concern them at all. This matter was related to our MC. Commander Liang has finally revealed the true identity of Q. He was the same man who committed a crime in Dawes City. This shocked everyone except for the blonde guy. Things then started to make sense. They started to remember the face of Q on the television. This guy was proud about what he discovered. He warned his teammates about Q, but our MC had no intention of hiding this fact. He introduced himself again to everyone. He was indeed the same man in Dawes City. The blonde guy was happy because Q admitted this piece of information. Q now asked the commander if he will transfer him back to Star City. According to the laws of their government, all convicted criminals should be sent to the Atonement Camp. But this man had something else planned. He told everyone that that rule doesn't apply in this army camp anymore. This statement confused these soldiers. The commander then told Q that he already looked at his crime and if he was also in his situation, he would have done the same thing. Commander Liang even praised our MC for what he did. After that confrontation, he ordered everyone to keep this matter to themselves. And if someone would spread these rumors about Q again, that person will be forced to leave the army camp. All of the people present there seemed to understand the situation. As for Captain Jiang, she wanted to talk with her commander privately. This move made the others anxious. They were sure that it was about something that Q and their captain discovered in the secret realm. Captain Jiang reported everything. She then asked her mentor if he knew anything about those monsters and why they were worshipping something inside the realm. Commander Liang knew it and he told her that it was a monster god. She was shocked to find out that monsters have gods. He then told her that there had been a lot of professionals who tried their best to get rid of all the secret realms in this world. But humanity always failed to do so. This was because they have not defeated the source of these monsters. Regardless if they cleared all the realms in this world, new ones will always appear as long as the monster gods were present. She then asked him where to find these monster gods and how to defeat them. One example of the monster gods was the one she saw inside the realm. These gods were too powerful. The calamity-level monsters can't even be compared to their power. They were the ones who sat on the top of the food chain. Jiang found out that a fraction of these gods' power could make humanity extinct. Commander Liang told her that humanity did its best to fight off these gods. Someone even reached their level and killed one or two, and the only one who managed to do that was Mask. He then added that since an altar was found, the monsters would soon start rioting. And after some time, there will be a sea of monsters in this area if they will not be dealt with. The appearance of altars means that the monster gods were on the move. If the phenomenon called Sea of Monsters occurs, thousands of monsters will be flooding this place. And all the army camps in the vast land will disappear without a trace. Jiang remembered the times when Mask was still in here. She thought that they would have a chance against it. But now, it's impossible. Commander Liang then advised everyone to not come near the secret realms as they were still unstable. He also gave Captain Jiang a time to relax because ever since she came in this place, she acted like a robot killing monsters. He also told her to bring Q with her when she delivers the information to the other camps. As for his last request, he told Jiang to get our MC a mask to hide his face. Others might not be comfortable around him if they found out about his secret. Xiao Q will get to wear a mask again. After that incident, the team of Captain Jiang was tasked to deliver something to the other camps. They were now inside this armored train. All of them were chilling inside, including our MC that's with his new mask. The bald guy asked Q how's his first time riding the train. He boasted that this vehicle was the most reliable transportation tool in this desert. The others scolded him because he kept on saying this information to all the newbies they bonded with. Soon, they will also reach another army camp called M2. These guys were tasked to deliver important information. As they were trying to rest, the train suddenly felt a major bump. They looked outside and found another car beside them. Captain Jiang's team immediately reacted and prepared for the worst-case scenario. They thought that maybe this team was from M2O and now they were trying to flee from the monsters that had escaped the portal. Some of the secret realms have a time limit, and if the professionals fail to clear it on time, monsters will start flooding out. These guys were still trying their best to run for their lives. One of them also tried to kill the monsters behind. They were being chased by these wolves. This realm was flooded by monsters. One of the professionals in this team even killed more than 30 of them, but still they were outnumbered. He also realized that he ran out of arrows to use. A wolf managed to jump towards their car, but it was hit by a bullet. These guys then saw the armored train beside them. The built-in machine gun in the train aimed for something. It purposely hit the tires of their vehicle. This caused the truck to crash, but at the same time, this bird monster was already on top of them. This crash saved them from being a target of this monster. The armored train then hit the monster. The professionals were now safe. After that incident, the armored train continued its way towards them. Q and Captain Jiang's team were also on their way towards the monsters. This guy warned them about the numbers of these beasts, but then he was held speechless. In a swift motion, Captain Jiang and Q killed most of the wolves. The others provided support. Their teamwork was perfect. These guys were just too powerful. They handled this matter in just a few seconds. This guy quickly recognized the strength of Q and Jiang. After dealing with these monsters, Captain Jiang told her team to treat the survivors and get them on the train. The others will also harvest the materials from these monsters. The professionals on the other team then thanked the N3 team for their help. These guys already knew that they were from N3 because of their captain. She was quite popular and they have heard about her even in these areas. As for Q, they were not familiar with him. The bald guy then introduced Q to them. He told the other team that Q just got assigned lately. Captain Jiang's team found out that these guys were originally 15. But now, only 3 of them survived. This was because of the sudden increase of monsters inside the secret realms. Some of the secret realms near them also had their seals broken. That's why they got outnumbered. They have already expected some realms on having weak seals, but they all got broken all at the same time. Jiang thought that this may be the sign that the Sea of Monsters was coming. She then decided that they should hurry and get to M2O camp first. Meanwhile, at the M2O army camp, these two were scouting the area around the base. One of them noticed that a lot of teams from their camp were going out to clear the realms, but none of them have returned yet. This guy then told him that maybe they were just taking their time to clear the secret realms. As he was scouting the area, this one saw something. An armored train was heading towards them. One of them signaled a red flag to notify the train to slow down as they needed to inspect it first. But the train didn't follow the protocol. The train went straight inside. It crashed into the walls of the army camp. All of the soldiers immediately went to see what happened. The train's door opened and something came out. It's the body of a professional. The soldiers then met the culprit. They couldn't believe what they were seeing. In front of them was a humanoid insect. More doors of the train opened, and these monsters started coming out. They were like huge locusts and they started attacking. Because this was a surprise attack, they didn't have much time to react properly, and not long after, the M2O army camp was already in chaos. This monster led an army of insects to destroy this base. This was a new form of monsters. Meanwhile, at the armored train of Captain Jiang, one of the professionals reported that M2O was being attacked by monsters. A level 7 professional in that base got defeated easily by these beasts. This was the first time monsters dared to attack a human base. Something's wrong. Captain Jiang was not that surprised if the level 7 commander died in that attack. She thought that this was from the Sea of Monsters they were expecting to come. But then she was still shocked when she saw the state of the M2O camp. It was already burning to the ground. A radio report was then sent to all the nearby bases. It reported that M2O camp was being attacked by monsters. The people that were still alive were asking for backups. It also reported that their commander had been killed and soon the M2O army camp will fall as well. As they approached closer to the base, All of them could see the massive damage. The monster's attack has destroyed the M2 camp. Captain Jiang's thought that this might be the sea of monsters that they should be preparing for. With this, she ordered everyone to keep charging towards the M2 camp. The bald guy warned his captain about the monsters that were lurking in there. But she doesn't intend to fight the monsters. All she wanted was to look and save the people who survived the attack. This soldier was starting to get furious. He remembered the times when Mask was still there. These kinds of things didn't happen. He's now blaming the people who exiled the greatest hero. It's like the monsters knew that Mask was gone. After that realization, all of them went silent. The bald guy then tried to break this and lighten up the mood. He told them that Q was now wearing a mask, and if they look eagerly, Q looks like the greatest hero. The others quickly agreed. Even the way he stands, this guy really looked like Mask. He then approached Q and jokingly asked if he was Mask. Since our MC has no sense of humor, he answered the question truthfully. He told them that he really is Mask. His serious expression made them all quiet. They then thought that Q was just kidding. Some of them even asked for some autographs. Captain Jiang also joined in. She told Q that she hopes that this man could really live up to her idol's name. Meanwhile, the whole M2 camp was still burning. These monsters were still lurking and guarding the area. Captain Jiang could see these monsters from afar, and she wondered if these were really the ones that made M2 fall. And then, she saw a group of people running from a horde of monsters. These guys were the only ones who survived the attack. Captain Jiang's team met them outside. They also provided some support and made sure that no monsters could come near these fleeing survivors. This lady also wielded her weapon again and enveloped it with her lightning skill. She positioned herself and threw the weapon with all her might. This hit all the insect monsters that were on its way. The additional lightning skill also did something. The spear exploded mid-air and it got all the monsters that were chasing the survivors. Lots of them got burnt. Seeing this, the monsters started to back off. Captain Jiang approached these survivors and asked them about the situation of the camp. This guy told her that the M2 camp had fallen, and he warned them not to go near the camp because even their commander died fighting these insects. He told them that there's one monster that was leading all of its kind. It's also an insect but in a humanoid form. It's also too powerful and was able to defeat their commander in just a matter of half a minute. The survivors insisted that they should not go near the camp, but Captain Jiang had been silent the whole time. She then did something unexpected. This shocked everyone. Captain Jiang then revealed that these men in front of them were not the real soldiers of M2 camp. They are the convicts from the Atonement camp. These guys didn't expect they would hear these words from her. The other guys in her team didn't really care about it because right now, they need all the help they could get. Also, the survivors denied these allegations. But the problem was these guys have killed the professionals that were escorting them while fleeing from the monsters. All of their equipment doesn't match. Even their weapons. The wound on his left ear was also not from the monsters. These guys then exchanged some looks as soon as their secret was revealed. They quickly dashed towards Captain Jiang, but she was already prepared. She swung her weapon and it took down these two prisoners. As for the other one, it tried running away. He also thought that he should use the civilians as his way to escape this situation. But his vision turned upside down. A sword has already got him. This sword was the Blood Raven. It was from Q. This guy from the M2 camp also confirmed that he was not familiar with any of these three. And with all of that gone, they will not go to M2 camp anymore. This guy also approached his captain and told her about their current problem. The boiler of the train broke down while they were traveling at full speed a while ago. Someone then raised a hand. She said that if the problem was a mechanical issue, she could go and take a look. After a while, the boiler was working again. This lady fixed it in no time. She was only a student, but her skills were already on par from those of a high-level mechanic. Captain Jiang asked her name. This lady right here introduced herself as Evelyn Clark, and she aspires to become the best mechanic ever. With the help of Evelyn, the train started moving again. Their team also started planning their next move. Since they can't go to M2 now, They were planning to head towards Army Camps L4 and Y5. L4 camp was much closer than the other one and it will only take them 2 days to go there. But the problem is they needed to go past M2 and it was just too risky. So everyone agreed that they should just go to Y5 even if it will take them 5 days. Q and Evelyn insisted that they should just head towards L4. The mechanic also raised the issue that they won't have enough fuel to last for 5 days. Since running out of fuel in the middle of the desert was not an option, they will now head to L4. Our MC was still chilling around the corner. He was then asked by someone why he was insistent on going towards L4. This one was Captain Jiang. She doesn't believe that Q happened to know about their fuel situation. Q remembered something from his past identity. This scene also happened in the first one to fall was the Y5 camp. He knew that this base was already full of monsters by now. He then decided not to give her any answer. After that, Captain Jiang asked Q another question. It was about her father. Since her father was the one who arrested Q, she asked what kind of person he was. Q only told her that her father was a righteous person. This answer was too vague, but for Captain Jiang, it was already enough. Meanwhile, the M2 camp was still burning to the ground. This humanoid insect was also chilling. It was even holding a newspaper. This monster could also speak, and then it stood up. He saw a train that was passing right by their camp. This monster knew that there's some humans inside this train. He then spread its wings and flew right towards the train. The other insects on the camp also started following its lead. The soldiers inside the train were trying to calm the civilians down. They told them that this train was full of trained professionals that could easily protect them from trouble. This guy then looked outside and told everyone that the smoke from the M2 base was still getting larger. But one of the civilians told him that it was not smoke. The one they were seeing was a horde of monsters coming in their way. And among these monsters was this humanoid one. Captain immediately knew that they were in trouble. This humanoid insect was the one who killed the commander of M2 base camp. And she's not sure if she could handle such a monster. The humanoid insect also saw Captain Jiang. This monster knew that it should get rid of these humans right away. It then grabbed one of the insects flying and got one of its legs. It positions itself as if he was also locked onto something. The monster threw the leg towards the train, and it hit the wheels of the train. The train immediately lost its balance and started to crash. Some of the civilians inside got thrown outside the train, including Evelyn. Luckily, someone was quick enough to rescue them. The first ones to react were Q and Captain Jiang. After rescuing Evelyn, these two proceeded to their next task, and that was to prevent the train from falling. These two pushed the train with all their might to save it, and with that, the train was back to its normal position again. Evelyn couldn't believe what happened. Two professionals were able to push a 10,000-ton train just like that. The people inside the train were also all safe. Captain Jiang also ordered everyone to defend the train at all costs. She also ordered Evelyn to start checking the train for damages and repair it as soon as possible. Captain Jiang knew that the train was now more important than the lives of some civilians. This train was their only way to escape these hordes of monsters in front of them. She then used her same move that defeated lots of monsters a while ago. It was the attack using her weapon as a medium to transfer her lightning skill mid-air. Captain Jiang started killing these monsters. The soldiers from the M2 camp can't believe that this lady was only a level 6 professional. They knew that Captain Jiang was even more powerful than their commander in M2 camp. The other guys also started helping her to reduce the number of the monsters. Meanwhile, this one was just watching them struggle. One of the civilians pointed this monster out. It was the one who killed the commander. Captain Jiang suddenly felt the pressure coming from this humanoid insect. She jumped and was already about to attack the monster. But as soon as she released her attack, the monster seemed to fade away. She knew that the one she hit was just an after image. This monster's speed was just too fast. The monster then attacked Captain Jiang. The attack was too powerful and it sent her down to the ground. The humanoid insect didn't want to stop there and was already about to launch another attack. Its arms turned into a scythe, and it was about to use this against Captain Jiang. But luckily, she recovered and was able to block the attack. She was just a few centimeters away from danger. Someone then quickly came to help. It was our MC. He landed a heat on the monster. It sent him flying towards the forest. Captain Jiang didn't expect Q to help her. He then told her that he will now take the humanoid insect on his own and ordered her that she will take care of the leftovers. Captain Jiang didn't have the strength to stop Q. She just told him not to die. This humanoid insect was still flying. But the punch it received was too powerful. After a while, it was able to regain itself. Q was also on his way towards the humanoid insect. This monster got confused because Q was a human in form but has the same scent as theirs. But our MC really didn't care about these things. Whether he's a human or a monster. He threw his mask again and told the humanoid insect that he's neither of the two. He also got the Blood Raven again and slowly gathered his powers and was about to transform. After his transformation, he preferred to be called a monster. He talked to Blood Raven. They were both happy because they could finally use their full power to this humanoid insect. After seeing Q's new form, this monster felt some uneasiness all over its body. It knew that it should be the one who attacks first because that's the only chance it has. And it did just that. He dashed towards Q. His attack landed straight to Q. The impact was so powerful that it created cracks all over the place. It was like a huge explosion. But as the dust settled, Q was still standing up. Our MC was kinda disappointed. He asked this humanoid insect if that's all the power it has. Hearing these words sent a chill to the spine of this monster. He then opted to give Q a barrage of attacks once more. This kept on going for a while. But Q came to a conclusion and had enough. He told the humanoid insect that it was his turn now. Although this monster already has some intelligence, it has no emotions. But as soon as he saw Q with his Blood Raven, he suddenly felt fear. With just one slash, this humanoid monster who took down a whole army base was defeated. Our MC's new form now was just too powerful. And it will keep on acquiring greater heights as long as he defeats more monsters. The system also notified him that the God-chosen monster had been defeated. The demon god that sent this monster was called Treacherous Wisdom. Blood Raven also started absorbing the blood of this monster, and since it was the blood of a demon god, it gave the sword its second evolution. Blood Raven was once again transforming. This old blade gained another ability called Crow Tide. This allows it to morph into a sea of crows that will devour all of its enemies. Q was satisfied because his weapon got stronger again. Meanwhile, Captain and her team had cleared all the monsters in their area. They were now concerned about Q. They thought he had already sacrificed his life for them. Captain Jiang was speechless. She didn't want Q to die. But they all turned their heads as soon as someone told them that Q came back. This guy was wearing his mask back, and he didn't have a single scratch in his body. The bald guy asked Q if he really defeated the monster, and he told him yes. But this guy can't believe it because that monster took down a whole army base. After that, their train was on the move again. The civilians then treated the professionals' injuries while they were traveling. Captain Jiang also thanked Q for saving her life. She told Q that his power was quickly reaching greater heights. It was like the one that Mask had. Every time they fought monsters, their powers kept on growing. Evelyn then interrupted their conversation and told them the bad news. The radio they were using was not working. They can't even contact the nearest army camp. She even has a hypothesis about this problem. Evelyn said that it was as if someone's blocking their signal. Aside from not being able to send signals, they also can't receive anything. It was like they were secluded from the rest of the world. Our MC then received a new notification from the system. It's a new mission, and the main objective was to defeat the sea of monsters that was about to attack all the army camps. As for its reward, Q will undergo an evolution that could turn him into a demon god. This reward got our MC's attention. After that, the train still kept on moving towards L4 Army Camp. But then their radio suddenly picked up a message. It was from the L4 Army Camp. Evelyn was shocked because yesterday, all of the radio signals were not working. She then answered the radio and told the L4 Army Camp about their situation, and that they were heading towards them. L4 Army Camp responded. They already knew that M2 had already fallen. They ordered the train to come to the army camp quickly to receive some protection. Evelyn was kinda relieved because their fuel was also running low. They really need to go to L4. The professionals and the civilians were happy because they could now rest and start their new life in this army camp. But then another radio signal was received. The voice on the other end told them that they should not trust L4. The message revealed that L4 had already fallen and it was the monsters who contacted them. This development shocked everyone. Not only monsters have intelligence now, but they could also imitate human voices. Captain Jiang then remembered the instances where the monsters really acted like humans. The humanoid lizards from before and the humanoid insect a while ago were hard proof that they could really do this. She then grabbed the radio and asked the identity of the one speaking on the other end. The person on the radio then revealed that they were survivors. They're the ones who managed to escape against the monsters 2 days ago. L4 was already destroyed. He also told them that the monsters that attacked L4 were all bizarre and powerful. They even defeated a level 8 professional easily. He also told them that they already have set up a temporary camp and he told them the coordinates. But then, another signal overlapped the other. L4 and the temporary camp were now claiming that one of them was the monsters pretending to be humans. This confused everyone. They have no way of telling which one was telling the truth. Some of the civilians opted to believe the ones from the L4 camp because they knew that an army base would not fall against the monsters easily. Captain Jiang was still thinking about what to do. She then asked for Q's opinion. Our MC told them that they should not go to either place. He told them that both of these camps were traps. In his previous life, there's this demon god that could enlighten and give wisdom to other monsters. And this demon god was called Treacherous Wisdom. This demon god was also the reason why the camps fell into crumble. Those monsters that were given some intelligence-led monsters on a rampage. They also deceived and enslaved humans. But last time, the L4 camp was able to withstand the attacks of the monsters. Our MC thought that since he was not going to the void anymore to fight these demon gods, they now have more energy to spare. That's why this attack was enough to take down L4. Q was now thinking if this development was a good or a bad one in the long run. He then smiled and thought that all things will just be fine as long as the world doesn't get destroyed. The only thing that Q was focused on preventing was the extinction of humanity. After that confusing encounter with the monsters that were pretending to be humans, Captain Jiang's group decided to just go and check the temporary camp. They reached the place that was indicated on the coordinates and there's really a small campsite built by humans. These professionals from L4 welcomed them right away. But the only problem was they were already being controlled by monsters. Not long after, they attacked Captain Jiang's group. Our MC was the one who prevented these guys from attacking their group. Although they resolved this matter quickly, they still suffered some damages. Evelyn, together with some soldiers, were tasked to exchange some resources to this camp. But then her companions got killed. She's the only one who survived. All of these things were being recorded by Captain Jiang. She had this diary with her. Captain Jiang then started talking to Q. She told Q that L4 Army Camp got baited as well into taking these survivors and that led into their base falling into the hands of the monsters. She asked Q if monsters could really gain intelligence and even have the ability to plan out strategies on their own. Q knew that this was possible. Unlike the other demon gods, Treacherous Wisdom always uses his intelligence against Mask. He lets everyone do their job while he is hiding and planning something more dangerous. Among all the other demon gods, Treacherous Wisdom was the only one he had not seen. This one always hides himself from battles. Jiang also opened up the weapon that Q uses. She told him that it was really strong. He then told her that it was a gift from a friend. Q remembered Zixi and wondered if she would still consider him as her friend after killing her younger sister. In his past life, he also experienced the same scenario and the ending was not good. But right now, he knows that he can't really be distracted with these things. Their conversation was interrupted when this guy told Captain Jiang that she should look outside. At the other side of this cliff, something was happening. There were a lot of monsters running towards the same direction. There were even these flying ones. Captain Jiang quickly noticed that these monsters were also heading to the A1 army camp. They were at least several thousands in numbers. This guy then
Copus
saw
Triumphant
something on the
says,
opposite side of the
visit
battlefield.
Anthonyx
There
Skate
were
at
a lot of
SKO5
tanks
page
that were
at
about to
link.
face these monsters. These ones started their attacks, and the monsters got heat. A lot of them were defeated. Captain Jiang praised the military tactics that these guys used because they lured all the monsters in one place and took them down in one go. The train continued their way to A1 army camp. They were also approached by these trucks. Captain Jiang and her team stopped the train. They also introduced themselves to these soldiers from A1, but instead of welcoming them, guns were pointed at them. These guys from A1 don't trust them. The bald guy tried explaining and clearing this misunderstanding up, but these guys told them that the first ones who were controlled by the monsters also said the same thing. Someone from the back then spoke. He told the A1 soldiers that he knew these people. This guy was Supreme Commander Liang. Ever since the attack of the intelligent monsters, A1 army camp had been wary and careful of taking on survivors from the other camps. They even built a quarantine facility just to make sure that the humans they were helping were not being controlled by monsters. Commander Liang explained everything to them and why they should comply with these protocols first. He also told Captain Jiang that before the Sea of Monsters could reach N3 camp, they were able to retreat in A1. All of the people there were safe. She thought that things were really serious because camps were being abandoned just like that, even though they spent lots of resources to build them. Commander Liang also told her about the traitors that tried to deceive A1 camp. Captain Jiang didn't mind being held in here to prove herself to them. She then asked her mentor about the intelligent monsters. She knew that if it weren't for these ones, humans could easily fend off these monsters. Commander Liang told her that these ones were related to the monster gods. This is all he knows, but as for her, she could learn more of it soon. He also told her that as soon as she was cleared, the higher-ups will assign her to a new mission because they were running low on manpower. As soon as Commander Liang left, she started thinking on how she could find more about these monster gods. She turned her head around and looked at something. Q was with her inside her cell, and this guy was busy doing something. He was looking at the military maps of this place. Q was looking at the extinct volcano near the A1 camp. He's planning something to stop the Sea of Monsters. But as they were being quarantined, the television showed the news about these congressmen. Apparently, they told everyone that they already sent another batch of reinforcements to help the front lines from the Sea of Monsters. While this intense battle was happening, these guys were still concerned about their image to the public. Even if Captain Jiang was furious at these guys, she knew that some of them were really powerful. The weakest among these guys was at level 8 rank, and if they could really use some help from them. After a while, these guards told Captain Jiang and Q that they were both cleared from the quarantine. And since they will also be given the authority to lead a full squadron, their weapons were also returned to them. Captain Jiang thought that maybe the situation got worse because they needed extra force to lead the people against these monsters. Q personally requested Evelyn to be in his squad. These two were then brought to the squad that they were about to lead. They found out that they were about to lead a bunch of prisoners from the redemption camp. Since they needed all the manpower they could get, they even brought up these prisoners to help. Captain Jiang knew that these guys were up to no good. Their fighting skills were not above average and they were harder to lead. The officers then gave them some radio equipment so that Q and Jiang could still communicate with each other even if they were handling lots of prisoners. Q appreciated the gesture. He knew that he'll need something like this with his plan. The officer also suggested that Q and Jiang's team should take their team away from the northwest side because that's the most dangerous part of the battlefield. But our MC had something different in his mind. He specifically chose to be in the northwest part. This officer got confused. He then reminded Q again that that place was the most dangerous part of the battlefield. Q told him that he knew what he was doing. And as an exchange of choosing the most dangerous part, He asked for 20 military maps of this area and a number of miniature nuclear devices and some trip wires. Captain Jiang didn't know what's happening, but he still backed Q with his decision. The officer was still hesitant with their choice, but he still allowed them. He also made sure that Q would get all the things that he requested. Jiang then figured out Q's plan. Since they were leading these convicts, Q chose the most dangerous one to intimidate these men and give them no choice but to follow his orders. But she told Q that this plan was just too risky because these men could still disobey their orders and all of them could get wiped out. He then told Jiang that this plan's success rate was dependent on how she and Evelyn could perform their task. 2 hours later, Evelyn was now panicking because of the task given to her. Aside from the fact that they were near this volcano, all of the people with them were all criminals and she's not sure if they will all cooperate. Q told her that they really had no other choice but to try. These miniature nuclear weapons were being installed all over the area. Q gave all the prisoners the exact place where they should put these devices. Some of the men here were really not cooperative. After all, they just met Q and now they need to follow his commands. Q knew this and he approached the prisoners. One of them got annoyed and did this. He told Q to behave and his life will be spared if they could also get Captain Jiang and Evelyn. This statement got Captain Jiang's nerves. She used her lightning speed and dashed towards this man. And the next thing he knew, he was in a lot of pain. Captain Jiang already used her weapon and got him. Q had no objection with this. These criminals needed this for them to realize that she was more than enough to kill them all. Captain Jiang also showed them her deadly lightning skills. This was enough to let them know who's in charge of this mission. Q gave these criminals 2 options. It's either die or follow his orders. They can't escape this area as well because monsters are everywhere. The battle between the artillery and monsters also began to heat up. Q and the others looked towards the battle, and slowly, the monsters were advancing forward. Evelyn knew that if these lines of defense were defeated, all of the monsters could surround them in an instant. The prisoners also started to panic. This was the time that Q had been waiting for. These men were now desperate and will follow everything he will say. Our MC also told them that if they will just follow his orders, he will surely create a miracle. This statement left them speechless. Q then assigned everyone. Each group will have 10 members. They will also be given 1 radio each group. This radio was the most important thing and they should not let the monsters get any of these. The groups were named from Group A up to Group K, and each of them have a specific place to plant the devices with them. Evelyn also figured out how to install these miniature devices all over the place. Not long after, some of the groups have already reached their positions. They also reported that they were now being surrounded by monsters. Q told them to retreat and follow the path that he gave them. These prisoners were still doubting his skills, but they had no other choice but to follow him. And as they ran towards the direction that Q gave them, they really met the monsters. Q then told them to throw all they got towards these monsters. After distracting the monsters, these guys retreated. Q intentionally teased these monsters. He wanted them agitated. The next devices will now be detonated after a few seconds. A huge explosion was then heard all over the place. The agitated monsters got caught up from the explosion. Q then gathered up all the fleeing prisoners in one place. These guys were now being chased by monsters left and right. And one by one, these prisoners realized the detailed plan that Q executed. They were now full of hope that with Q's orders, they would all survive. As soon as the monsters grouped up, they threw all their weapons towards them, and it got all the monsters in the area. Their mission was successful. All the groups were then asked to return to the mountain top after their tasks. Captain Jiang was also tasked to use her powers to detonate all the miniature nuclear weapons that were planted all over the hot springs. As soon as that was activated, the weapons exploded and a frightening amount of water was poured out. These created a landslide that was backed by the huge boulders and trees on the mountain. In a split second, the monsters that were lurking around the mountain were swallowed by the waters. This final move wiped out all the monsters. The generals that were in the headquarters were all shocked by this development. The ones who defeated the sea of monsters were a bunch of criminals from the redemption camp. But as usual, the credit was given to Song Ming. Hiao, and to other congressmen who had no contributions or whatsoever. In return, Song Ming gave the prisoners a generous gift. He gathered them and took them in a private plane. Just when they thought that their efforts were appreciated, they found out that they would just be brought back to prison. Q, Captain Jiang's team, and Evelyn were immediately assigned to their next destination. After a few days, the criminals found out that these congressmen stole all the glory from them and they started rioting inside their cells. The officials then decided to kill all these men and framed them up on acting aggressively. Meanwhile, at the residence of the commander-in-chief of one, the chief was with Song Ming and they were talking about the prisoners. This guy asked the chief why he let them kill all the prisoners. He then told Song Ming that he did that to protect their image. These prisoners could spread some rumors about what really happened with their battle against the Sea of Monsters. The chief also assigned some people to monitor Q and the others in case they talked about what really happened. Song Ming also made sure that this kind of thing won't happen again in the future. The chief also opened up about the weapons that they were expecting to assist the front lines. Song Ming assured the chief that these weapons were already on their way towards the front lines. As they were having their meeting, these soldiers were still holding their defense against the monsters. This line of defense was the one the chief was talking about. More and more vicious monsters were appearing and spawning to attack their defense. But then their officer told them that they should now retreat to the second line of defense. This confused the soldiers because if they gave this position up, all of their sacrifices will be wasted. But the officer said that they were just following orders from the higher-ups. A voice commanding them to get lost was heard from behind. It was from these huge and muscular men. These guys were the weapons that Song Ming was talking about. Genetically altered soldiers. The scientist behind him told this soldier that all the tests were complete and he can now start attacking. These guys asked the normal soldiers to move. He then bumped his fist into his chest. This action activated something. The serum on their back then started coming into their body. This made all their muscles and nerves increase in size. Their hearts were also forced to beat much faster. The bodies of these altered soldiers were buffed up again. These guys then rushed into the front lines. They were about to meet monsters head-on. The scientists behind them were all satisfied with the initial result of their experiments. They were quite proud of these humans that they treated like monsters. Meanwhile, these soldiers were in awe. They thought that the soldiers from Star City were too powerful. They were able to one-shot all the monsters in their way. The battle was too easy for them. Since they can't really be satisfied with these weak monsters, they took the liberty of charging in the middle of the monsters. The soldiers at the back lines were now starting to get concerned about them. He was then told that these soldiers could only bring out their true powers by doing that. These were the kinds of battles they were expected to have. This one was now being surrounded by monsters. He removed his helmet and revealed his altered face as well. This soldier was more like a monster now. This was a Morning Sun project Hiao was talking about last time. Since he's far from the people and no one could see his face right now, this one was excited to show his true self. He initiated another injection again. This pushed his body to the limits. The muscles in his body were about to outgrow his bodysuit. His hands also started transforming. He then grabbed one of the monster, and he squeezed it using only his hand. This guy was about to annihilate all the monsters in this area. After a few seconds, the tide was turned around. The ones that were chasing the monsters now were the human soldiers. This guy can't believe that the monsters were the ones who were retreating this time. Meanwhile, the scientist recorded that the progress that they got today far exceeds the expectation they had. 100 altered soldiers were enough to make the monsters run for their lives. And if they could improve these results in the future, he's sure that they could create the most powerful professionals. Some of them even brought some parts of the monsters they have killed. They wanted these monsters to be used for the next set of experiments. These soldiers also wished to be sent to the next line of defense. Their hunger for blood was not yet quenched. The scientist told them that they should be checked first before they could fight again. But then the ground started to shake. They were then shocked by what they saw. There's this titan-like monster behind them. Its movements and steps were enough to shake the ground. They were now confused where this monster came from, but then this altered soldier felt that this one was from all the bodies of the monsters that were defeated. This one didn't really care much at all because he had been wanting to fight stronger opponents. He jumped towards the monster. He used his sword and slashed through the monster. But nothing happened. The monster also got him in its hands. The scientist quickly noticed the reflexes of these monsters, and they could easily be ranked as level 9 monsters. The scientist also warned the altered soldier to not use any fluid and transform right in front of many people. But since they couldn't really handle their thirst for blood, their reasoning was not functioning properly. All they wanted was to fight as long as they could. This soldier injected another set of fluids again into his body, and this transformation was enough to rip off his bodysuit. It also revealed his final form. All of his features looked like those of the monsters. Other soldiers thought that this one turned into a monster. The altered soldier then gathered all of his strength to get off the grip of this monster. He struggled and kept on trying, but it was not effective. The fingers of this monster haven't even moved. This Titan just stared at him. It then raised its other hand. And finally, the Titan squeezed the altered soldier using its hands. There was really nothing he could do about this. The scientist then figured out what just happened. The monster intentionally played with its prey. The chief then received the reports about these level 9 monsters. But before someone could even respond to his question, the line was cut off. He immediately ran towards his balcony to check the situation, and he saw these Titans approaching the A1 army camp. This story turned into Attack on Titan real quick. The chief quickly reported this to Song Ming. All of the higher-ups knew that these kinds of things were only happening because of the monster gods, and they started their move because Mask was gone. The chief didn't mean to say the name of Mask in front of Song Ming, but this guy agreed on what he said. These things were happening because of Mask's absence, and once again, Song Ming blamed this disaster on Mask. He could easily turn things around just by his words. Right now, there were still 40 level 7 professionals, 15 level 8 professionals, and 6 level 9 professionals in the camp. This includes Song Ming and the chief. Song Ming told the chief that they could use all the level 7 to 8 professionals to be a cannon fodder. And as for himself, he wouldn't be involved in protecting this base because he's just a representative from Star City. This statement made the chief feel disgusted. Song Ming plans to do what they also have done in Dawes City. They will use the soldiers to buy them some time, and then they will launch a nuclear attack towards the monsters. He doesn't care whether he'll need to sacrifice some of the professionals in the process. This guy planned it all along. The lower-leveled professionals will be replaced by their altered soldiers that were backed up by science. The chief knew that Song Ming could do everything he wanted, and that's the reason he will also go with this man's plan and save himself from the trouble. He then agreed to all the terms he said and will make the arrangements right away. And then more soldiers and professionals were sent to the front lines. Even Captain Jiang and Q were sent here, and as soon as they arrived, Jiang saw the monsters waiting for them. There were a lot of Titans coming in their way now. Q already knew who did this, and it's the monster god named Treacherous Wisdom. These Titans started to roar and show their might to the humans. This one even caught a small monster and made it like a rock. This scene reminded me of the Beast Titan from Attack on Titan anime. It threw the monster towards the army camp. The soldiers saw what's coming, but they were too slow to react to this attack. The attack landed towards the wall and it destroyed it. A few more like these were sent on their way. The monsters didn't stop there. They were even planning on tossing one Titan towards the base, and they did just that. One of them flew off. The Titan landed on the wall and destroyed it as well. Right now, this one was staring at a soldier. This left this one frozen in his tracks. The Titan then started to wreak some havoc into the base. These led the other smaller monsters a chance to enter the base, and from there, chaos was created. Captain Jiang did her best on fending off these monsters. She also asked Q if he had something planned to turn the tide around, and our MC never fails in these kinds of situations. He told Captain Jiang that he only needs 30 minutes to solidify his plan. This lady knew that 30 minutes was too long, but they really had no other choice. She will do her best to buy Q more time to prepare for what he wants to do. Captain Jian started to show off her lightning skill. With her lightning speed, she quickly defeated a lot of monsters in just one go. Her attack made her reach up to the edge of the walls, and that's where she saw lots of monsters trying to crawl up to the wall. Jiang had always hated her father ever since her mother died because her life had been a shadow of her father's legacy. But his lightning skill was also passed on to her. And right now, she will not deny the existence of this powerful lightning inside her. Captain Jiang was also wearing a mask to suppress her powers, but now she removed it. This lady still questions her father why he didn't save her in the middle of the sea of monsters. And right now, she will fight these monsters until she drops. She planned to visit her father and asked him herself. Captain Jiang then jumped towards the sea of monsters at the bottom of the wall. She made it clear that this act was not a suicide. This was her failing to learn how to fly. A lightning bolt struck the ground. Captain Jiang continued her charge towards the Titan, and along the way, she defeated lots of monsters. This lady used her weapon to pierce through this monster's hand, but her attack did nothing. The monster then swatted her back to her place. Before she hit the ground, Q came in to rescue her. Our MC was able to catch her, but the impact was still strong. Q then praised Captain Jian for her hard work. He told her that she had done enough. And right now, Q fixed his attention towards these titans. Our MC told Jiang that right now, she can't handle a level 8 monster. Q summoned Blood Raven again and told her that he doesn't plan to die here. As soon as Q got his sword back, his transformation started. Q didn't really care if someone saw his true form right now. The greatest monster will now end this senseless fight. Q needed the extra 30 minutes to be able to transform again back to this form. And while he was walking away, Captain Jian saw him. She's caught off guard by this development. But then the Titan started to attack as well. Q met its attack mid-air. He also did a lot of slashes. This was enough to chop this monster's hands off. Q also did a horizontal slash towards the Titan, and a dark red aura slashed right through it. The Titan was cut in half. Blood started pouring from the Titan's body, and Q used this and made Blood Raven absorb all of it. The Chief and Song Ming were also watching Q fight. They recognized him because this was the same monster that helped them in Da City. Song Ming was also now excited to capture Q so he could conduct more experiments and improve his altered soldiers once more. At the same time, someone contacted them and told them about the nuclear weapons heading towards the monsters. There were about 35 warheads deployed this time. These nuclear weapons then appeared right above the monsters and professionals. Some of them already lost hope right away. Song Ming then thanked these guys for the sacrifices they have given to humanity. But as these warheads were heading down to the monsters, a crack in space was seen. An eye appeared out of nowhere. Song Ming started to get scared because he knew that this eye was from a demon god. He's now panicking because he thought that this was impossible. Humans learned that there were some rules being followed in the universe. And one of these rules was that the monsters were being hindered by this invisible net. Only those small and weak monsters were allowed to get through this net. And as for the demon gods, their size was like that of a great white shark, so it was impossible for them to get past through the net. Since humanity learned about this net, they started to divide their power. Some of the professionals were assigned to clear the monsters on Earth, and they were called the Peace Factions. Meanwhile, Mask was tasked to clear the monsters in the void and prevent them from coming to Earth. And their team was called the War Faction. This led to more complications between the two factions. While Mask was busy fighting the demon gods, the other one was busy destroying his image to the people. Back to the current situation. The warheads were still heading towards the monsters. But this eye saw these nuclear weapons. It then created these dark portals that absorbed all of these warheads. Song Ming was devastated. He didn't know that a demon god would appear and stop his plans. The chief was also frozen in his tracks. Song Ming then immediately walked out and told the chief that he will get back to Star City to report what's happening. But the chief knew that this guy was just running away. Since they can't defeat a demon god, the chief then followed Song Ming to escape as well. Meanwhile, all of the professionals that were left in the battlefield were all wondering what this eye was. The monsters around it also started to get stronger. Our MC then continued his mission. He still defeated some of the Titans, but with their buffed strength, Q was also swatted out. This attack was also too powerful. Our MC was back to the corner. This eye then saw Q in his monster form. Half of his monster mask was also destroyed and it revealed our MC's face. As soon as the demon god saw this, something changed. The eye kept on staring at Q. Captain Jiang also noticed it, but she thought that this doesn't make any sense. A demon god couldn't care less about weak humans. The only human that could threaten the demon gods was Mask. The demon god's eye saw Q's face and it got scared. It then immediately backed off. The Titans also started to stop from moving, and then they turned into dust. The small monsters also started running away from the battlefield. The soldiers and other professionals started to celebrate because of this. Meanwhile, Q remembered the demon god that was too scared to face him. Treacherous wisdom hasn't shown its face to Q. Not even once. But the moment when Q abandoned his identity as Mask, this demon god gathered its power again and began to attack. Q didn't expect the demon god to still be scared even if he's in this kind of state. That demon god was already at level 13 and it could easily defeat Q if it just assessed the situation. With that, the mission that was given to our MC was completed. And as for his reward, he will now be closer to becoming a demon god himself. Q started to get his initial transformation. All the life force from the monsters were now coming towards him. This was a lot of power that could destroy everything. After that, Q was interrupted. It was Song Ming and his crew. Captain Jiang immediately went beside Q and tried to defend him. She told them that Q was a human, not a monster. But Song Ming wouldn't listen to any of this nonsense. He told them that since he had the appearance of a monster, Q will always be a monster. He also blamed Q for the disasters that appeared when he was a prison in the area. These allegations were backed by the chief. Jiang answered back. She still insisted that Q was their ally. He even defeated the monsters for humanity's sake. But this chief told her to keep quiet. These guys were really helpless. He even framed Captain Jiang and told her that maybe she's with him and they planned all of these things. The chief then ordered his men to arrest Captain Jiang and Q. The soldiers then surrounded them right away. They also tried attacking Q, but our MC fended them off easily. The chief also made his move. This guy was a level 9 professional, but Q blocked his attack using his sword. The chief figured out just how powerful Q was. He just finished fighting all those Titans and still has the strength to withstand a level 9 professional's attack. At the same time, Song Ming wrapped his arms around Q. Our MC placed his hand onto Song Ming's, and then he twisted and broke them off. Q also used the Blood Raven to defeat Song Ming. He was still helpless and weak in front of Q. Our MC just stared at him with no emotions at all. The chief felt danger as soon as Q turned his attention to him. This guy started running away, but he was chased by these dark red crows. Q also suddenly appeared in front of him. The chief started screaming out of fear. This guy called him a monster. Q wielded his Blood Raven again and slashed right through the middle. Captain Jiang witnessed all of these. Someone then arrived. It was Commander Liang and he was paying his respects to Q. He also called our MC as his army chief. He told Q that even though his eyes couldn't see, he already knew his chief's identity right from the start. He revealed that Q was indeed the same guy that saved humanity countless times. He was Mask. The ones who were loyal to Mask have been waiting for his return. They kept a low profile while they were gathering all the power they could have. Our MC didn't say anything to Commander Liang, but it was as if he received a secret message from his chief. Q also started to let out his dark aura. He then flew up to the sky and left the battlefield. He's going somewhere more important now. A few days after the battle against the Sea of Monsters, the federal government held a conference that was addressing this topic. They announced that the soldiers and professionals from the government were able to defeat thousands of monsters ranging from level 5 to 9. But they also revealed some faces that they deemed to be traitors. They poisoned the minds of the people into thinking that these guys colluded with the monsters. They also highlighted Q's situation. They told everyone that this man embraced the monster's path so much that he turned into a monster himself. This caused a lot of concern towards the people. Their murmurs and questions were then silenced by this man. It was Hiao. He told the people that this kind of situation was kinda expected because some humans will get attracted to the power that the monsters could offer. But he assured everyone that humanity will still prevail. They will slowly fight the traitors and still put them into a fair trial. These piece of sheets believed everything Hiao said. They were just too gullible. One of the reporters then saw someone that was standing from afar. Their camera got this image. It was the same guy who was branded as a monster. The civilians then started running away. Professionals that were guarding this event made their way towards Q, but our MC just dodged their attacks and let them off easily. He didn't kill any of them this time. Even if these guys tried their best, they really can't defeat Q. After defeating the professionals, Q continued to walk towards the stage. People also distanced themselves from him. They even created a path for him to walk through, and the one who was on the other end was Hiao. This man quickly recognized the silhouette of this man. It was the silhouette of his best friend who fought alongside him. He was also the same man who he impeached last time. Hiao now wondered if Q also recognized him the same way Hiao recognized Q. All this time, this guy was craving for Q's attention and recognition. Ever since Q became Mask, he felt like he lost his best friend. He was always at the back of Mask cheering along. Hiao then thought that this time's different. He could now prove himself. Right now, Hiao was sure he could defeat Q. He also has the same serum that the altered soldiers used. He could also use this to achieve Q's power, but our MC just continued to walk towards the stage. Hiao was now feeling all the pressure in the world. All he needed to do was fight Q in his state right now to get the whole world's approval. He knew that his time was running out, and after a few seconds, Hiao froze out and did nothing. Q has passed by. Our MC immediately went in front of the mic. Meanwhile, Hiao fell on his knees. Q then introduced himself to everyone. He told them that he was Mask. The civilians didn't believe him because Mask was not a monster. Along with the civilians that were present in the event was Captain Jiang. She still can't believe that Q was really indeed Mask. Q then told everyone that he had already returned but not as their hero. Humanity had already proven that being a hero was useless. And the only thing they needed was Q. It really doesn't matter what the people decide to call him. He also told them that one thing's for sure. Q was the only one who could lead them out of this abyss. He also corrected and set things straight. Q doesn't need humanity. But humanity needs him. This was the truth. Humanity should have been extinct a long time ago if it weren't because of Mask. These guys still doubted Q. They thought that Mask would never say these statements. Q continued his speech. He told all of the people that it seems that they fear too much power. And this fear led them to exile the only hope that they have. Weakness was never a sin. But the pride of humanity was. And right now, Q will use humanity to achieve his goal. He will drain all of their resources. Our MC made a bold statement. He made it clear that from now on, the world was within his hands. He will now control and own everything on Earth. Captain Jiang was still listening to Q's speech. She then realized what her mentor told her. This was the reason why Commander Liang insisted on accompanying Q because he's the key to all of her questions. Tears started falling down her cheeks. People also started to hail Q as their hero. They even worshipped him like a god. With this, our MC was more than ready to take on the demon gods.
Sophistry Ambit says. Visit anthenixskate@sk05 page at, link. Sophistry Ambit says. Visit Anthenixskate@SKO5 page at, link.
This story was about this loser who was hailed as humanity's public enemy #1. But unlike Ryumin and Ronin, who died virgins, this guy had an ex-girlfriend whose heart was broken just because our main character ditched her for the hottest mommy. Ahem. I mean mercenary. Allow me to narrate how the world's greatest villain, who was persecuted by the people, ended up saving the whole world against the world's strongest hero. Also, if you guys are wondering what's the title of this manhwa, it's The Genius Assassin Who Takes It All. The story opened in Seoul, South Korea. Currently, Seoul has entrusted its future to a single person. This man is catching his breath amidst the chaotic and dusty field. His name is Jang Shihwan, the guildmaster of Junghwa. When the dust was cleared away, a man wearing all black stood in front of Shihwan's exhausted body. The crowd before had a horrified expression. They couldn't believe the fate of the Junghwa Guild. The man in black assumed a combat stance. He told Shihwan that finally, they're the only ones left. This man in black is a public enemy of the world called Shin Kang-hu. Shihwan's body is trembling. Shihwan slowly stood up as he blamed Kang-hu for starting meaningless fights that caused everyone to suffer. He bursts into anger as he releases his power and exclaims, "It's because of evil like you." Kang-hu smirked and replied, "What a joke." He mocked Shihwan by asking him if he thinks of himself as a messenger of justice.